I'm going to blast off right now. Trump threatens rampage. We are the baddies. Iran remains restrained and resistant. Epstein's Fury Day 38. Where are the Dems? Abdul Sayed rally in MSU and UM all day. Get in now. twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Asmongold band. I'll put that in the title as well. Because that is a thing that happened as well. It finally happened, but it's not really relevant. But yeah, here, let's blast off. Have you reviewed the recent impeachment files? Michigan's going nuts after the national championship yesterday. Yeah. Abdul also did a Fox interview this morning about me as well, which is kind of wild. Once again, it's unbelievable that this is like the real mover and shaker in American politics. It's very obviously set up as like it's designed as this perfect distraction, and it's unbelievable how many people are so deranged in their hatred of myself that they are leaning into it. Right, like they've been actively leaning into it these past couple of weeks. What have I been doing? Right? What have we been doing in this community? We've been talking about Donald Trump. We've been talking about what Donald Trump is doing. We've been monitoring the situation, actively talking about Donald Trump's genocidal rhetoric, actively talking about the war crimes that Trump and the Israeli government are committing, right? And there are a lot of people that have decided to instead shift their enmity and their focus in this pivotal moment towards someone like myself for channeling the frustrations of the base within the Democratic Party. And it's fucking insane to me. It's unbelievable that there's this dissociation with like where people are. No one gives a shit about this stuff. And yet these guys chose to be so annoying, chose to be so resistant to the calls being made by their own constituents once again. As I've said over and over again, it's like they want to lose or something. I don't know what it is. In any case, yeah, let's start there. I already used this as the blast off meme, but apparently Trump threatened to nuke Iran this morning. I mean, not apparently. We know that he tried to do that. And Fox News spent the entire morning talking about me instead. So just something to consider for all the Democrats who look at this kind of coverage and go, you know what? They're right. We got to hand it to these fucking fascist monsters, right? Yeah. Michigan Dem doubles down after rally with anti-Israel streamer Fox and Friends.
Senate candidate in Michigan
from an hour ago.
Criticism this morning for planning a rally with anti-Israeli podcaster Hassan Piker, who says America deserved 9/11 and justified the October 7th attacks.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Like that.
It's crazy when they add the context, because I feel like it's it's already an endlessly defensible position that most people would agree to, right? So it's always, I welcome whenever Fox News at least like gives me the opportunity to make my case. They won't ask me to do it on camera, which I could, but yeah, it's crazy that they will say, oh, he justified the October 7 attacks. And then they literally show me openly saying like nothing justifies what Israel is doing and what Israel has done leading up to October 7. Not even the atrocities that may or may not have happened on October 7, the way that Israel is presenting it.
Doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Democratic Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed joins us now. Abdul, thanks so much for getting up this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, Abdul, you've run a campaign where you've got a lot of young people supporting you. You've talked about gas prices, eliminating medical debt. But there has been some moments where a lot of people that are moderate Americans have disagreed with you. And I want to play this clip of when the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, was eliminated. And this is what you had to say. Watch.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are.
Yeah, also, this makes it a lot easier for Abdul to not only defend the context, but also himself as well, right? Because they're basically tying both of these idiotic clips out of context that are totally defensible statements together, which shows what their intent is. So now he can just like talk about exactly what he meant. That's a good thing.
Sad today. So like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even touching that.
So, Abdul, I guess my question would be, who are those people, and why do you still want their support?
Well, fast forward 5 weeks on, I think all of us are sad today. Our gas prices are up over $1. We're fighting a war that is taking service members' lives, and we're paying our tax dollars to do it to the tune of $1 billion to $2 billion a day. So I think all of us right now ought to be sad. We just watched a beautiful package about Dude 44 Bravo and his heroic return. And the president said that we leave nobody behind, except for the entire American public is being left behind by a war that is unjustifiable and illegal. So I think I speak for all of us to say that we are worse off in this war than we were before. And I think all of us...
Kind of wild that Fox News has listed you as anti-Israel on their news banner. Meanwhile, the Democratic establishment think tanks are going full on with the anti-Semitism claims. Yes, because the Fox News doesn't need to lie. Fox News already can say he's anti-Israel, and their audience will go, oh my God, he's anti-Israel. How dare he be anti-Israel? That's unacceptable. Do you understand? For Fox News, saying someone's anti-Israel is worse than saying someone's anti-Semitic. There's plenty of people who are anti-Semitic on Fox News, right? There's plenty of people who have been defended on Fox News from allegations of anti-Semitism. So for them, they have the liberty to say the quiet part out loud, like the actual animosity is coming from my anti-Israel stance. For Democrats, they have to couch it under smears and manufactured outrage.
Really need to step back and ask
liberals.
ourselves what our dollar should be used for.
So I would ask you, Abdul, I think you're right. I think the polling suggested, I mean, that was Iran's goal, stated goal was to put pressure on the gas prices. But specifically, who are the people within the community that are sad about the Ayatollah being dead? Because the peaceful Muslims that I know, including those that are in the Gulf state that are supporting this action right now, they reject him and they wanted him dead. So who are those people that you know that are sad, and why?
Again, he's trying to be like, you're a Muslim radical, like you're pro-Ayatollah, you're pro-Ayatollah. That's what he's trying to fucking present. Once again, Abdul al-Sayed's response here, I don't know what he'll say, should just be, listen, of course people are upset. We went in and we bombed an entire school. We killed almost 200 little schoolgirls in that opening salvo against the country that was open to negotiations, that was doing negotiations with us. And this was the second time we engaged in perfidy. It's unbelievable. If you're not sad, you don't understand what America's promise is supposed to represent. This is not just about an 87-year-old man, okay, and his assassination. This is a much broader problem.
Well, look, I'm no apologist for any regime, including our own. And at the end of the day, the question is whether or not a leader focuses on his or her people. Clearly, the Ayatollah did not. And clearly, Donald Trump and this administration is not either. So again, I'm going to tell you, they are white, they are black, they are Arab, they are non-Arab, they are Muslim, they're not Muslim. They're all the people who had to pump gas this morning to get to work and realize that they were going to have to end up paying tremendously more money because of an illegal, unjustifiable war. So the notion that the Ayatollah is dead is one thing, but the notion by which our country did it, fighting a third conflagration in a third country in this year alone, that there is the problem. And I think we have to understand that in politics, in government, the means don't always justify the end doesn't always justify the means. And I think Americans of all stripes right now are unified by asking, what is the aim here and what are we doing?
Yeah, so I think most Americans remember the 17 Americans that died in 1983 at the death of Iran.
No, they don't. No, they don't. That's what most of maybe Fox News' watchers, because they're all 85. But even then, there's never been a moment where Iran has randomly decided to attack America. Okay? The reason for why the successful revolution that took place in Iran, the Iranian revolution, the reason why it even happened was because of American intervention. And we haven't stopped trying to fuck with these people for 47 years, right? Every single thing that the American government brings up as a justification for the imminent threat that Iran has presented for 47 years is ridiculous. First of all, you cannot declare imminence if something has been happening consistently for 47 years. None of that makes sense. Okay, so even the language in and of itself is silly, is ridiculous. Oh, they've presented an imminent threat to America for 47 years. Okay, so then it's not imminent. And many people, including former Trump administration officials like Joe Ken, have openly come out and said, no, Iran has not actually been a threat for 47 years. This is bullshit. This is complete and utter nonsense, because it is nonsense and it should be said. This is one of the biggest problems that I have with American politics, with American news, and the way that politicians approach things, right? We should just say the truth. We must seek truth from facts, and we must communicate the truth to people, even if it's hard to hear. And that's precisely what I will always do, even though people yell at me for it, right? Womp womp, you're speaking nonsense, says Egyptian Cotton. See, there's going to be a lot of people like this. There will be people that will go, I don't want to hear that because I don't want to believe it. In my mind, I have to assume that there is good reason for why we're doing this, right? You have to, at a certain point, come to the reality that the government is lying to you. Okay, if you believe that the government lied to you about COVID vaccines, it's so ridiculous that you would believe that the government is being truthful about, like, Iran, if you're a right-winger who believes such things. I don't even believe that, right? I don't believe the COVID vaccine shit. But, like, there's plenty of right-wingers who will just be like, yeah, the government's lying to you, brother. But then they'll be like, but yeah, Iran has been an imminent threat for 47 years, and I'm not going to question it. Or China's been a massive threat to America. All of these foreign adversaries happen to be truly evil countries, right? Perhaps that's so that you get on board. Perhaps that is so you get on board with having all of your productive output reoriented to all of these wars, rather than use your tax dollars building schools here, okay? You got potholes in your neighborhood. Your infrastructure is dog shit. Your bridges are in a state of dire disrepair. You don't have health care. You're never going to get health care. Rural hospitals are closing up in your neighborhood. And you think, oh, well, it's actually fine that we are the wealthiest nation on earth. And that's the situation here right now as it stands, because we're defeating these scary enemies elsewhere. There's never a moment where these people ask, why are these guys our enemies? Should we be fighting them? Right? It's an endless sequence of self-soothing behavior. Yeah, just the idea of anything being imminent for decades is oxymoronic. Like, it doesn't make sense. That's not how language works, right? We are the threat to Iran. For 47 years, they presented no threat to us.
On 244 American service members in October the 23rd in 1983, 19 U.S. airmen in Kopar Bar Tower in 1996, and 3 U.S. Americans soldiers in 2024 of January. I want to get to your big event that you're going to have with Hassan Piker. He has said some things about 9/11. What do you stand on this? October 7th, he has blamed.
Yeah. Again, ironically enough, October 7 and 9/11 both have a direct through line. It's not. It's never acceptable when civilians die. I've never defended that. Okay, my principled stance on this is I don't want any civilians to die ever. Okay, I'm anti-war unconditionally. 9/11 is a direct byproduct of American meddling in the affairs of the Middle East for decades prior to 9/11. And that's not just my assessment. There's academic consensus on this. It's called blowback, right? And not only is there academic consensus on this, but former Fox News favorites like Robert Kagan, the godfather of the American neoconservative movement, only this past week came out and said the exact same things, right? He came out and said, look, there's no reason for these people to come and try to kill us. It is directly because of our meddling in their affairs that these sorts of things happen, right? 9/11 apologist Hassan. I noticed that since the Roach is not live today because he got banned, we're going to probably have a lot more weirdos in the chat today. Hopefully this will be, for the first time ever, an educational opportunity for many of you. Hopefully you guys can stick around and maybe cut through the noise for the first time and understand where I'm coming from, right? Because I'm in the process of describing this to you. Ironically enough, Asmongold has actually agreed with me in the past on that statement. And when he wasn't behaving in a partisan hack-like manner, obviously things have changed since then. Maybe many of you are newcomers to his commentary and therefore didn't know that. But yeah.
It is real for that. We know that they were attacked. Do you agree with him?
Of course, I oppose rape. Of course, I don't think 9/11 was justified. But because you appear with somebody doesn't mean you agree with them on everything. Think about this. You have the president on the show.
I think he should, like, Abdul easily can just, like, hit that line real quick to be like, listen, what he said before. He talks 10 hours a day. You, of all people, know better than when people get taken out of context. And you're doing that right now to an ideological enemy, right?
All the time he talks about grabbing people by parts of their bodies. I don't think you would ever consider. And that doesn't mean that you wouldn't appear with him. My question to you is, when did we start bending to cancel culture? When did we start saying that cancel culture was okay? Because clearly on your show, you have a number of people who you don't agree with, including me. And I think it's important for all of us who want to win votes, who want to build America, to go and talk to anyone, anywhere.
And we only have limited time, so I don't want to cut you off. But I'm talking about someone standing with the #1 state sponsor of terror. I'm talking about condemning the worst attack.
We're the #1 state sponsor of terror. We are doing the terrorism. The president is doing terrorism as of this morning. I don't think you should get into describing blowback. It's too in the weeds. Yeah, definitely not on Fox News either. But I think, like, when this conversation gets brought up over and over again, it does, like, there has to be a little bit of pushback as well, aside from just, like, attacking the framework of cancel culture. And the reason why I say that is not because I'm like, oh, why won't these people defend me? It makes them look bad as well a little bit. Because, like, you're basically saying you are de facto endorsing these statements. There has to be a reason for it. It's not just because you oppose cancel culture. It's because you understand the background of these sentiments, right? Like, you understand the full context of this. You understand the full scope of my analysis and my advocacy. So in a way to defend yourself, don't just stand on a, don't just claim that this is a principled stance against cancel culture, because that's going to have limited success after the 11 millionth time that people bring this kind of shit up, right?
On American, if you want to vote in a country where we consider this event brought us to our knees, I'm talking about speaking to moral clarity specifically about that. I'm happy to have you on to talk about the President of the United States any other time, but would you speak to what he said about,
I just think it's
important.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous thing to do in this morning, of all mornings, if we're even going to talk about language, right? Because the president this morning said he is going to end civilization. He is going to murder Iranians. And it's a big difference when the president says that, especially when he's in the process of blowing up Iran and murdering Iranian civilians, including little schoolgirls at a school. It's been 38 days of this endless bombing campaign. It's very different than misunderstanding and trying to manufacture outrage around the commentary from a Twitch streamer with statements from 2019 that already was discussed and parsed through endlessly back in 2019 on fucking Fox News. I think everyone understands exactly what's going on here, right?
About 9/11 and October the 7th.
Well, it's important to talk about context. I'm never going to agree that 9/11 was justified. It was wrong. It was a horrible day for all of us. I'm never going to be okay with the innocent murder of civilians. I condemned Hamas and I condemned that attack on day one. The issue that you're trying to do is paint me out of context quotes, with out of context quotes taken out of context specifically to ask me these questions. And I'm going to play the same game with you. Why is it that you will not condemn the fact that the president of the United States talked about grabbing people by their body parts?
Trying to argue phrasing context with Fox News at this point is never going to work as a host is operating from a disingenuous position. It just gets you mired in nonsense. No, the argument always is like, dude, you know better than anybody else when people yell at the president, okay? And there's obviously it's obviously much more damning when the president is saying unhinged things as the president, not even as a private citizen, right? But also as the president. It's unbelievable. Anyway, this kind of stuff is a twofer, right? On the one hand, Abdul is trying to farm some sympathetic voters potentially to his side from the Fox News audience, but then also these clips will live on, and this will also make him look good to the liberals as well. That's why he's doing the grabber by the pussy comments.
And I would argue that's all part of the same cancel culture game that we should not be playing. So I'm talking to your audience today because I think it's important to have a conversation.
Yeah, look, he's on the back foot. That's great. Always, Adam Mockler does this so perfectly, okay? He is so cutting. When he goes on these panels, when he has like these right-wing reactionaries on these panels, it's so, he's so good at this stuff. He turns into Adam Mogler, right? He'll go on a panel and just be like, you're really going to talk about a Twitch streamer and his statements when your guy, your president, is destroying the global economy? You know, it's unbelievable. What are we doing here? You have a higher standard for leftist Twitch streamers than you do the president? He's the president. Now go ahead and defend the president, right? That's part of the reason why I think like this kind of stuff is so old school, right? This kind of back and forth is so old school. Like you either have it or you don't. Nobody likes it. Everybody does it when it comes to cancel culture. Everybody loves cynically weaponizing quotes to smear their opposition. Nobody wants to have a real conversation about any of this stuff. It's very frustrating. You know, Donald Trump is threatening nukes, and these guys very clearly want to talk about a fucking Twitch streamer. They're doing this as a distraction.
Matters about the issues that matter today.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's not on the ballot, and that was litigated in 2016, and the American people reelected him again. So we've gone through that. I want to ask you about some of your comments because you're the one that's running for office. The president is term limited. You said that ICE, it cannot be reformed, and they cannot be trained, and they should be defunded.
Amazing. Great.
Do you still have that point of view?
I want you to ask yourself, Marines are getting a bum deal right now because ICE is funded to a higher level than the U.S. Marines, and we're now fighting a war. Ask yourself if that keeps them safe. Ask yourself.
Yeah, the ICE literally went to a base of a dude who was about to go out and fight Trump and Israel's wars in Iran, and they apprehended his wife, dude. Like, there's no, like, even within the confines of the right-wing framework that they design, where they're like, we love patriotism, we love America, we love our soldiers. It's like they literally, ICE is straight up nabbing people, nabbing wives of service members who are about to go on tour to fight Iran at the behest of Israel and Donald Trump, and ICE is kidnapping their wives. What the fuck kind of conversation is this? I mean, it's unbelievably evil. I don't think those guys should be going to fight Israel and Trump's wars in Iran. And I certainly don't think their wives should be getting kidnapped off of military bases, right? You have no leg to stand on. This is indefensible stuff.
It keeps you safe. They shot 2 people, one in the face, one in the back of the head. So no, you cannot reform using a child as bait. You cannot reform shooting American citizens because you can operate with impunity. So yes, absolutely, stand American public for and a humane approach to immigration enforcement.
So you believe that the 10 plus
They're like, cut it out, cut it out, cut it out. He's making too many good points.
million, some of them, which we have captured that are terrorists, since they're the only service that can do the deportations, you believe all those people should stay in the country? Is that what you're
Come
saying?
on, Lauren, you're better than that. At the end of the day, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Okay,
that
so who's
ICE
gonna deport
enforcement
them?
in this particular way.
Who's going to deport them? We already have a process, okay? We have regular law enforcement. You heard of it? ICE doesn't run a law enforcement function. ICE doesn't prosecute people. ICE doesn't even apprehend criminals. Okay? It's members of law enforcement that actually apprehend and arrest criminals, regardless of their immigration status. It's American judges that adjudicate what kind of sentencing these criminals will receive, regardless of immigration status. It's American prisons that these criminals go to if they've been found guilty of committing crimes. And in the aftermath of that, in the aftermath of all of that process, then immigration and naturalization services historically have apprehended some of these immigrants that have conducted heinous crimes, and if they see fit to deport them, they have deported them. Okay, that's what the normal process was. Donald Trump has changed that dynamic quite a bit. He makes it seem as though ICE is actually stopping crimes from happening, apprehending criminals and whatnot, but that's not the case. That's never been the case. This is not the function of ICE. ICE is not a regular law enforcement apparatus. Okay, these guys have historically and still continue to apprehend paperwork criminals. Okay, paperwork criminals, because at the end of the day, all undocumented immigrants are in violation of a civil violation. It's a paperwork problem. And it should be dealt with through paperwork rather than this like violent physical deportation process, unless there are other circumstances at play. Okay? Once again, we can be honest about this. We should be honest about this. If someone hasn't committed a heinous crime, they should not receive a heinous punishment. It's unnecessary, it's violent, it's causing instability here domestically. And on top of that, it has a negative consequence on the economy. It rips apart the social fabric that is kept America together. It's one of the most redeemable aspects of the American promise, that we are a nation that is diverse, and that diversity is part of our power. We are a nation that is comprised entirely of immigrants. I mean, the fucking president is a second-generation German, right? The goddamn president, Donald Trump, his family's only been on U.S. soil for 2 generations. That's the beauty of America. I mean, I hate Donald Trump, but the reality is this is the one country where your great-grandfather can come here and you can be the fucking president. That's unbelievable. There's no other country like this, okay? There's no other country like this. That's what Abdul Sayed could be saying here as well.
When you shoot people in the face, when you fund them to the tune of $185 billion, when they can walk around with impunity covering their faces, not actually being held accountable to the highest law of the land, which is our Constitution, that is wrong. You can have immigration enforcement. You can keep a safe and secure southern border, which I agree with, but not like this.
All right. We appreciate you coming on and taking
What is this? But they don't want to do the paperwork at all, so eventually you have to get him out of the country. That's not true, brother. Again, you've been lied to, okay? Look, I'm not going to fault you because, you know, we have this is Roach Day, right? There's a lot of Asmongold fans in here, so perhaps you've been deluded into thinking this, but that's not the case, okay? A lot of the people that we're apprehending were actually nabbing from their pre-assigned court dates where they're going through the process of immigration court. They're going through the process of getting the proper clearance and the proper paperwork. ICE actually knows where the overwhelming majority of undocumented migrants are, and usually there's this handshake between ICE and the undocumented migrants, right? Where they know they're working, they know exactly where they work because they pay taxes, right? And in many circumstances, they literally have temporary protected status as well, so they already have the proper clearance and the proper paperwork. And they're going through the process of getting a full-blown clearance to work on U.S. soil. And in many of these circumstances, ICE is going to their place of work, and also on top of that, going to their court dates, waiting outside of their court proceedings to apprehend them there. These are the people that are playing ball with the government. These are the people who are following the letter of the law. They legally have a right to claim asylum in many of these circumstances. And ironically enough, most people don't know this because they've been lied to. They've been lied about, like, the violence that these people present, which is, there's no evidence for it. All evidence actually shows that they are responsible. Undocumented and documented migrants are responsible for a lower share of crimes, significantly lower share of crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. And on top of that, these guys, 90% of the time, are actually following through on their court process, right? Or higher than 90%, as a matter of fact. It's unbelievable. We tell these people a lie, right? This is like American prosperity. You play ball with us. You tell us where you're at. You work for pennies on the dollar in some instances because you have a dream of building a better future for your family. And then what do? We punish them. We punish the people who are actually doing the right things. It's unnecessary. It's super cruel. It is a negative consequence on the economy. It actually sincerely has no positive, it has no benefits to America, right? It has no benefits to America at all. It's a total betrayal of the values that America represents. Anyway, I am 100% sure only a small number of people are indeed seeking true citizenship, but there's a lot of people benefit from it being illegal. No, they don't. They don't benefit from it at all. As a matter of fact, the only people that benefit are the bosses, the capital owners that know these guys are undocumented, and know that, they usually won't be apprehended, so they can work them to the fucking bone. They actually give a lot more back to the American economy than they take. They're totally shut out from the welfare structure. They can't take advantage of any of the benefits that other Americans can, and yet they pay taxes. So it's wrong. You're just wrong. I mean, it's okay. It's okay to be wrong, I guess. Hopefully, though, if you're smart enough, you hear this information and you receive it and you think critically about it, and perhaps you change your mind, right? That's what normal adults are supposed to do. You have that opportunity. I hope you take it.
Michigan Senate candidate.
There's another Fox and Friends coverage here as well. Why are you even reasoning with this guy? Everyone but natives is illegal in America. How Hispanics are less illegal than American citizens. I'm trying to reason with this person because even if I can't reach across the aisle and change his mind, there are probably a lot of people. There are probably a lot of people out there who have maybe similar suspicions, and they can be convinced when they hear what I have to say. Not only that, but also it gives you the proper talking points. It reminds you of what the truth is on this issue. So when you have a conversation with someone who might change their minds, you are properly equipped. Okay? You're properly equipped with the talking points, and you develop a better understanding of why, this is happening. This ICE stuff is so overblown. ICE is deporting a little more than Biden did. The GOP's doing the cruelty theatrics to please their base, and the Dems do the exact same with the Gestapo pearl clutching. Yeah, except you're in the community of a person who has actively and aggressively defended migrants' rights under the Obama administration, and certainly demanded that Biden also take a more tolerant approach and fulfill his promises of creating a system of amnesty for the tens of millions of undocumented migrants that have been working on U.S. soil for the past decade plus. So I don't care what Biden did. I don't care what Obama did. I was actually against that because I have fucking principles. Because I'm not a goddamn partisan hack in the way that a lot of these people are that you approach, in the way that you might be. Okay? The idea that kidnapping random people off the streets is not a big deal is so goddamn silly. And no, as far as the differences between Joe Biden and Obama's approach to the situation, there's a difference between interior removals and deportations happening at the point of border crossings. Obama and Joe Biden have consistently engaged in mass deportations at the point of border crossings. And I think that is also immoral because they're not allowing these people to go through the motions and the legal rights that they have as asylum seekers to go through the court processes. But Donald Trump has hyper focused on interior removal, going after people at their place of business, going after people at their court dates. These are not only people that have been living inside of the United States of America, these are people that have been working. These are people that are part of the community. And you know, they're being ripped apart from their fucking families. So you're actually wrong. There is a difference between the two, even though I'm against Obama and Joe Biden behaving in this cruel manner regardless. So yeah, ICE is a big deal. And perhaps that's the reason why, the system is fucked up. It's not ICE that's the issue, really. In Nazi Germany, the system is fucked up. It's not the Gestapo. That's the issue. That's the argument that you're making, right? I mean, that's stupid. No, I'm trying to change the fucking system, and you're trying to do this sheepish argument to defend ICE for some weird reason, while now openly recognizing that the system is busted. Okay, well, welcome to the fight, brother. If you understand why, how are they like the Gestapo? I don't know, demanding paperwork off of random people that they suspect of being migrants, detaining them, apprehending them, throwing them in the fucking prisons, and then deporting them to a concentration camp in El Salvador. That's, not dissimilar to the way that the Nazis operated as well. And their arguments at the time, identical to your argument currently, was, well, Jews are actually stateless. Why are they stateless? We've decided that they're stateless people, right? That's precisely what's happening right now. That's it. Anyway, let's continue.
Abdul El-Sayed plans to rally with far-left anti-Israel streamer Hassan Piker, who has made many controversial comments, such as saying America deserved 9/11. He also had this to say about the October 7th attacks.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies.
Okay, oh my God, it's the same fucking talking points. Holy shit.
Yet he has said extremely controversial comments.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to skip this. I don't think there's any reason to listen to this, right? I mean, we've heard it a million times over. They truly use some bad pictures of you, dude. I don't care. Even my worst pictures still make me look better than 99% of these fucking creatures on the right. So who gives a shit? Why have anti-American nationalists? Democracy is the enemy of we the people, and Democratic Party has now become, no one is not naturalized citizens should hold any city state. He should be barred from running in any office. How are these people in our government? Who are they talking about? Senate candidate? Abdul Sayed is an American citizen. Can't believe you reached a point in your career where mainstream media is using you as a distraction from our war crimes overseas. I know. It's that's where we're at right now. Anyway, let's get to the actual news of the morning. Donald Trump. Donald Trump is. If you're wondering why Fox News has been doing wall-to-wall coverage on little old me, okay, is it because I present a significant threat to America? Of course not. I'll wear it as a badge of honor, of course, but the reason why they're doing that is because they don't want to talk about the real issue here, which is that we are on day 38 of Operation Epstein's Fury, Operation Epic Fortnite Fail, and $60 to $100 billion of assets in the region, radar facilities, radar flights like the AWACS program that are, $500 million a pop have been destroyed. That's your healthcare lighting on fire. That's your potholes not getting fixed. That's your schools not getting the proper funding because we wanted to wage Israel's war against Iran, and we pushed them into a corner where they had to fight back. For 47 years, they hadn't done so, and now they're doing so. And the entire global markets are on fire. You're paying more in gas. You're paying more at the pump. And it's unbelievably cruel to the people of Iran, obviously, first and foremost. But it's indefensible even for from the most selfish perspective in the United States of America, for people who don't care about Iranians, that only care about, the inflation crisis that they are facing. This is only worsening said crisis. All of this, of course, is coming from the president that said he's the peace president. All of this is coming from the guy that said no new wars. All of this is coming from the guy who said he was an isolationist, that he was going to focus on America, making America great again. America is worse than ever before. Our force projection capabilities have diminished. We are no longer the mighty American empire that we presented ourselves as. because, you know, someone out there was actually crazy enough to be able to fight back because we pushed them into a corner. And, you know, this is the results. In the past week or so, Donald Trump has gotten increasingly more belligerent as he realizes that he is incapable of forcing Iran to concede on these ridiculous points that we brought to the table, that we tried to achieve diplomatically. Ironically enough, Iran was actually interested in negotiating with the United States of America, even after the 12-day war, where we engaged in perfidy, where we used the background of negotiations to allow Israel to do a first strike on Iran. And we did that again 38 days ago. And now, understandably, especially after we killed a bunch of little schoolgirls and we killed the people that were willing to compromise with America, well, the new leadership in charge is a little bit more resistant to dealing with the United States.
News coming into us from NBC. Actually, before that, let me just bring you.
Yeah, Donald Trump's last belligerent message was Tuesday night, the 7th or 6th extension on blowing up the power plants and civilian infrastructure of Iran, was open the fucking straight, and you know, all glory to Allah. That's what he said on Easter. He was very disrespectful to the entire Muslim world, you know, threatening war crimes over and over again. And you do that when you're in a position of weakness, right? You don't do that if you have the leverage, if you have the upper hand. You only do that when you're belligerent. So now he's actually upped the ante once again. This morning, I woke up to a Trump truth. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Literally says a whole civilization will die tonight, and then ends it with God bless the great people of Iran. This is a contradiction baked into the fucking message. Okay? It's unbelievable. He is threatening genocide. He's threatening war crimes. This is Hitlerian, right? This is Adolf Hitler. It's no longer just Benjamin Netanyahu that was communicating in this Hitlerian manner. Donald Trump is doing it as well. I mean, he's done it before too. So, you know, hopefully people understand exactly what's going on. Damn, Loomer tweeting about you again. Yes, the more Trump is in a state of panic, the more his defenders, the Israel firsters, especially like Laura Loomer, will up the ante and demand my denaturalization and deportation. It's irrelevant. It's a distraction from the main point of contention here. The main issue at hand is Donald Trump is fucking this up and in a spectacular manner. Donald Trump is fucking everything up. And he's also threatening to do war crimes. The more Donald Trump fucks up, the more these guys will hyper-focus on people like myself.
A new post that we've had on Truth Social by Donald Trump. You can see there, he says the whole of civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, there are different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail. Maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So that statement just released on Truth Social by Donald Trump in relation, of course, to that deadline that should expire at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, US, which is 1 a.m. British time, so our time, 1 a.m. Wednesday morning, where Donald Trump has said that if the Strait of Hormuz has not been reopened and there isn't a deal with the Iranians, then he would destroy countless Iranian infrastructure, including power plants, bridges, and desalination plants as well.
Now to breaking news on the war with Iran. There have been more strikes on Iran today, just hours before President Trump's deadline for...
Yeah, Donald Trump said that, and Donald Trump is threatening to blow up the power plants, okay, the civilian power plants. Two things. Number one, this is a violation of the Geneva Convention, okay? Not that it matters. For America, it's a Geneva suggestion, right? It's not real. However, one of the most unbelievable lines of defense that I have seen thus far, one of the most Israeli lines of defense on the clear-cut terrorism that Donald Trump is advocating for here, has come from these, Israel firsters that don't want to address the true problem here and instead are talking about a whole bunch of nonsense. And here is one of them. Eric Doherty, another Trump regime booster, says, breaking, Iran is now forming human chains in front of a power plant in Khazarun in a bid to dissuade President Trump's strikes come 8 p.m. They even invited children to attend. This is evil and disgusting. Iran views their people as meat shields. They're literally saying this is a human shield. Someone even had the audacity to claim that that's the real violation of the Geneva Convention. Here is Javier Blas, energy and commodities columnist at Bloomberg. Iran is likely to deploy human shields to its bridges and power plants tonight. The use of civilians as human shields is banned under the Geneva Convention, Article 51. And it's unfucking believable. It's Iranian civilians on their own volition, hoping, perhaps naively, that this will cause America to be restrained and not blow up their bridges that they use, not blow up their power plants that they need. The army has contingencies, okay? When you blow up a power plant, you're not actually destroying a power plant for any sort of real military purpose. It's not dual use. It's bullshit, okay? To which I said, yeah, Iran would be violating the Geneva Convention here. Get a grip, man. But unfortunately, there are a lot of people who have totally dropped all pretexts where they say, look, when Trump wants to blow up a power plant, there's no more Geneva Conventions. It's simply a Geneva suggestion, okay? Please do not give any fucking credence to this totally insane retort from those who are actively demanding that we do terrorism, okay? These are people who defended Israel's conduct in Gaza, and they said the exact same shit. They were like, Hamas is actually setting up human shields. Okay? Hamas is setting up human shields. That's why we had to blow up the entirety of Gaza. It was fucking bullshit then, and it's bullshit now. Okay? There's no such thing. We are violating the Geneva Convention here. Okay? We are violating it. That's what we are threatening to do. The threat alone is terrorism. The threat alone should be actionable, for the record. Okay? The notion that these people are going against their will because the Iranian government is like forcing them to do this is also bullshit. Okay? There are dissidents. There are anti-IRGC prominent critics of the government, people who have literally been arrested in the past that are on their own volition going out and saying, we're going to sit outside of these fucking power plants because hopefully America and Israel will be a little bit more restrained. I hope they're not wrong.
Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And there's a blunt new warning from the president this morning. Nancy Cordes is at the White House. Nancy, good morning.
Nate, President Trump posted a truly apocalyptic message this morning designed apparently to force Iran to cut a deal. He said, quote, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. He was asked multiple times yesterday whether bombing civilian infrastructure would be a war crime. He insisted the Iranian people want him to do it.
They want us to keep bombing.
As the clock ticks down to 8 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump's threats are getting more specific.
Every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock. Every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again.
Trump was asked repeatedly Monday whether such attacks on civilian infrastructure would constitute a war crime. He insisted the Iranian people get it.
They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing.
The war was also on his mind at the annual White House Easter egg roll.
I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran.
Flanked by the Easter Bunny and the First Lady, Trump rejected a 45-day ceasefire proposed by other countries in the region.
The only one that's going to set a ceasefire is me. I haven't set any ceasefire.
Despite his tough talk, Trump said he believes the Iranians are negotiating in good faith, though he claimed the talks have been hampered by the destruction caused by U.S. missiles.
We're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication.
With gas prices surging and his poll numbers sagging, Trump acknowledged there is pressure on him to wrap up this war.
Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, and would make plenty of money.
Unfortunately. He said, unfortunately, although I have an unlimited appetite for death and destruction, unfortunately, the American people want this to come to a close. You know, I mean, he's under a lot of pressure. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I'm telling you right now, the reason why he's behaving like a madman is because of the pressure that he's experiencing. Straight up. Okay. I've told you already, the real pressure points are capital. The real pressure points are Israel, and the real pressure points are all of these allies, right? All of the allies that America has that could potentially go back to America and say, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You got to stop, right? He needs to get a Jamie Dimon boss call. He needs to get a boss call from all, like the coalition of the willing, and he hasn't gotten it yet, or he hasn't listened to it yet, and that is what the real forces of restraint look like here. It's unfortunately not the Democratic pressure, right?
President Trump claimed yesterday that he could take out the entire country in one night if he wanted to. The president of Iran posted on X overnight, quote, over 14 million proud Iranians have up to this moment declared their readiness to sacrifice their lives in defense of Iran.
Wow, Iranians not mincing any words either. Nancy, we thank you. CBS News Chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett joins us now. Listen, Major, the president is talking tough. If anything, he's doubling down. How seriously do you think we should take this ultimatum?
Very. The president was talking himself into it in the briefing room yesterday when he said the Iranians, the civilians in Iran, not the leadership, the civilians in Iran, for whom this war is putatively fought on behalf of, want the United States and Israel to keep bombing them more. That's the president talking himself into this, also saying that they could withstand the hardship that would be inflicted by destruction of most of the infrastructure of that country supporting 90 million people. That is the president in full public view talking himself into this. And there's plenty of reporting here at CBS and among other news outlets that the Israelis and the United States are expanding the array of targets presented to.
Where are the Democrats? Is a question that a lot of people are asking. I myself have asked this question as well. Finally, it's getting to a point of no return here. So some of the Democrats have actually started saying, oh, Mr. President, stop. Now, of course, obviously, even as the minority party here, the Democrats had some power. They could at least threaten the rest of Congress to be on the record defending this unjustifiable war, defending the war crime presidency. Okay? And they chose not to do that, because our leadership is absolutely on board with waging war with Iran. And it's even better that it's Trump doing it. They want it to happen. And it's even better that Trump's doing it because now they don't have to be weighed down. They don't have to be weighed down with the negative association of being responsible for this unpopular and unjustifiable war, right? I mean, this is basically what it is. Trump, I'm going to commit a genocide. Democrats, did you get congressional approval first? The Democrats have done less than I have. At least I've been talking about Donald Trump and constantly demanding Democrats to do something about it, invoke the 25th Amendment, invoke the War Powers Resolution. There are some Democrats who have actually tried to make this happen, but the National Party has been restrained. Okay, a competent counterbalance here, a competent opposition party here would push for the War Powers Resolution instantaneously. The moment that we started amassing troops in the region before the first strike took place, we should have been agitating Okay, the Democrats should have gotten together and created a plan of attack. They should have immediately demanded the war powers resolution. Okay, not just saying like, oh, inform the public why you're doing this, Mr. President, but actually demand congressional representatives and senators get on the record with their support for this war. Okay, they should have done that instantaneously, and they should have kept pushing for it and agitating for it over and over again in every single mainstream outlet. Okay, it's actually unbelievable that there were more prominent Democrats in this last 2-week buildup to Donald Trump threatening to do maximum terrorism on Iran. Okay, there were more prominent Democrats talking about me than they were about Donald Trump on TV hits, giving interviews to Jewish Insider and whatnot. It was so crazy, right? And you have party dick riders who are running around. You have party dick riders, DNC-backed candidates, or DNC-backed influencers who have been chirping at me rather than hoping that their electeds that are supposed to listen to them do the right thing here, okay? Launch a legislative battle. That's a point of pressure. That's a necessary point of pressure that galvanizes the public into feeling like their voices are being heard, okay? It's a spectacular failure, and it's basically everything that's wrong with the party right now, and that's precisely the reason why, while people are still out there doing protest votes, understandably, in special elections, the overall confidence that the Democrats themselves have in the party is horrible. The numbers are terrible. Akbar Shahid Ahmed also brings up a really devastating point here. White House denies it is considering using nuclear weapons in Iran. Okay? Trump aides have discussed this as a possible step in the military campaign, including Israel launching a nuclear strike. This is something that I brought up. To you guys from day one. I was like, there's always the nuclear escalation up the escalation ladder. It's the final solution, right? There's no guarantee that even if nukes are deployed, that Iran would stop, right? I've been fearful that Israel could potentially go nuclear if they felt too threatened, if their defenses had been diminished to such a spectacular degree. Instead of being restrained by the United States of America, they could go up the nuclear escalation ladder and change the world in an irreparable way. But if you are wondering why, there isn't enough motion, enough anger and resentment, sufficient defenses launched by congressional representatives on the Democratic Party side, it certainly is. It certainly is because, as Adam Johnson correctly points to, most of Congress and our media agrees with what Trump is doing, even if they quibble about style and process. The liberal establishment cannot run the regime change propaganda ball 90 yards, then credibly hand-wring about the play call to punch it in. It falls flat. This is something that I brought up in the buildup as well. I kept repeating over and over again. You can't say you disagree with the actions Trump is taking, but you agree with the principles as to why he's taking those actions. That's the whole point of Donald Trump. He's a madman willing to do things that pussy Democrats won't. That's how he presents himself to his audience. That's how he presents himself to his base. His base likes that. So if you as a Democrat are not making a convincing case as to why these actions are wholly unjustifiable, unbelievably violent, unbelievably costly, totally illegal, and you turn around and you say, well, we hate the Ayatollah. It's good that he died. It's good that we're killing him. You can't turn around and just say, well, but the process has not been followed. Your criticism rings hollow, and that's not where the base is anyway. Okay? If Iran is indeed ontologically evil and mercilessly mowed down 40 billion protesters, then there isn't much substantive critique that can be made here. Schumer and Jeffries in particular have never veered away from process because on the merits, they agree with Trump. Exactly. They might not agree with the instability, at least on an aesthetic posture, right? That's the thing, right? On the aesthetics, they say that they're upset about the process. They say they're upset about the way it looks. And there's a reason for it, because it is an unpopular war. So Democrats will then cynically use this unpopular war that they were on board with, that they didn't launch a sufficient defense against, for in a moment where they should have, right? They will then turn around and blame Trump for following along with something that they also were on board with. It's a win-win for them because they're thinking about this totally in a sociopathic manner. Deeply reported story by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan about an extraordinary pitch presentation Netanyahu made to convince Trump to go to war with Iran. Another moment of vindication, by the way. In the Situation Room on February 11th, Mr. Netanyahu made a hard sell, suggesting that Iran was ripe for regime change and expressing the belief that a joint U.S.-Israeli mission could finally bring an end to the Islamic Republic. At one point, the Israelis played for Mr. Trump a brief video that included a montage of potential new leaders who could take over the country if the hardline government fell. Among those featured was Reza Pahlavi, the exiled son of Iran's last Shah, now a Washington-based dissident who had tried to position himself as a secular leader who could shepherd Iran towards a post-theocratic government. Ironically enough, in and around the 2000 era, in the war on terror era, Pahlavi had also presented himself as someone who is a devout Muslim, a nationalist, right? Someone who would shy away from having open allegiances to the state of Israel. And now the situation has changed. The dynamic has changed. So he's openly a puppet of the state of Israel, not realizing that obviously actually deteriorates his base of support inside of Iran, because Israel and America are responsible for killing schoolgirls, blowing up medical facilities, blowing up hospitals, and now threatening to blow up civilian infrastructure. Now, you never will be a part of any sort of Iranian governance in the future. It's over. It's done. I mean, it was never going to happen anyway because he's an incompetent idiot, but it's absolutely over now, right? Who could have predicted that? The point is, if I, as a 34-year-old Twitch streamer, political commentator with no inside information, can foresee this stuff, and you can as well, where the fuck were the Americans, right? Where are the intelligence analysts? They were there too. Make no mistake. They were there. They were informing Donald Trump. Donald Trump chose not to listen to them because he was too busy listening to the PowerPoint presentations being presented to him by, Adolf Hitler's reincarnated corpse, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu and his team outlined conditions they portrayed as pointing to a near certain victory. Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in a few weeks. Also wrong. The regime would be so weakened that it could not choke off the Strait of Hormuz. Spectacularly wrong. And the likelihood that Iran would land blows against U.S. interests in neighboring countries was assessed as minimal, perhaps the most wrong. Notice how all of the things that Benjamin Netanyahu was telling Donald Trump was directly at odds with his own intelligence assessment from the American intelligence community. It was entirely wrong. And not only was it so wrong that his generals also warned him against doing such a thing, obviously they still pulled the trigger because they're loyal dogs to Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump is a servile dog to Israel, they end up becoming loyal, servile dogs to Israel themselves. But the reality of the matter is every single person knew exactly how devastating this would be, and yet they leaned into it. This is part of the reason why I kept repeating over and over again that we have to cut Israel out of the equation, okay? And that still is a demand that I am making. We have to cut Israel out of this process. We have to restrain them. We have to bring them to heel. They have to be reminded that they are not the dominant force here. We are, okay? The United States of America holds the cards in that relationship. The United States of America and Israel don't hold the cards when it comes to the Iranian debacle that we have found ourselves in, right? Where we're so desperate that we're threatening war crimes over and over again, seemingly with the hopes that will cause the Iranian government to throw away their upper hand that they currently have in this war, as America and Israel have not achieved any of their military goals. None of their war goals have been achieved. That much is clear. right? If they're dogs, I'm sure you know how to handle them too soon. Yeah, exactly. We need to put a proverbial shock collar. Threatening war crimes while already doing war crimes in a war of aggression. Exactly. $8 p.m. after extended hour stock market. Yeah. But that's where we're at. Pretty shocking that people are leaking direct quotes to Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan. The president then turned to General Kane. General, what do you think? General Kane replied, Sir, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling. Mr. Trump quickly weighed the assessment. Regime change, he said, would be their problem. It was unclear whether he was referring to the Israelis or the Iranian people. But the bottom line was that his decision on whether to go to war against Iran would not hinge on whether parts 3 or parts 4 of Mr. Netanyahu's presentation were achievable. We now know that none of them were achievable, and this assessment is correct. General Kane was right, and I said it at the time as well. General Kane was in those rooms. He recognized the lies Israel was pitching Donald Trump. He recognized that Donald Trump was not listening to him. So what did he do? And this is not a guy that I align with ideologically. I mean, this is a monster, right? But what did I say in the buildup, in the naval assets buildup that was taking place? What did I say? General Kane went to every single media outlet that would listen and leaked to them basically that this was going to be a war of choice that would devastate America's force projection capabilities and destroy America's munitions. He openly said this, right? He went to every outlet. Why did he do that? Why did such a high-ranking individual in America's, in the American military, go to the media in the buildup, in the lead up to this 38-day quagmire that we're in, where Trump is now officially threatening the nuclear option in many respects, because he understood that the Israelis were fucking lying, and he tried to pressure Trump by way of the media. Okay, and what did Trump do? He's like, "No, General Kane loves me." Nope. Yeah, it's not an ideological objection either, since he didn't do this with Venezuela. It's just calculation. Exactly. Of course, these guys are monsters. This is what I was trying to explain to people when there were State Department officials that were coming out early on when Biden was bear hugging Netanyahu and saying, go all the way, right? They were saying, I have plenty of objections. Not because I care about the humanity of Palestinians necessarily, but I care about advancing the interests of empire. There were people in the CIA, people in the State Department that has spent years and years, gun running for these horrible criminal entities. And they were like, we can't continue this because Israel's going to do a genocide. We know that is going to happen. We have to put an end to it. And the American government at the time, under the leadership of Biden, was taking the wrong approach. This would greatly diminish America's force projection capabilities. This would turn Israel into a pariah state. We have to restrain Israel for the sake of Israel. And no one in a leadership role is actually looking at this with a sober approach. And that's where we're at. 77-year-old House Dem facing younger primary challenger seek to impeach Donald Trump. Larson charged Trump with murder, war crimes, and piracy over Venezuela military intervention and the naval blockade. Representative John Larson is mounting a long shot bid to impeach President Donald Trump as he stares down a primary threat from younger challenges. I don't know how much teeth this kind of stuff has, but it's very funny that Fox News is presenting it as like a primary challenge that's lighting a fire under the ass of a Democrat, right? It doesn't even, at this point, it doesn't even matter if it's like, if that's the motivator or not, right? Anyway, let's hear from the Iranian side as well. after we're done with this video.
To the president as options for this particular mission. So the markets are nervous. They are not trading aggressively down, but they are taking this threat seriously. That's not one or the only indicator, but it's one indicator of how the global economy is viewing all this, Gail. And if there is one restraining mechanism on all this, it's not the polling data in the United States. The president acknowledged that in Nancy's piece, sure. But the economic catastrophe globally that might come from a set of strikes like this is the one restraining mechanism on the president. That's the one thing that he has always been hesitant to play with because he considers it actual economic fire for the globe and for the United States. So that is a backdrop here. But you've got to take the president's rhetoric and his intent rather seriously.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very unsettling and, to be honest, quite frightening. But this deadline has been delayed before. What happens if President Trump delays again? And do you think that's likely?
I don't know if it's likely or not, Gail, but again, you can look at the president's rhetoric and find ways in which he could do this. The president said regime change has already been accomplished and that these new leaders, we don't know who they are, he never says who they are more reasonable, smarter, and sharper, that he could create a deal. And if he creates a deal, even if it's just temporary, the world would relax. But until there's a full ceasefire and an end of all hostilities, no one will relax fully here in Washington or in any global capital.
All right, Major, thank you very much. To hear more of Major on all of this and all the big stories from Washington today, tune into The Takeout, airing weeknights at 5 o'clock on CBS News 24/7.
Smoke's been rising above Tel Aviv after an Iranian missile landed in the north of the city. This was the scene after a projectile fell in the Ramat HaSharon district. Alarms also sounded in Eilat and central Israel. Explosions were heard in the...
Yeah, Israeli army has struck railways after threatening to strike railways once again. Civilian infrastructure that they're claiming is dual use, another act of terrorism. AOC also had some words to say about Donald Trump. Donald Trump's threats to kill an entire civilization. I mean, what a fucking ridiculous thing to say. This is a threat of genocide and merits removal from office. The president's mental faculties are collapsing and cannot be trusted. To every individual in the president's chain of command, you have a duty to refuse illegal orders. That includes carrying out this threat. Yeah. Pahlavi Reza also had some choice words. To the armed forces of Iran, you're the heirs of the legacy of the patriotic and honorable commanders of this land. How can you remain silent and inactive in the face of brazen presidents and boast of foreign agents and criminals affiliated with the Islamic Republic in the streets of Iran? Buddy, where are you at? Buddy, you are the foreign agent, okay? You have behaved as the foreign agent. You have aligned with these malignant forces that are actively seeking out the destruction of this thousands of years old culture. They are destroying schools. They're destroying facilities that people use, colleges, universities, places where academic research is conducted. You're aligned with them. Get the fuck out of here. You're sending these messages from goddamn Langley talking about rise up in arms. Rise up in arms against who? Israel and America? Or rise up in arms against the government that is the only thing standing in the way of imminent death and destruction. Now, the United States also bombed dozens of Iranian military targets on Karg Island overnight. So here's what I think is happening. Okay, are you ready for this? Here's what I think is happening. I'm gonna give you best case scenario and worst case scenario. Okay, best case scenario is it's Taco Trump. It's Taco Tuesday. Trump extends once again. It's yet another real moment where people understand that Trump doesn't have the leverage and he's cognizant of that fact, right? Because Iran keeps saying we're not going to fucking negotiate on half measures here. You have to give us real assurances. Here are the demands that we're making, right? And they have the upper hand. If they didn't have the upper hand, Donald Trump wouldn't actually expand the targets directly to civilian infrastructure, power plants and whatnot, right? They wouldn't do that. If they were able to successfully deteriorate Iran's striking capabilities, Iran wouldn't be able to strike Israel. They would be able to deploy aircraft over the Iranian airspace and destroy these facilities with ease, right? None of that has happened. So that's part of the reason why he's threatening. So best case scenario is it's fucking Taco Tuesday, okay? Donald Trump doesn't engage in the nuclear strike, doesn't destroy the power plants, okay? And there's an extension, right? He just claims once again that these guys, Iran is conceding, right? Falsely claiming that Iran is conceding. And obviously, intelligent people recognize the dynamic here, hopefully, and they understand. That's what we're looking for. We're hoping, inshallah, for Taco Tuesday. Okay? The less worse, but still bad scenario is Trump tacos off of bombing the power plants and the bridges, but still is using that chaos and fear to actually try to launch a special operation on Karg Island or numerous other islands and try to take over the Iranian coastline in this, most likely very deadly military campaign that will unfold. Even if they take out the conventional forces on the ground, whether it be in Karg Island or in any number of different islands that they've entertained bombing, entertained invading, they will not be able to successfully hold these places, obviously. I've gone through the many different reasons as to why this would be most likely a failure. But that's like the second best worst case scenario, is that he doesn't bomb the power plants and these facilities, civilian infrastructure, and instead tries to do a military operation. It's still bad, right? But who knows? Worst case scenario is they use a nuclear first strike. Israel or America, most likely Israel, deploys a nuclear weapon. There's no assurances that would actually lead to successful deterrence from Iran, but it will be a world-changing event, right? Because if America or Israel were to either blow up the power plants and blow up civilian infrastructure, or even deploy a nuke, that would be devastating. That would change the world, right? That would change the world completely. The deployment of nukes would change the calculation entirely for countries that have nukes. And there is no guarantee that would actually stop the Iranian retaliation anyway, considering the mosaic structure that they have. And even if they don't nuke, I'm saying, like, even if they were to, the second worst case scenario beyond nukes would obviously be still blowing up the power plants and following through with these threats of doing terrorism. And in that situation, again, no guarantee that Iran stops its retaliation, and Iran would most likely retaliate in kind and completely eviscerate the Gulf. Iran would destroy the desalination plants in the Gulf. Iran would destroy as many Israeli targets that they possibly can as well. It would be a nightmare. It is a nightmare scenario if 20% of the entire world's oil and gas supply is destroyed overnight. There's obviously other options here as well, mining the strait, rendering all commercial traffic impossible. I don't know. I mean, it would be unbelievably violent. So those are the options. And I do think personally that Trump will taco here, hopefully, especially considering that. Shut off the Bab el Mandeb as well, with the Houthis. So shut off the entry point into the Red Sea before I forget. That's another threat that Iran has also presented. Okay, March's pants, though. Yeah, he has great pants. So So yeah, I mean, I'm fine with being late. Yeah, you should communicate that to them. We can be a little bit later, because like coming there early is not. Yeah, I would be down to do that. Totally. Why did the war even start? Here, I'll show you a video. This will perhaps help you understand why the war started. Here is Israeli TV that has now begun a countdown for Trump's deadline on Iran. They're so happy. Are you anti-Semitic? Just think how happy you are making some Israeli generals right now. Think about how happy they are. Do you want to take that happiness away? You're basically an anti-Semite of the highest order. Remember who this is for, okay? Remember who you're fighting for, not just the Epstein class. Every time you pay a higher markup, remember that that's basically an Israel tax, okay? So you should feel confident. You should feel elated at why you're paying extra at the pump, okay? It should be a moment of excitement for you because you're helping the most moral nation on the planet, the only nation that matters on the planet, the greatest, holiest nation of all. After all, if you didn't feel elated, I would demand that you subsequently get deplatformed, canceled, and hopefully lose your job. If you weren't excited at the prospect of waging Israel's war, I mean, you should probably go to prison, really. Am Israel Chai, ladies and gentlemen. You know what the Hasanabi broadcast official position is. The most moral nation on the planet, Israel is the only nation that matters. For me personally, when I think about the gas price and the inflation, I think to myself, well, this is for good reason. At least I know that Israelis are happy. Israelis are so happy that this is happening. Someone in the chat said, "Fuck Israel." Excuse me, mods. Shoot that guy. Is it anti-Semitic that to bring up that Israel destroyed a synagogue? I mean, what was the synagogue wearing? Yeah. 35% off, 5+ gift subs train. Oh, hell yeah. I didn't even realize. Thank you, chatter. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, ladies and gentlemen. The Piker Broadcasting Service is committed to editorial independence, and your subscriptions in the form of a free one with a Twitch Prime or your $6 a month subscriptions or your gifted subs are what allow me to maintain my editorial independence and say no to big corporate sponsors and donations, such as Polymarket, which they'll never let me live down, obviously. Captain Ajax, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Yeah. Footage published by Iran's Fars news agency shows pro-government protesters forming what Fars describes as a human chain in front of the Khazarun combined cycle power plant in light of President Trump's deadline for a deal. I know. We're going to be talking about that in a second. What happened to Asmongold? I don't know. I guess he got banned. So yeah. I'm seeing the messages. Yeah. Anyway, my dog doesn't support Israel. Should I take him back to the pound? Put a shock collar on him. Connor Gray, thank you for the 10 gifted. All right. Yeah, it's 35% off gifted subs. We're at level 5 hype train. Gorlock, thank you. All right. So what is Iran saying in all of this? What's the Iranian response so far? Well, because they have an upper hand in these conversations, because America has not actually achieved any of its military objectives and is now just like flinging around wildly like a madman, increasing the Hitlerian intensity of the commentary and the threats. A senior Iranian source tells Reuters, Iran will close Bab el-Mandeb if the situation escalates, utilizing the Ansar Allah movement and the Houthis. They've done so before. U.S. has not changed its tone. No negotiations with the Americans. Iran will strike power plants in response to energy attacks. Entire region plunged into darkness, including Saudi Arabia. Iran last night hit a Saudi refinery, a facility that is responsible for 7% of the Saudi oil supply. They hit an industrial facility last night, lighting it on fire. Saudi Arabia claimed that it was, some of the intercepted missiles that fell on top of the facility. It was bullshit or whatever, but obviously those were successive and successful strikes, right? That was, I think, a threat for more to come. The Iranian goal there is very clear. They're trying to get the GCC to apply pressure to Donald Trump with the hopes that they don't have to escalate. Also, before cutting off direct diplomacy with the U.S., Iran told Pakistan that it believed it was winning and retained 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones in its arsenal. Now, of course, they're probably exaggerating the numbers, but it's clear that they still have significant capabilities, right? Even before Iran cut off direct diplomacy with the U.S., it was sticking to a hardline position in the negotiations and showed no signs of backing down. Tehran told Pakistan, which is mediating the talks, that it believed it was winning and that it retained 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones in its arsenal, according to mediators and a person familiar with the matter. Mediators said the numbers were likely exaggerated, but reflected Iran's unflinching negotiating position. The U.S. and Israel are continuing to strike Iran with force as President Trump's ultimatum deadline nears. Iran has threatened to retaliate with large-scale strikes on Gulf countries and Israeli power and energy infrastructure, according to mediators on Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. And now we have B-52s taking off, departing the Royal Air Force Base in Fairford. Local videos show loaded B-52, 7-hour combat flight time. Iran puts them in striking range by 8 p.m. As far as Trump's inside, as far as the people around Trump that are warning him against taking this kind of chaotic and violent action that will breed even more instability and destroy global energy markets, of course. It seems my hair is out of control. I'm going to have to fix it before I go and appear in front of people because I can't wear the New York DSA hat, but I'll do that later. J.D. Vance is one of the only people inside of the room that's like demanding some restraint from Trump. It seems. Hey, Hassan, I think you forgot that Trump won the FIFA Peace Prize. It's true, he did. It's true, he did do that. Obviously, he would never entertain disparaging the beautiful, wonderful, incredible FIFA Peace Prize. He would not tarnish the good reputation of the FIFA Peace Prize, right? He would never do that. That would be a horrible mistake. A distinguished award. Its legacy will reverberate. The Nobel Peace Prize and the committee there feel horrible for failing to give Trump the Peace Prize that he deserved. Mr. Hegzed and Mr. Kane ran through the sequencing of the attacks that Mr. Trump said he wanted to go around the table and hear everyone's views. Mr. Vance, whose disagreement with the whole premise was well established, addressed the president. I think this is a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I support you. Ms. Wiles, Susie Wiles, told Mr. Trump that if he felt the need to proceed for America's national security, then he should go ahead. All cucks, all of them. Mr. Ratcliffe offered no opinion on whether to proceed, but he discussed the stunning new intelligence that the Iranian leadership was about to gather in the Ayatollah's compound in Tehran. The CIA director told the president that regime change was possible depending on how the term was defined. If we just mean killing the supreme leader, we can probably do that, he said. When called on, Mr. Warrington, the White House counsel, said it was a legally permissible option in terms of how the plan had been conceived by the U.S. officials and presented to the president. He did not offer a personal opinion, but when pressed by the president to provide one, he said that as a Marine veteran, he had known an American service member killed by Iran years earlier. This issue remained deeply personal. He told the president that if Israel intended to proceed regardless, the United States should do so as well. Yeah, this is also important to understand. So there's like very little restraint coming from the inside, but there's also very little restraint. There's some restraint coming from the Democrats, some demands of restraint coming from the Democrats, which is good. It's a little too late, but it's good nonetheless. But also on top of that, there is virtually no response from the global leadership. Muted reaction from world leaders to the U.S. president threatening to obliterate Iran in one night. When Putin hinted at nukes, there was talk of sanctions international isolation, even threats of World War III. We don't even get words of condemnation in response to this. It's unfucking believable. The amount of cruelty that America can subject the rest of the world to is unbearable. I cannot believe it. Like, these guys have no interest in maintaining normalcy at all. They will cast everything aside when America wishes it. It's crazy. No one wants to talk to you guys? That's cope. That's cope. It's not that no one wants to talk to us. Okay? It's not that no one wants to talk to us. It's that we are not a restrainable force is the assessment. Like, our European allies are just, they've decided, like, there's nothing to do here. And there is something to do. Any kind of pressure works. Yeah, Fizz is right, by the way. Chat, if you already seen people claiming that Hassan always just says America equals bad, remember that he's the only one saying the truth. Exactly. It's shameful. What we're doing is shameful. I want America to be a force for good, not a force for evil. And unfortunately, as it stands currently, we are a force for evil around the planet. We are a malignant force. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, when called on, Mr. Warrington, the White House counsel, said it was legally permissible. Mr. Chung laid out the likely public relations fallout. Mr. Trump had run for office opposed to further wars. People had not voted for conflict overseas. The plans ran contrary to everything the administration had said after the bombing campaign against Iran in June. How would they explain away 8 months of insisting that Iranian nuclear facilities have been totally obliterated? Mr. Trump gave neither a yes or no, but he said that whatever decision Mr. Trump made would be the right one. Ms. Leavitt told the president that this was his decision and that the press team would manage it as best as they could. Mr. Hegseth adopted a narrow position. They would have to take care of Iranians eventually, so they might as well do it now. I mean, you got a team of fucking drunk rapists and loyalists and cattle. Of course, they're not going to give you alternative options. Like, everyone's assessment in the room is that, yeah, this shit's probably going to suck. It's entirely antagonistic to everything that you won on. It's contradictory to everything that you claim to believe, but it doesn't matter. Oh my God. Politico also got another hit in. Adam Wren. New playbook. Abdul al-Sayed declines to part ways with on the Hunt's post that Donald Trump is Adolf Hitler ahead of his 2 rallies with the streamer today. I mean, when you're threatening genocide against the whole people, that speaks for itself, al-Sayed said. I mean, yeah, it's true. Mr. Hassan Dawn Piker, today's my birthday. For a birthday present, you should totally whip and nay on stream right now. I don't want Politico to demand comments from Abdul al-Sayed for my unsuccessful attempts at whipping and nay-naying today. Okay, another snippet. Tucker Carlson, the commentator who had emerged as another prominent skeptic of the intervention on the right, had come to the Oval Office several times over the previous year to warn Mr. Trump that a war with Iran would destroy his presidency. A couple of weeks before the war began, Mr. Trump, who had known Mr. Carlson for years, tried to reassure him over the phone. I know you're worried about it, but it's going to be okay, the president said. Mr. Carlson asked how he knew. Because it always is, Mr. Trump replied. Oh, my God. Happy birthday, chatter, by the way. Oh, because it always is. It always is. Yeah. Tucker Carlson also had one of the best responses I've seen to Donald Trump. Like, I mean, it totally directly admonishing him, you know? I tried to Mitch to host Abdul, and they refused, calling you and him anti-Semitic, and they will not push those voices. What? University of Michigan? I'm a grad student at UMich Ford School of Public Policy, and I want to show you around the school and point out their Zionism. I try to get their Markhams to reach out, but they said they need to protect Jewish voices. This behavior needs to be called out. I'll give you a tour before you leave Ann Arbor. Yeah, that's not going to happen, big dog. Sorry. But also, I'm literally speaking at the University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, so, like, obviously, the school has a different approach to this. So, can the EU and GC vassals stop this? Because what did we Asians do to deserve this energy crisis? I mean, nothing. You just are at the mercy of America's instability. And once again, remember, we here in the heart of empire, we here in the imperial core, legitimately suffer the least amount of consequences. There's still a little bit of friction, obviously, right? There will still be a little bit of friction because, you know, gas, the oil is a global commodity, which has inelastic demand. So, they're going to need to get it, right? Countries that can't get it from the Strait of Hormuz are still going to have to get it somehow. And that is the reason why the price of a barrel goes up regardless. And that is obviously consequential on inflation. But that's a marginal problem for everyday Americans in comparison to like the horrifying realities that we brought about to the rest of the world, right? In any case, General Kane was sober, laying out the risks and what the campaign would mean for munitions depletion. He offered no opinion. His position was that if Mr. Trump ordered the operation, the military would execute. Both of the president's top military leaders previewed how the campaign would unfold as the U.S. capacity to degrade Iran's military capabilities. When it was his turn to speak, Mr. Rubio offered moral clarity, telling the president, if our goal is regime change or an uprising, we shouldn't do it. But if the goal is to destroy Iran's missile program, that's a goal we can achieve. Again, wrong. It was a demonstrable failure. It's been a demonstrable failure. It has not worked at all. And if anything, that unironically shows that the initial goals that they set out, as I told you over and over again, the true goals that they had were accomplishing military objectives, right? Anything new on potentially Trump backing out? I've seen some Axios reports, but it doesn't mean much. I still think that there is a taco moment here, hopefully. Maybe it's hopium, but here is part of the reason why. Trump signals extension possible on Iran strike deadline. President Trump told Fox News that the U.S. is prepared to strike Iran after his 8 p.m. deadline, but that could change if talks show something concrete. He did not set odds for a strike tonight.
I just got off the phone with the president, and he called, and I said, listen, if you were to put odds on it, what were the odds that this is going to end up being a negotiated deal? He said he wasn't going to put odds on it, but he said 8 p.m. is happening. That's what he said. He said, it is, if we get to that point, there is going to be an attack like they have not seen. Now, he's sticking to that at this point. Now, he said if negotiations move forward today and there is something concrete, that could change. But at this hour, he didn't want to put odds on it, but he said it is moving forward with the plans that we have.
Again, we are unironically at the mercy of a madman. You know what, like, a lot of people would say about Hillary Clinton, like, oh, what if she has her period and then she has the nuclear launch codes? Like, what these guys would say about Hillary Clinton is totally a direct thing you can say about Donald Trump, who is demonstrating that he is inconsistent and a total fucking psycho. Okay? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. President Trump told Fox News the U.S. is prepared to strike Iran. Like, it's like, how are we allowing this ticking time bomb to have the entire planet's future in his grip? Anyway, there's also more on the Democratic response or lack thereof, obviously. Matt Iglesias, one problem for Democrats is that left-wing people pretend they aren't doing stuff when they are, in fact, doing in order to further fuel the flames of anti-establishment sentiment. Daniel Denver says, it's incredible how absent Democratic Party leadership is in the face of Trump blowing up the entire fucking world. Hakeem Jeffries has tweeted twice. And that's what Matt Iglesias points to for one of the most popular, or not popular, one of the most powerful Democrats in the country. Okay, he's not very popular. He's popular in his district, but not very popular nationally for good reason. This is the reason why. It's incredible. Hakeem Jeffries is not a fucking Twitch streamer, man. What are you talking about? I've tweeted more about Donald Trump than he has. What the hell does that do? Like, this is it? He did this? That's all it is? On February 18th, the New York Times broke the news Trump was sending a war armada to Iran. Jeffries did not issue a formal statement about Iran until February 26th, 8 days later, which was entirely process criticism, right? Then proceeded to schedule a war powers vote for the week after the bombing started. Jeffries has yet to make a moral case against the war, only offering limp, sleepy, and incoherent process objections. Jeffries tried to ignore it altogether until Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie forced him to respond. Hakeem Jeffries allowed another war powers vote to be delayed for a month for no discernible reason. Okay, you got to take it? All right, take it. Boom. All right, let's get it started. Fox has a timer now, too. Great, fantastic. At 8 p.m. tonight. in 8 hours and 30 minutes almost approximately, we will know. We will know what the fate of the future holds, you know? So just remember, this isn't just simply like farming outrage against the Democrats. It's important for people to understand like what the Democratic Party could have done as far as like successful messaging strategies that they could have implemented ahead of time, and also what kind of legislative pressure they could apply in this circumstance so that when the moment comes, like right now, they would have a built-in defense mechanism. They would have a response. They could have paperwork that they could point to. They could have people on the record, right? Or is it 8 p.m. EST? I thought they pushed it back to 8 p.m. EST. Oh, shit. It's not. Oh, you're right. That's not in 8 hours. That's Pacific time. On my laptop, I'm on Pacific time. Apologies. I fucked it up. It's 8 p.m. EST, which is in, holy shit. That is actually, oh my God, dude. It's in 5.5 hours. What the hell? You're staying live? Yes, I will actually be doing a speech while it's happening, ironically enough, once again. Anyway, Alex Jordan of Quincy Institute says a majority of Democrats in the House and Senate voted to give Trump nearly $1 trillion for war in 2026. Now we're supposed to act like this party isn't a willing partner in the ruinous U.S. foreign policy, but rather a bulwark against war. Gonna take more than some angry tweets. Yeah, and they also obviously delayed the vote on the Iran War Powers Resolution. That was also completely ridiculous. Senator Schumer, who has been Mr. Taco.
To negotiate.
Yeah, this was one of the only instances where Senator Schumer actually had a significant issue with Donald Trump. This was back in June 2nd, 2025, where he gave the game away, saying, Trump is Mr. Taco. If he's going to deal with Iran, if he's going to do side deals with Iran and try to create a negotiation environment, then he needs to let the people know, how dare you not blow up Iran? What the fuck's wrong with you? That was his attitude then. Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Bro, Trump keeps double booking you with his threats on World War III. True. No side deals. Yeah. Axios, Trump might be the most hawkish person in the top echelons of his administration on Iran, according to a U.S. source who spoke to him several times in recent days. Said one U.S. official, the president is the most bloodthirsty, like a mad dog. Hegseth and Rubio sound like the doves compared to the president. That's great. I love hearing stuff like that. That gives me a lot of confidence about what the future holds here. All right, we got to move on right now. We got to mobilize. I'm going to run these videos as we travel, and I'm also going to offer. I'm going to continue to offer commentary from the car ride to the place that we're going to. We're going to Michigan State University first. Yeah, and we're going to be in a van with Abdul and Summerlee. So let's do it.
Israeli city of Nahariya, after Hezbollah fired rockets from Lebanon, at least 10 projectiles were launched towards the north in the latest barrage. Israeli medics say 2 people were injured in that attack. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has confirmed Israeli warplanes struck bridges and railways in Iran, which he says were used by Iran's Revolutionary Guard.
Yesterday, our pilots destroyed transport planes and dozens of helicopters at an Iranian Air Force base. Today, Israeli pilots attacked the railways and bridges used by the Revolutionary Guards. They use them to transport raw materials for weapons, and the actors who attack us, the United States and the countries of the region, the same actors who also oppress the Iranian people.
Well, let's begin Nora. She's following developments in Israel from near Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So Nora, reports, as I mentioned there, these explosions heard in several locations in Israel. These rockets mostly fired by Hezbollah. At the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu coming out and saying very clearly that his plans, his strategy for Iran doesn't seem to be doing anything more than escalating.
That's right. And in the past 2 hours, we've seen warnings of 3 volleys of Iranian missiles, 1 in the south and 2 to the center area. We're hearing of initial reports of perhaps an impact site in Taht Tikva, which has been repeatedly attacked. Taht Tikva has several military industry factories. One of them was hit earlier in the week. Now, the rhetoric, the political rhetoric, is certainly one of escalation, not just from the Israeli prime minister, but even the defense minister. The rumblings in Israel, if you will, is that Donald Trump shouldn't take what's on the table, what mediators are offering, because anything short of absolute victory, of total decimation of the current government, of creating the conditions to completely collapse this system of government, would be tantamount to defeat. And the Israeli prime minister in particular has really tied his fate to this war. So you do not hear words of the possibility of reaching compromise. You hear the exact opposite. And that's why we saw those reports of Benjamin Netanyahu speaking to Donald Trump, counseling him to reject all those offers. A strategist of the Likud party of Netanyahu even talking about scenarios that are far more violent than just aerial bombardment of the air grid, of the energy and power grid, and other vital infrastructure. That hit list, according to sources, is already in place, coordinated with the U.S. Army, and waiting for the green light from Washington.
Nora Day and Ramallah, thank you.
We are just learning of new reports of explosions on Karg Island. This handles almost all of Iran's oil exports, about 90%. If you look at that map, it's actually, yeah, you can see it all the way up there at the top of the Persian Gulf there, just off the coast of Iran. President Trump has repeatedly threatened to bomb or seize the island, and there have been strikes before. Oil prices have been spiking over the last few minutes since the reports have been coming in of these strikes, up about 2 to 3% in the numbers that I've seen. Again, now over 3% there in some cases. Brent crude up more than 1%. Let's get right to CNN's Jim Sciutto, who's in Tel Aviv, monitoring the situation. Jim, what are you learning about this?
Yeah. John, I just spoke to a U.S. official who confirms to CNN that the U.S. struck targets on Karg Island overnight. To be clear, this U.S. official says these targets were military targets on Karg Island, not oil facilities. To your point in the introduction, John, the U.S. has previously struck military targets on Karg Island going back to the middle of March, and that appears to be what they've done again this time. And that's an important distinction, of course, because, yes, the president has held out the possibility of striking oil facilities there, which would have an impact far beyond Karg Island, given that this is where more than 90% of Iran's oil exports come out of. But again, the U.S. official confirming strikes, but making clear that those strikes are solely on military targets on Karg Island.
Again, the reason we're distinguishing those two, because the president has said by tonight, and we have a countdown clock actually over in the corner right there, by 8 o'clock Eastern time tonight, which is now 11 hours, 56 minutes, and 54 seconds, the president has said if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, if there is no deal reached, he will hit all bridges and all power plants, all, he says, in the nation of Iran. Again, so we're monitoring the situation very closely. New word of these strikes on Karg Island. Jim Sciutto in Tel Aviv, thank you for bringing us up to speed there. Kate?
All right, joining us now to talk about this, CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier, retired Army Brigadier General Steve Anderson. General, let me just ask you about this breaking news. As Jim Sciutto is reporting, a U.S. official confirms that there were U.S. strikes on targets on Karg Island overnight, military targets, Jim is told, not oil facilities, not some of those key energy facilities that have been now clearly threatened by President Trump. Take that, even though the United States has hit targets on Karg Island before, when you look at it in the context and against the backdrop of this looming deadline, what do you make of it?
Well, thank you, Kate. What it tells me is that they're considering perhaps a ground invasion of Karg Island. The fact that they are not going after oil infrastructures, but they're going after military targets on the island, sounds to me like they're trying to soften the defenses in anticipation, perhaps, of some kind of deployment of U.S. ground forces into Karg Island, which I'd like to go on the record for saying I think would be a serious mistake. But we do have the Immediate Ready Brigade from the 82nd Airborne that is pre-positioned somewhere in the theater. Probably Al Udeid might be in Kuwait. They're probably just a couple hours away. The 31st MEU that we've heard about quite a bit, I believe they are still in the mouth of the Persian Gulf, so they're probably a good 10 to 12 hours away. And of course, in order to get to Karg Island, they're going to have to go through the Strait of Hormuz, because that would be really problematic. So I think the only real alternative here would be the 82nd Airborne Immediate Ready Brigade. And again, I believe that they're probably softening defenses and perhaps at least threatening to conduct ground operations at Karg Island.
The president has put out a new message on social media. Can we put it up? Let's read it, because it's about the deadline tonight. He wrote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran," the president ends with. General, just your reaction to what he just wrote.
Well, we already knew that Donald Trump was a pretty bad president, but now we know that he's an absolutely terrible commander-in-chief as well. I mean, he continues to vacillate. It offers contradictory messaging about what's going on, and, you know, does he support the Iranian people? Does he not? Does he want regime change? Does he not? Do the allies with us? Does he need them? Does he not? I mean, it goes on and on and on. We're seeing more of that, everything he's writing. But, I mean, again, this guy is just not competent in terms of leading this force. He has not set clear objectives, clear definable objectives that the military can truly execute. And I think that at 8 p.m. tonight, I believe that he'll figure out a way to either extend the deadline, because there's no way that he can do what he says he's going to do, which is to bomb every single civilian target in the theater and in Iran. And if he were to do that, it would be, as Kim suggests, it would be the commitment of a great war crime. And I'm old enough to remember the Nuremberg trials and how we've held the Germans accountable after what the atrocities they committed during World War II. And I'd hate to think, 5-10 years from now, we'd be doing the same kind of thing with American soldiers and leaders that made decisions that were being directed by the President of the United States that are illegal.
Let's go right to CNN's Becky Anderson, who is in Abu Dhabi, watching the situation there. These two new data points, Becky, the new strikes on Karg Island, which we haven't seen for a few days, and this really new incendiary threat from President Trump. How is it, or how do you think it will be received in the region?
And it's interesting, just about an hour ago, the Qatar spokesman for the Prime Minister, who is also the Foreign Minister, held a press conference. This was round about the time that these reports started coming out. And let me just read you very specifically what he said. He said, "We are close to the point where the situation in the region could spiral out of control." That really feels like, from the Qatar perspective, that they are suggesting an inflection point at this point, this Tuesday. Let's remember, 8 p.m. Eastern time, which would be the end of the deadline, were that deadline not to be pushed on Tuesday, would be 3:30 in the morning, Tehran time, 4 in the morning, for example, here in Abu Dhabi. So for the last, I'd say, 24 hours, this has been a region that has been on tenterhooks about what might happen next. You know that this entire region is absolutely determined. It insists that this conflict cannot end until the Strait of Hormuz is reopened effectively, and that the regional security here is sort of ring-fenced. But at this point, it doesn't feel like we are at the point at which we are looking at a deal, or indeed the opening of the Strait of Hormuz. We just heard from J.D. Vance in Hungary. He suggested that these talks behind the scenes between the Pakistanis, Egypt, Turkey,
and the US and Iran may provide us a bit of a window here, and we might see that deadline then pushed by Donald Trump. But meantime, of course, the question you asked me is, we have just seen two really important data points here, not least that of Karg Island. Let's remind ourselves, Karg Island is an absolute sort of trophy for Iran and the Iranian community. It is from Karg Island that Iran exports 90% of its oil. It has been exporting more and making a lot more money out of that oil since this conflict began, as it has access to that Strait of Hormuz. There has been a threat for some time against this island. As you rightly point out, at the moment we understand it is not the oil facilities, but just the radars and military sort of infrastructure around that oil facility there that has been struck. But were that to be the next target, I think, you know, we'd be into an...
All right, perfect. All right, we swapped. What's up, everybody? We're currently in a undisclosed car, heading to an undisclosed location. We got Abdul Summerlee here, and their entire teams are here as well. We're heading to Michigan State University first, right? We're going to be doing Michigan State first. We're going to be doing some speeches. There's going to be a rally. It's indoor or outdoor?
Indoor.
Indoor.
Indoor, hopefully.
Thank God.
It's still like 20. The sun is out, but it's still like 27 degrees outside.
Yeah, that's not great. It is very cold, but the spirits are high, yeah, I'm excited.
So welcome to Michigan, man. Thanks for coming out. Summer, thank you so much. I feel like Pennsylvania and Michigan are basically like siblings.
Definitely.
They're basically siblings. We you know, I've been trying to get somebody to run for Senate in Pennsylvania against somebody.
Our Senate races.
Who shall remain unnamed.
Your Senate races way closer. We should definitely.
I mean, listen, like,
we should be focused on what
they say,
is happening right now.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm trying to build a
important Senate race. What are you guys?
That somebody was
what are
on.
you, August?
We're August 7th for the August 4th for the primary, November 3rd for the general.
I think this door is a little bit open, by the way.
Like it's
I don't think they closed it fully.
Oh man.
Just so you guys know.
All right, so we gotta.
I'm just letting you know, it's fine.
I feel a little
March,
stressed.
if you fly off, I'll hold you. Okay. Only because you're connected to the camera and the bag. Otherwise, I'd be like, all right, you're out. You know.
I'll save you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll save you. Thank you. That's not Medicare for all spirit.
Yeah. Okay, how are we feeling? I mean, there's going to be like walk me through. I've never done a stump before, and the thing is,
I don't even know what a stump is.
I didn't even know what it is, and I also didn't even think that it was like anything different than what we've done together in the past. Like, you come on my stream, we've worked out together. I've like visited him before.
He's been to Michigan. I took him to.
Yeah,
so
he's fed
I
me.
got him the meal. I should have probably gotten you guys. But next time you guys come, I'm gonna get you that meal.
But we're not gonna do. I don't align businesses. Like he's the A-list. Yeah, no, I don't. That's what I'm saying, right? I don't align businesses.
No, actually.
But it does feel like
here's
not rolled out here.
Hey, I rolled out a pretty good red carpet. The problem is Wasi only eats zabiha halal. So he had tofu. I feel like my guy came to Michigan. I gave him tofu. You got a good brisket. I mean, I could have done better.
You didn't hit him with a Dearborn special.
So the problem is we're in Ann Arbor, man. Like I gave him the best.
I'm not gonna pretend to know how far anything is. This is only my second time ever being in Michigan.
All right. So next time y'all come to town, we're going to Dearborn. We're going to Dearborn Meat Market. But I will tell you this: like, my go-to, frankly, is the burger at the place we went to. But you gotta get it fresh.
What's the other like Ann Arbor like especially last time? Okay, fun fact: first ever public appearance I ever did was with the Young Turks at University of Michigan Ann Arbor campus. It was the first time I ever spoke in front of a crowd. This was like more than 10 years ago. I was terrified. Okay, I blacked out. I don't even know what I said. I was supposed to like open for the Young
I think
Turks.
those are the quotes that they keep asking me to respond to.
Yeah, that was.
Oh my! Listen, he blacked out. It was his first ever public appearance.
Yeah.
He didn't know what he was doing.
It was my first ever public appearance, and I still to this day have no idea what I said. But
did you go to Zingerman's? Is that what they took you?
That's what I was gonna say.
it's
And I
fine.
ate at Zingerman's, and it was delicious.
It is delicious. It's phenomenal.
They had those like stacked.
I will tell you,
pastrami
also,
sandwiches.
the folks who started Zingerman's, big supporters of the campaign. So good
Hell
politics
yeah.
too.
Is Michigan known for food?
Yeah, like yes, but just it's like Dearborn for sure, and Zingerman's is like the known spot in Ann Arbor, right? It's like it is the platonic ideal of a deli, right? So you think like good deli food, it's fantastic.
Michigan food. Like if you're like, what's a Michigan?
Like
food?
you must come to.
Like,
You got to eat
fries
one
on our
thing in
sandwiches,
Michigan.
right? Like, you know,
That is not.
I don't know.
Wow,
So,
you really
honestly,
sold that. You
like-
really sold that.
He went hard for that. Like
Yeah.
that was a real Pennsylvania staple.
Whoa.
That's why we're not running statewide. This is why.
So Detroit style pizza. Detroit style pizza.
We had it last time. I
You didn't enjoy it?
What is it? Oh,
It's like
is that
thicker square. Yeah. And then Coney dogs, which I will say is
It's
not
not
my
New York?
favorite. And then so we have like this like Coney Island that is a thing that is a Michigan Coney dog. It's like a hot dog with chili on top. And it is a thing that's like a very Detroit kind of staple. Werner's, if you like ginger ale.
No, that is cream soda.
No, Werner's is like straight up ginger ale.
No, that's-
it's like sharp.
I don't know. I got some from Rashida's house. Like Rashida's office is across the hall from me. It tastes like cream soda.
So what do you
It
drink?
says ginger ale on it. It is cream soda.
Maybe they gave you Faygo.
No, I love Faygo. We're from Pittsburgh, we say
Good news
pop
is
too.
she's not running statewide in Michigan ever. So.
Okay.
I was like, that's fine words.
It's not cream soda. I'm so sorry. It's ginger ale. It's the original ginger ale.
She's like, it's ginger ale.
I love Faygo.
Faygo's phenomenal.
We do Faygo. We do pop in Pittsburgh, so Faygo's.
And I love that you call it pop. I didn't know you called it
we're
pop.
pop people.
Wow.
I didn't know that y'all called it pop until I was an
Yes.
adult.
I
I
love
thought it was
that.
only us.
No, it's like it's
I'm
it's
seeing myself out of this conversation because I don't want to hurt either of their races. I feel like anything I say will be used against them, and this is way more damaging.
all of a sudden, all the local press comes after us.
Yeah.
They're like, wait a second, Hassan calls it soda?
Yeah. No, but the thing is, like,
Of all the controversies.
I think like
of all the things he said,
in all the places I've visited, like Michigan is so beautiful, and especially like the Detroit, Hamtramck, like the areas where that I saw. If you look at it from the outside, everyone's like, oh, it's in a state of disrepair. It's like destroyed. And I feel like people are faking it a little bit. Like I think the locals are like, yeah, it's totally destroyed. Don't come
Sure.
here. Yeah,
Yep.
it's devastating. There's a lot of crime here. Please don't come here. And it's like, because it's so nice.
No,
and
Michigan.
and if
we
you
got,
were-
so we got to get you to Detroit. That's the next time you come
I
through.
was,
She's
in,
like,
I was in
next time.
Detroit for less than 24 hours. Just once.
Really?
That's it.
Seriously?
Yeah, really.
Hey, I feel like I've done you a disservice, man. I brought
I
you out
know.
here and like took you to Ann Arbor and
That Ann Arbor.
Lansing.
no shade to Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor's lovely.
is
Lansing's lovely, but like
beautiful.
Detroit is Detroit.
Is it? We're on campus on the day where they won like a championship.
Summer, I heard you
I
brought
didn't
that
see
up.
anybody though. I did. As soon
Because
as I
everybody's
pulled
sleeping, man. Everybody was sleeping.
in, and we were so weak. We came in with the tidings.
Well, thank you for that. We appreciate it. Nothing like a Penn State grad to bring us the victory at Michigan.
Really outing her.
Shared is scary. I know. I was going to tell none of these students that are from Penn State. I was not going to mention it.
Honestly, today they're not going to hold it against you. You'll be good.
They wouldn't even need to.
No, that's rough.
There was nobody outside though.
I think what it was is like everyone was out until about 3, and then now everybody's crashed, and they're not going to wake up again until a rally. Yeah. No, Michigan is it is an incredible state. Incredible state. Think about like other good food. Shawarma has become like kind of an honorary, right? Like we do shawarma better than almost anybody.
Dearborn had some of the most bomb Middle Eastern food I've had all around the country.
I will have to
straight
take
up.
y'all's word for it.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, man. I feel like I failed you. Next time you come, Dearborn, Detroit, we'll do it right.
And I'll have tofu again.
No, we got to get you a good kebab.
Oh yeah.
Like we'll get you a good.
It was just that my breakfast was trash.
I'm so sorry, man. Like I feel bad. Like I feel personally responsible for this.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
It's a lot of pressure. You have a lot to do right now.
There's still a couple things. Got to go in an election.
My older brother, like that was.
So Summer, what brought you out?
You, man.
Thank you. It means so much. I appreciate it. And here I am, like making sure, like not even delivering on.
No,
like,
it's okay. I didn't come for the shawarma.
Yeah,
that'd have been nice.
Yeah, you brought her here. Now she's to stand
I'm like the
next to
political
me.
equivalent of a shawarma.
Now she's to stand next to me and she's gonna get harassed by
To be
people.
fair, we did do like a 3-hour stream.
We did, yeah.
In my office.
Where
That's
I
mean,
called it the January 6th tour when she was. That's the only reason why.
On that note, like I'm good. My here's done.
That's the only reason why I knew some of these locations. That's all I'm saying. It's so funny. Like, okay, I'll just say this. Okay, the dynamic is so unbearable because, like, not only am I a Tushimer, but like, obviously the things I advocate for are, values that a lot of Americans believe in, right? But also the president is insane.
Yeah.
Like the things he's saying as the president, and he's acting out.
Full on genocide in a tweet. Like,
yeah.
So here's the thing: the fact that he tweeted that.
Politico tried to get you on that. They were like, "Oh, Hassan said this is Hitlerian," and you're like, he's saying he's gonna do a genocide. Like, what do you want? It's unbelievable.
It's pretty believable. This is his second term.
Well, that's true.
This is believable.
You're right. You're right.
No, I mean, but look, I appreciate tension. I actually do. I am one of the few people, I do appreciate tension. I appreciate dialogue. I think that we should talk about things that make us uncomfortable. I think we should talk about them.
Yeah.
I don't think that we should ambush people about it. I think that we should actually have conversation.
Yeah.
Because there are people who are hurting, absolutely. There are people who are pissed off. They're mad at the system. They feel like nothing's gonna change.
Yeah.
They should be heard also. And that's not actually what's happening here. That's like actually not what's happening with you. That's not what's happening on a lot of our campaigns. In this conversation. So, I mean, you have a choice at that moment, right? Like to do the greatest good that you can do. And right now, I'm here for you, right? I'm here because we want to talk to these young people. I'm here because like there are people who are in your audience. There are people who are in our spheres and our lives, right? They deserve to hear from us. They deserve to hear from people who want to represent them.
And I think that's exactly right. I'm going to try something else for size to see if it resonates for you guys. The modern day Democratic Party is like the cool kids table. They only invite you there when they're going to make fun of you. But for the rest of the time, it's only them having a conversation with each other that is increasingly irrelevant to the experience that everybody else has. And I think the challenge that we have is that Democrats wonder, like, well, how is it that we're losing? Why doesn't everybody realize we're the cool kids? And you're like, everybody hates the cool kids. Nobody likes the cool kids.
They're also not very cool, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's the other side of it.
When I think of cool, I'm not, no disrespect, I'm not thinking of Chuck Schumer,
You're not?
I mean, he's not exactly the dynamic person that I think would, do a lot of damage to the Republican movement at the moment. But I'm not alone. But like, see, that's the thing. Look, I'm vulgar, right? I'm a very passionate person. I get very upset. I have to deal with these people, these right-wing psychos, on a daily basis. Of course, like in ways that many people don't have to, because the medium that I'm a part of is incredibly there's so much incredibly interactive. There's so much back and forth conversations taking place, and of course, like,
bro, I gotta be honest with you, I don't know how you do it. Like, I honestly, I don't think I could do that for 8 hours a day. And then I watch you watch the chat. I'm like, how are you reading this?
I'm reading it right now too.
I'm chatty. I can't do that much.
No,
that's a little bit much.
I was like, it just looks like a word stream. I guess that's why it's called a stream.
Yeah, so people see like those choice moments where like I'm popping off at like someone who's saying some heinous things and they don't get any context behind it at all. And they're like, wow, this person's he's a real asshole, he's real angry. I'm like, you would be angry too if you heard what the other person was saying. You just saw my response to it that's like clipped for 10 seconds. Of course it's gonna look
are you be angry if we keep witnessing us squander opportunity after opportunity to actually get something done?
Yeah.
Like, I think at the end of the day, like, we're in politics. You are politics adjacent.
Yeah.
And people want to see stuff get done, and it's like we tiptoe around all the stuff that's really important, right? We're gonna fight a streamer. We're going to
we're gonna have a 2 week.
Yeah, no, we're gonna do that. We're gonna fight a streamer. We're gonna do all that. But we're going to ignore, people who actually support a genocide. We're gonna ignore people who don't support Medicare for all. We're gonna push all those people out of the party.
Yeah.
Right. We're gonna, like, young people who are like climate justice. Right. We're gonna tell them that they don't know enough. Right. We're gonna do all that.
Not this election.
So that's what I'm saying.
About 2 elections from now, but not this election.
Yeah, no. But to be fair, like, even when you're talking about like the modern day party and what it should be, what it can be, I think that we are really taking liberties by saying that people don't know sometimes what the outcome is going to be of some of these actions. And I think it's actually a concerted effort to try to stymie a movement of younger people, of black and brown people, of otherwise marginalized people, working class people, poor people, who actually are desperately trying to discover their politics, exercise, right?
If the whole party gets paid by the corporations who make the problem, and you step up against the corporations who are making the problem, their whole thing is just like, just shut that down, because the money train keeps going.
That's why I have a Abolish Super PACs Act.
Yeah.
To get them out of here.
So
If you need a co-sponsor in the Senate, let me know.
Yeah, we're also at the epicenter of. We're at the epicenter of like that Democratic Party's failure in the last election. Like Michigan is supposed to be a blue state, right? And it was very obvious that like a big part of the reason why Michigan was lost was because the Democrats, for some indiscernible reason, I still don't know to this day what they were thinking, decided we're gonna win. We're gonna win with our own design, right? Donald Trump is a monster. I made that very clear over and over again. I warned the Democrats that like they weren't taking it seriously. At the DNC directly talked to them, right?
Wait, you mean when Vice President Harris invited you to the DNC to stream from the DNC?
Yes, exactly, when that happened, which is weirdly.
What do you think is the difference? I don't know. I can't.
Yeah.
You know, what might be the difference now?
Yeah, but it's again identical. Like in the same problems persist in the way that the Democrats want to like get out of this, where they're obviously throwing these like endless distractions in the conversation in an effort not to talk about the real problem, which is like obviously what Donald Trump is doing in Iran. I think some Democrats do actually secretly, and maybe not so secretly, like what Donald Trump is doing, and they see this as a win-win where they can like tie this around him because it's super unpopular, and hope that like this will be a great benefit for them electorally. And simultaneously, they don't get to like disrupt any of their donors or any of their big lobbyists that want them to stay quiet in this moment.
Let me just stop it right there.
No, that's
it, right?
That's the
it is the disruption part. Disruption is the thing that is the greatest sin in our political system right now, right? The greater sin is not answering the corporate like donor. The greatest sin is not literally like commissioning American bombs. You know, in a global world that we share, right? That is not the greater sin. The greater sin is saying that like I want Medicare for all. It's saying that actually I believe that our politics can be more inclusive. That like.
Yeah,
can actually work for people.
Like that, it can actually work for people. That is a greater sin. And I personally think that if the Democratic Party is going to survive this moment, then I think that we are going to have to confront the tension.
Yep.
It is very painful and it's very hard and it's very difficult. I don't deny any of that. But it is actually prolonging the pain for us to continue to tiptoe around each other. You can't tell me that this party is big enough, you know, for people who have, you know, denied so many working class people things. We have people who are anti-union. We have people who do not believe that folks like me, you know, should be able to have, you know, all of the rights, right? That's just real, right? There are people who have not spoken up against so many of the attacks that Donald Trump has had. Like people like that are welcome to the party, bro. Like you're gonna tell me that like progressive people of color are not?
I mean, think about this. Josh Geitheimer is welcome in that party.
Yeah, this morning he was defending, I think, like Trump's actions in Iran.
And we're talking about. This is a funny thing. Everyone's like, oh, why you talk so much about the war? I'm like, why do you think you don't have health care? Why do you think your kid's school looks like shit?
Yeah.
It's because we waste all our money doing that dumb shit instead of actually investing in you and your kids and your family and your home and your community with your tax dollars.
Yeah.
And now, like, you know, the crazy thing is, it's like it took gas prices going up $1 for people to be like, man, maybe it's a bad idea. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, it's been a bad idea. And if you apologize for that kind of politics and you're welcomed into the Democratic Party, which is supposed to be the party of peace, I don't know what to say except for, I'm sorry, your values are not consistent with what you say you're fighting for. And so at some point, the question for us is, yes, I'm going to call you out on it. And I'm sorry, but like, you can either get right on your values or you're going to continue to be called out. And what they're trying to do is weaponize folks like you to say that somehow you can't be welcomed into polite conversation unless they do it.
Yeah.
Right? Unless they do it. And at some point, we can't sit back and abide near genocidal behavior on the part of the president and pretend like being welcomed in a polite company is really like the table stakes.
No, like the president is both uncivil in his language and also in his actions. He's barbaric, right? I'm at least, I'm not very civil as a Twitch streamer, but the things that I'm advocating for, the things that I'm advocating for, a lot of people are on board with. That's part of the reason why I'm a popular person in this sphere. The only like leftist live broadcaster in a sea of right-wing manosphere content creators. There's a reason for it. Yeah, like I can come across vulgar at moments, but like I would rather maintain the moral majority's perspective while sometimes being vulgar, maybe even communicating in the language that a lot of these people understand, unfortunately, and then to be a civil genocidaire, a civil defender of genocide, a civil defender of the current corrupt system that we have that would rather take all of our productive output, all of our tax dollars, and spend it on bombing schools overseas rather than building schools in our neighborhoods. And a lot of people, I think, have been so disconnected from foreign policy by design. They think it happens over there, it has to happen. People that pay a little bit more attention are told that we have to do that because our enemies are barbaric, they're monsters, they're violent, and they have to be brought to heel. And
it's like,
that's
if we don't do it, they're going to do it. And you're like, are
Yeah.
they though? Like,
Yeah.
are they really? I thought that was the reason that we bombed them back in July.
And that's part
And
of
you told us that it was all super effective and
Yeah.
the threat has been curtailed. But now we're going to do it again 6 months from now. We're going to do it again after that.
Yeah, and now you have more sober analysis coming from the people that were like agitating to go to war with Iran as well, because it's obviously had been a spectacular failure.
When you've lost Bolton, like at some point,
Yeah.
you're like, we just lost everyone.
John Bolton, yeah.
John Bolton, there you
John
go.
John
Michael Bolton, he lost a long time ago.
Yeah.
But
John Bolton has his own dog in the fight. That's why he's like an MEK guy. There's like two different major lobbies in America for Iran. You got MEK on the one side, which lost all support in Iran after they sided with Iraq in that American proxy war against Iran in the Iran-Iraq war. And then you have the Pahlavists, the monarchists, right? Neither of them have like a significant support on the ground. MEK has no support whatsoever. They're just treated as like psychotic terrorists for the most part. John Bolton is upset because he was an MEK lobbyist for years and years, and he knows that there was no shot that was happening. So that's part of the reason why he's been like critical of it. But what I'm talking about is like Citrinowicz, like people who are analysts at like these Atlanticist groups that have openly fomented war against Iran their entire careers, who as analysts are now recognizing it's actually a spectacular failure. So they're like calling for restraint from the outside now that their dreams are being realized. It's very interesting. It's an interesting dynamic to observe. Did you guys see the New York Times report that just came out?
No.
It was the former Axios guy and Haberman, Maggie Haberman. They did this incredible report where they looked through all of the, they basically got in the room. They got quotes from General Kane, Susie Wiles, the Chief of Staff, J.D. Vance, every single person, Marco Rubio, everyone that was like a part of the process of the decision-making process in these like closed-door meetings, they all basically gave quotes to the New York Times. And apparently the only person that offered like light pushback was Dan Kane, which we already knew because he leaked it to the press in the lead up to the war, because he was like, we're going to run out of munitions.
he's also the only serious person in that whole room.
Yeah. And
who actually has to prosecute the actual war.
Like, I don't agree with his worldview, but these people want to continue American empire. They want to continue the hegemony, and they realize that making decisions like this are going to be successful in that endeavor.
Well, you actually have the technical waging of war in front of you, and you actually have to make the thing add up. You realize that actually the math doesn't math. And that's the hard part, right? Like, the math never maths when it comes to war, but we do it anyway. And then they want to tell us that the math doesn't math when it comes to healthcare.
Well, no, I mean, the math does math for some people in war,
That's
right?
true. Somebody, that's right. Somebody always benefits.
Somebody
You're
always
correct.
benefits.
You're correct. Raytheon's doing great. Northrop Grumman doing great. Exxon doing great. Yeah.
Doing fine.
Yeah. The rest of us who want healthcare, good schools, not doing great.
Yeah, it's not like, it's interesting because like Trump is not even trying to sell it, right? Like,
at the time he's talking about his drapes.
The previous
Trump doesn't have to sell anything, right?
Yeah.
Trump doesn't have to sell anything, right? There is no scandal.
Banks.
There is no scandal that essentially sticks with this man. There's been one, right? It's Epstein files.
Yeah.
That's it.
And even then,
he's in them.
Exactly.
He's in them, right? He's up in them, and right now, like,
and this is his escape tactic.
The smoke
right
for
here.
him is just like minimum. Smoke for him is minimum. I can't. Like, let me tell you, the one thing that I get since I've been like in politics, the one thing I get is like, Summer, you're not bipartisan enough.
Yes, of course.
And you're not bipartisan,
so
right?
You just have
so
to
it's like, yeah, but it's real, right? It's like a real conversation, right? How come you don't talk to Randy Fine more, right? Randy Fine is basically just like, I hate Muslims. He just tweets that, like, I hate Muslims. And it's like, should we be bipartisan? Like, what is the line between bipartisan? And then it's like, but here are people in media that you cannot talk to, but I do expect you to talk to your colleague, your Republican colleagues who have said that they did not believe in your humanity. They've said they're not trying to work towards any of the goals that you're working toward. I work with anybody. If you believe that we can get Medicare for all,
let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah. It's also never demanded of Republicans.
That's right.
That's another
Exactly.
thing that I get
It's like
so
we have to
mad
reach
about.
over and talk to them about the shit that they want to do, but they don't have to reach over and talk to us about the stuff that we want to do.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 13 years. I've never seen the Republican Party
compromise anything?
ever compromise. They never get punished for it either. The base loves when they don't compromise. The base rewards them for obstructing, right? But also on top of that, I've never had like a top speaker for the Republican Party come out and just be like, we want a strong Democratic Party, in the way that like Nancy Pelosi was consistently saying we need a strong Republican Party. Like, that's not why are we always conceding ahead of time? Why are we always conciliatory to these monsters that are ratcheting this country in the clear direction of fascism? Like, we're in it now. We're in the fascist waters.
And that's the thing, is that the ratchet always goes rightward.
Yeah.
And then when you're holding a very clear, very easy to defend line, people are like, that sounds extreme. I'm like, what the hell? Like, how many more people does ICE have to shoot in the face?
Yeah.
For us to be able to say, like, we probably should abolish this. No, when is the line? Tell me when the line is.
Yeah, it's also it's paperwork violations, man. For the longest time, we had the INS. It was separate from Customs and Border Patrol, and you know, they did the agricultural control and things that were like necessary. The FBI was tasked with dealing with like federal crimes in general. Like, we had a working system, and it turned into this like behemoth of a surveillance state after 2003. Like, there are people who are probably voting for the first time in their lives in this election cycle that are, you know, around the same age as ICE, right?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable that we act as though this institution
It's
is
like written into the
profoundly
Constitution.
important.
I know.
Yeah, it's a profoundly important institution. Oh, what do you want? Our borders to be porous? It's like, no.
I'm like, also, what the fuck does Minneapolis have to do with the southern border? Like, that
Yeah.
should have been the giveaway right there. It's like,
Yeah.
I was there at the height of it. It was 2 below. That's not the southern border. Like, wrong border. So if this had anything to do with actual immigration, then what the fuck are you doing in Minneapolis?
Yeah. Also, not only that, but like, these people, we've done a great disservice to them. Like, there's tens of millions of people that have been working. There are neighbors. They have family members that are American-born citizens as well, and they're going along with this process where they're purposely kept in limbo, right? That's the reason why ICE is going to these courts.
Did you hear about this most recent case? This
The
gentleman,
guy in the base?
Yes.
Yeah.
He
it's-
brought his
it's-
wife, and they picked her up
And they
for allegedly
apologized,
trying
right?
to. They had said that she was illegally trying to what was the word that they used? Invade a base or something like that. You're like, she had a deportation order from when she was 22 months, married to a reservist.
Yeah, from like, I think it was like from 2005.
Brought all of her paperwork with her, and you're like, how is this making us any safer?
Yeah. Like, is this productive? What's more productive?
It
Like,
depends on what
going.
It depends on what your objective is.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I mean, and that's the other thing, right?
They're telling on
It's-
themselves. That's exactly right.
It's simply to soothe the interests of like some of the most radical elements in American society, and it's just dangling this stuff, the white nativist sentiment, in front of them, so that they forget that like they don't have a house.
That's all
so
well
that
and
they forget
good,
that
but
they
people
don't
don't call that out enough.
Yeah.
No,
People
I mean,
don't call it out enough, right?
Well,
we keep talking
I
about like,
do. That's why they yell at me all the time.
But that's why
that's why. But you're an individual. Let's be real. Everything that we talked about, right? Every single impediment we have is very real. Republicans don't get the smoke that we do because we don't give it to them.
Yep.
Right? We don't have standards for them. Anytime that there is a barrier that comes up, it's actually just not an excuse for us to give up, right? Republicans have won on narrative and messaging.
Yeah.
And we have to be just as persistent, right?
Because they take no prisoners.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
precisely. But we have to be just as persistent. I mean, I think the question right now, when we're in the middle of authoritarianism, is: do we want this worse, better than Republicans do, or than MAGA does, or than whoever these fascists are?
Yeah.
Do we want to build what comes next just as much as they do? And we prove that not through our tweets. We don't prove that through our comment sections. We don't prove it. We prove it by actually doing it.
Yeah.
And there are so many different ways that you can do it. And actually, it is a responsibility of all of us. So even as we talk about whatever your lane is, right? We talk about electoralism. Is electoralism a real lane? right, is, organizing, right? Should it be organizing? Should it be labor unions? It's
narrative creation.
But it's actually each and every one of those things.
Yes.
Whatever your lane is, you still need to take in the responsibility of actually changing this.
Yep. No, absolutely. Yep.
And like now more than ever, right? Whatever the impediment is, we need to be on top of it.
And it's
sometimes
also
our impediment to progress actually isn't as sometimes it's incredibly structural.
Yeah.
And sometimes
it's a
very
matter of will.
flimsy. Sometimes it's very flimsy.
And it's also like being willing to do multiple things. So like, at the end of the day, people play this game with us all the time, right? I'm sure you've gotten it, Summer, I got it. It's like, well, here's this one thing that Hassan said. Do you now condemn him and everything he stands for? And I'm like, in what fucking world does the world work this way? Like, in what world would you condemn somebody for something that they've said if you're serious about the project of actually persuading somebody? Because the last time I checked, if you actually want to persuade somebody, you would go and have a conversation with people you might disagree with and all of the people they talk to and talk about, all right, here's how I see it, how do you see it? The problem is, though, Democrats have actually given up on the idea of persuading. I think we don't actually believe in what it is that we're about. And too often, folks see this as a team red versus team blue. Team blue's got to win, but part of me is like, what are you winning team blue for?
I also think that we use categories too much. Like Democrats don't believe this, right? Republicans don't believe that. I think that there are tons of Democrats, tons of everyday people, from various. I think that we keep trying to fit people into this, like, you're left or you're right or you're middle, right? And people actually don't orient themselves that way. I think that there are people all over this country that care very deeply about a whole bunch of things, and they're genuinely and earnestly trying to figure out, like, how can they move the needle. They actually don't care about a whole bunch of the banter. They don't really care about a lot of this discourse, this conversation. The news cycle is not putting food on their table. What they're trying to figure out is who takes this seriously enough, and then how can they then align with that, right? Yeah. We have to give them that reason to. I'll tell you one thing. Listen, I'm a black woman in America. People ask me to reject things all the time. They ask me to condemn people who I've never met. They ask me to condemn people who I've never had any connection to. Like, it's a thing. I'm very used to it. I will say that I became a state rep I ran in 2018, right? That's the first time I ever ran for office. In that time, I've run every 2 years. I have never once done a negative campaign. Unless ever asked about an opponent, I do not smear my opponents. I don't evoke them. I don't talk about them, because I think that what we need to demonstrate is that politics is a neutral, can be a neutral thing. Right?
It can be about what you're for.
It's not inherently evil. And if no one is demonstrating what politics are for, you miss that. So people we're in a condemn culture because people are they know that negative politics is such a wedge. You know why it's a wedge?
I love that point.
Because it disenfranchises people. Right? Back in the day, they used to be able to just literally write into a law that you cannot vote because you're black. You cannot vote because you're a woman. They can't do that as easily anymore. But what they can do is they can run you out using the tactics that they know work. Negative politics always run people out of elections. I love that. Because what they learn is that it doesn't work. As soon as somebody goes negative, you punch back, they punch back, you punch back, and the conversation is no longer what we can accomplish collectively. It's no longer what will you do? What are you building? It is now what my opponent isn't, what they won't do. So I don't spend all of my time focusing on the negatives of other people, because other people will bring it up. I try to spend my time on what we are here to build, which I believe very deeply in.
Politics by inclusion rather than politics by exclusion. I think, at the end of the day, also we take this idea of politics as being a competition between. And the more I've realized is that I'm running statewide in a gigantic state, 10 million people. And I want people to know me warts and all. That's it. My job is to build a relationship with folks where you know what I'm going to think and what I'm going to say, because I told you what my beliefs are, and that you can predict based on what my beliefs are what I'm going to do.
What you're going to do?
Yeah. And at the end of the day, if that includes solving your problems, making sure you can afford a home, making sure that you're not caught up in gobs and gobs of debt, making sure your kid's school is a dignified place for you to go to, make sure you have healthcare when you need it.
On earth.
Yes. If folks understand that I am going to show up for those fights every single time, then that's what I got to do. Now, folks choose that that's not what they want. Okay,
but also it's not just your fight.
That's right. It's all of
inherently, right? We are representatives.
Yeah.
That's why I've not run for an executive position, right? We're representatives, which means that we can tell you what direction we want to go in. We can tell you, we can learn from our people, right? Because we're representatives. We learn from our people what they want and what they need. I think I have a pretty good grasp on what people in Western Pennsylvania.
Well, I think the people in Western Pennsylvania have said so.
People in Western Pennsylvania have said so.
The last 8 years, right?
Right. My job is to go there and fight for that.
That's right.
Not alone. Right. It is not to be alone. I might be alone when I go onto the House floor,
Yeah.
But that should be the only place where we're alone.
That's
is
right.
when we go into the House floor. Any other time, we should be with people. People should be with us. Like, we don't win by just electing people and then send them away.
This kind of stuff, like even the conversation around Israel has shown once again that, especially now, like people are willing to reward those who demonstrate moral courage at times when others wouldn't, right? I don't even understand how the large majority of the party have not launched an opposition to what Donald Trump is doing, both in Iran, but also opposition towards the current relationship that we have with Israel that needs to be re-examined and needs to change, especially because it's a 90-10 issue in the base for the Democrats. And it's like almost an 80-20 issue for independents as well. Even Republicans are actually questioning this unlimited support that we have at a time when Israel has displaced another 1 million people in southern Lebanon.
I mean, they're getting ready to annex southern Lebanon.
Yeah,
that was always the worry.
And they're also literally saying they're demanding in southern Lebanese villages. The Israeli government has openly said they're going to turn it into Gaza, and they're going to southern villages in Lebanon that have, they're Christian villages and the non-Shia villages, and demanding that they reveal if they have Shia Muslims in those villages that they're sheltering. This is exactly what happened in the Holocaust when Germany occupied all these other countries. It's unbelievable that we can't call into question the actions of our supposedly foreign ally that we're giving unlimited weapons support to at a time when Americans are suffering here. It's unbelievable.
We're also torching, what, $1.5 billion a day?
Yeah.
In a war that nobody
estimate.
wanted except for Benjamin Netanyahu, and he finally found somebody stupid enough to go fight it.
I mean, what can we do with $1.5 billion a day in Michigan?
I mean, here's the crazy thing.
I mean, I'm gonna fight for it to come to Pennsylvania, but
Yeah,
what can we do?
Israel bombed a
$1.5 billion.
synagogue. Israel bombed a synagogue in Tehran yesterday. They bombed a synagogue. And they came out and they were like, "Oh, sorry, it was collateral damage." Like it's unbearable. The inconsistency.
I mean, there is
the
a long
hypocrisy.
history of Sephardic Jewish folk in Iran. You're talking about long range Jewish history being destroyed
for thousands of years.
And that's the other part of this. Like, I just want to be absolutely clear about. At the end of the day, right? I think all of us have been extremely clear that when it comes to standing with the Jewish people, when it comes to uplifting and empowering Judaism, right? Nobody understands how important that is, right? As somebody who's been discriminated against. All three of us
You're a Muslim man in America. If anti-Semitism exists, so too does Islamophobia.
Yes, it
so too
always
does
run together.
anti-blackness.
Yes.
They are never far apart.
Yeah.
Which is why to abide one is to welcome the others.
Yes, and that's the thing.
And I will never do it.
The reason that we stand up against genocide is the same reason we stand up to fight anti-Semitism, because you care about people and all of their forms. But this notion somehow that anti-Semitism and the definition of it can be pulled when it comes to defending Israel, but that if somebody critiques Israel, right, that somehow is impossible to do without being anti-Semitic. That to me, we have to address that. When the ADL came after us, I was just like, come on, man, please stop doing this. This is dangerous.
It's
dangerous.
We don't talk about it, but I mean, this happened with Zoran too. It's just racist. It is so Islamophobic to be like, oh, this guy who has spent his entire I spent my entire professional media career combating anti-Semitism. It's part of the reason why a lot of neo-Nazis on the internet despise me. They've doxed me, they've swatted me, they've come after myself and my family for years, right? And I've never shied away from fighting against anti-Semitism, as I do all forms of bigotry. So it's unbelievably cynical to launder these kinds of smears, specifically because of my avowed anti-Zionist principled stance against genocide, principled stance against fascism, no matter which form it takes. And it is just like with Zoran. He's unbelievably careful, unbelievably conciliatory. He is so empathetic in his language and the way that he communicates on these issues, and they still smear him endlessly, where they're like, oh, he's an anti-Semite. At a certain point, you have to realize, it's a lot of pro-Israel people, a lot of people who are pro-Israel are very Islamophobic. The ideology requires you to dehumanize Muslims in general, and this is what it is. So if a Christian nationalist, a white nationalist, comes out and says, oh, a black elected is going to take away my my way of existence, my way of life, we don't sit around and think about that endlessly. We don't turn around and say, oh, well, you know, maybe this person has a valid concern. So it's ridiculous to like pin these marginalized communities against one another.
Yes, that's right.
Actually, you know what? You're right.
Yeah. Too often we do. Yeah.
I think people forget that all the time. Like, every day I experience I mean, it's okay to say that. I think that oftentimes we're trying to compare it as like, yo, if this was a black person, or if this was a that person, if this was a that person, we would never get away with it. And it's because we live in silos and we don't live other people's experiences.
You're right. You're right. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Actually, what I meant is like broadly, I think like liberals
and also
in general, like broadly liberals in general, like kind of understand if there's like an avowed, you know, anti-black candidate that's like demonstrating anti-blackness in that way. Like most people are like, liberals at least would be like, wait a minute, like why are you saying this, right? Even though, of course, anti-blackness is a fundamental principle of American politics. That's what I was trying to say in a way where like a lot of liberals. I saw a post that somebody was just like, yeah, you know, it's like bad, you know, the president has done like anti-black things too. It was like he tried to, you know, get monuments removed in Philadelphia, which is like terrible, obviously, like but also if you took a year's worth of Donald Trump's policy just in this term, and the thing that you can say is the most anti-black thing he did was that, it's because people don't recognize that like structural racism is violent too, right? Structural racism might not be, you know, someone with a gun to your head. It might not be, it's not a bomb to your church in Birmingham anymore, although it has been that in times. But it is structural. Like if black women don't have jobs, that's actually violence because you know, how do you go to the doctor, right? That's a real thing, right? If black folks and other, I don't even talk about anybody else. Like, no, do you remember when Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon's conversations were like unearthed a couple years ago? I think it was in Trump 1, where Ronald Reagan had said some heinous things about like African diplomats.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and liberals were like, oh my God, I can't believe Ronald Reagan is anti-black. And I was like, this is how you realize, like, a lot of people are so optics focused.
Yes.
You're absolutely
right. And that's why it's like
they're
white
focused on the
hood,
optics.
like burning cross.
They need to hear
it's politics as symbol.
But that's also why people struggle with anti-Muslim hate right now.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't manifest like a white hood, you know, and a burning cross.
Until it does.
Until it does. Yeah. But anytime you see dehumanization of people, you see a genocide following.
Yeah,
all the time, which is why if we've learned anything from history, whether that history be the history of chattel slavery, history of the Holocaust, or the history post 9/11, right? We should recognize that when people are able to en masse just like dehumanize people, that I expect that we are about to commit atrocities against them, because that's what fascists, that's what evil people do, right? They desensitize people to the humanity of the folks who they want to then conquer, the folks who they want to subjugate. And I just want in 2026 for us to take a beat and see that for what it is, right? We have watched in Gaza just like dehumanization of Palestinian people. I see it often, and I still don't see American politics willing to talk about
reckon
this
with
way, right?
I mean,
to talk about it that way.
This whole
and their family members,
and they're now doing it in Iran, and we will do it elsewhere. We've already done it in Sudan, right? The reason why people cannot talk about, you know, a genocide there, people can't talk about the Congo, because we've already long since, you know, dehumanized Afro-descended people, right? We're doing that more, and I do expect the Democratic Party to speak out against that. I do, because I do because right, black people, we have learned, you know, by the sword, like what it means to live and die for rights, not just for us, but for everybody, right? To know that we cannot go to the Republican Party. There is no house, there is no home for us, right? Yeah. But in this home, I want this home to be structurally sound. I want this home, right, to keep us warm, to do all the things that it needs to do for us. And I have greater expectations of the Democratic Party than I have for the Republican Party that I don't care for, right? I don't need the Republican Party to get their shit together, because I'm not rooting for them,
when
right?
You say your values
I'm not
are about,
rooting for them.
When you say your values are about uplifting and empowering all people, then that means you got to uplift and empower all people.
And come hard. I will force that. And listen, I've been called all type of things. I think everybody in this van, we've all been called very many things, and that's okay. And at the end of the day, though, I will
Absolutely.
still stand up for
Yeah.
marginalized people wherever they exist. I will still stand against all forms of hate, and in doing so, I will not allow some people who are very reasonably scared, afraid, all that, and some people who are weaponized. I will not allow either of them to stop us from being able to build together forward. Right? We're not gonna. Our coalition is not going to exist if we tiptoe around each other in that way.
And
so
the thing
let's talk about it.
that's clear in what you're saying is that's not out of. This is what they always try to weaponize. That if you want the good things for people who don't have them, it's not because out of any hatred for people who do have them. It's out of love for everybody and the folks who don't have them, right? It's not that hard to build in America where everybody gets healthcare. It's not that hard to build in America where everybody has a good job.
That brings us back to our real opposition, the real ops, guys. The real ops, these corporations.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's like
super PACs.
If one group's greed is built on the notion that not everybody can have
anything, some people have nothing. Some people have nothing.
And then
the common denominator in Trump's administration, the first one and the second one, is him and the people he likes getting richer and richer and richer, and your gas price is getting higher and higher and higher, and your grocery bill is getting higher and higher and higher.
Your life is getting siphoned,
right?
For his greed.
For his greed. And if I could. Don't get me wrong, it is very hard to build with somebody who doesn't see me as a whole human being, and I'm never going to excuse somebody for feeling that way. But also, I do need people to know that Donald Trump, MAGA, all these corporate donors, these people are like, they're playing you.
Yeah, they don't see you. They don't see you as a human being either.
They don't.
And they're using like built-in social conditioning and pre-existing resentment towards marginalized populations, black people, brown people, and they're dangling that as red meat in front of your eyes, so you actually forget that you're being robbed blind. You're being robbed blind every day. Like, there is no reason for the wealthiest nation on earth to not be able to provide health care to every single human being unconditionally. No reason whatsoever. They've sold us a bad bill over and over again.
Well, how's the CEO of the insurance company going to make $18 million?
What?
How's the CEO of the insurance company going to make $18 billion?
Exactly.
Honestly,
exactly.
He'll still make some money.
It's always parasitic forces of capital, faceless, lifeless, shareholder value that we care about, that we place in front of the needs of American citizens. That's why I always say, like, when people yell at me, when people come into my chat to yell at me, and they're like, oh, you're an Islamic fundamentalist, terrorist, whatever, which is really funny because I'm also the most woke, right? I'm always like, look, man, you say all this stuff, but I'm still gonna fight so that you get health care. Right?
Also, I love that when people are like, you're an Islamo-communist. I'm like, listen, man, you, one is either an Islamist or a communist. You can't be both. Like, you gotta pick which one you think he is.
That's like there's also such a European line too. The Islamo-Gauchism is like, that's like a very, we're trying to import European style
we should import European style healthcare. Let's do that one. But yeah, to be very real though, those Fisher, like those tensions, the little resentment that you talk about, there is a strain of us, sometimes too often even on the left, that doesn't want to address that either. Right? Yeah. And let me tell you something. If we don't do something about this resentment in this country, it is our country's greatest weakness, right? With Donald Trump in office, we have a number of weaknesses, right? But that right there, it is the easiest thing for another country to manipulate us. They can't march, they can't bring troops into the United States. They can't reach us, they can't out-arms race us right now. But what they can do is they can tap into our natural fissures. And that is our race relations, right? Exactly. That is the resentment that we have between, poor people and the haves and the have-not. Those resentments really actually are keeping us from building this better world that we really have an obligation to build. And it's important to not just brush that aside.
So the question that you asked about healthcare, right? You know the number of times I get people who are like, yeah, but I don't want my dollars going to somebody else's healthcare. You're like, but what if their dollars come to yours? That's a very rugged
individualism.
Yeah. Half of that is about racial resentments about who deserves to get health care.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
and it's just like,
why don't we have these social programs that other places have? I'm gonna leave it there.
Yeah, no, it's been
which is why we need to do something about racism.
It's an incredibly successful way to divide the working class. It worked in the Reconstruction era, and it certainly worked when Reagan and Reaganomics was running amok in this country.
It also worked with Roosevelt.
So conciliatory towards that as well. What?
It also worked with Roosevelt.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Both of them.
Absolutely. There's always this unnecessary compromise that doesn't need to exist at all, And I think part of that is because people are too afraid, like our representatives, our electeds are in certain instances too afraid to say the truth. This has been one of my main principled forms of communication where I'm like, dude, it doesn't matter. People are smarter than we give them credit. If you just are honest with them and you have a moral backbone and you tell them exactly what's what, the best you can hope for is charitability. And I think a lot of people will hear you out if you keep hammering on that message. And
yeah, but we gotta protect people who say the truth, right? Because Cori Bush told the truth.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm gonna hopefully see her on May 1st.
So this is the thing that people don't really appreciate about how the sausage gets made. So, you know, we're going to raise and spend, what, $13-15 million? And the biggest spender in this race is going to be AIPAC.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's funny because people are like, why are you always talking about AIPAC? I'm like, well, they're the candidate you don't see.
AIPAC is the only money that, other than like Jeff Yass, AIPAC is the only folk who ever spend against me.
Yeah.
My opponents don't even have their own dollars.
And that's exactly it. So like they come in here, they drive the outcomes of elections by doing these nameless, faceless attack ad campaigns. 3 times now?
This is my third
time. So we have to be serious about the fact that like that's how politics works right now. Because of exactly this, you've got super PACs that can move money.
People do not understand like how it is. To be clear, I don't only talk about AIPAC, but I do because
I mean,
I do, and it's not only.
You got to talk about AIPAC.
You have to. I have to because that's the race. Because that was the race they came in. Those are races in my Congress that they came into, right? So I will talk about it. And also, people are now replicating what they learned from me. My first race, it was just like, you know, it wasn't Summer doesn't agree with Israel. Right? It wasn't any of that. It was Summer's not a real Democrat.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
It was.
Yep.
It was like, is Summer a Trump supporter?
So AIPAC has made themselves bigger than the Israel issue.
Yeah.
So when I say AIPAC, I'm saying AIPAC and all the things that they color themselves
and
in.
now CryptoPAC does it, and AIPAC does it, and others will come in and they will do it too, because we see that we can go, especially into like poorer communities, right? Where you like, where would I get $20 million to run from, guys? Hey guys, black women are the most underfunded candidates. Give money to my brother right here too, obviously. But black women are the most underfunded candidates. And then why does AIPAC target districts like mine? Because they know that my black ass can't go to my own, right, to poor communities. They know that poor candidates, poor community leaders can't go to these marginalized working class communities and raise $25 million to counteract their influence, right? So they do that. So they target those districts. And it fundamentally keeps us from being able to have a representative democracy, because these communities don't get to make their own choices. Don't get me wrong, they do. These communities are not stupid. Voters are not stupid, absolutely. But an ad on the TV 24/7, 75 mailers saying this person is that, being able to define a person. Yeah, man, these people don't get informed consent.
Yeah.
And they deserve that.
No, it's a malign influence on the democratic process unconditionally. And it's not just AIPAC, it's all of these corporate PACs that do everything in their power to never actually tell the truth about why they're dumping boatloads of money into these races.
No mechanism of accountability.
Illinois races that took place last month, AIPAC dumped like 30 million. Israel was not mentioned once in any of their promotional ads for their candidates.
They have never been mentioned since UDP has existed.
The candidates themselves never mentioned Israel once either. And they did this through subsidiaries like, you know, Elect Women PAC, or like they have all of these.
And now you got folks who run around being like, I don't take AIPAC money. You're like, you're right.
Why not take that
you
money?
take money from a super PAC that AIPAC funneled money into.
So why we have to be very clear that we want to abolish super PACs, right? Because I personally don't care who super PAC it is. Yeah, abolish all super PACs. They're like, what about your friend? No, all super PACs.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
But in one race in Illinois, right, we had AIPAC against one candidate, right? It was like AIPAC was for another candidate.
Yeah,
crypto for a different candidate. And these people in this district are just trying to make the best decision for themselves.
Yeah.
And it's just like money just flooding in.
Yeah.
And fundamentally what happens, the more money that comes in, the less likely that working class people are going to have representation, because working class people can't go into their phone, call up $1 million a quarter.
Can I do 10,000 points for my candidate?
Yeah. but here's the thing, that's the other side of the story, where like I think part of the reason why they're hitting me super hard as well is because I'm an uncontrollable entity. And it's clear that like you know, I've been duking it out with some of these forces of influence for quite a while, and it's gotten to a point where I think they're a little bit threatened because like there are groups like Track APAC, for example. There's like all these other groups and all these other independent media outlets that are now popping up that do a lot of damage to the tens of millions of dollars that they're dumping into these races. When we go through, you know, independent outlets that conduct investigative reporting like Dropsite, Zateo, many others, and we point out that like what you're seeing on your television is actually an operation to undermine democracy, a way to try to confuse you into making the wrong decision and push for a candidate that doesn't align with your values. And in the past, I think corporate media played ball with a lot of these entities, with a lot of these groups, but independent media doesn't do that. They're trying to create
that's
their
where
own
the ads
version
get
of
bought,
that.
right? That's where the ads get bought. That's exactly it. Like at the end of the day, that money goes somewhere, and it usually goes into a corporate media pocket because that's where the ads get bought.
Yeah.
You know, and like that's the other side of it that you have to kind of recognize. And our system, unfortunately, right, does not create a situation where you have to say what you're actually for, unless you're a candidate campaigning for yourself. Everyone else gets to hide behind these fake names, right? United Democracy PAC, like what does that mean? UDP, what is it? United Democratic Project, Democracy Project?
Yeah.
That is a PAC, super PAC of choice.
I think I was one of the first candidates at that PAC existed again.
Really?
At least
And until
DMFI
this
has Israel in it. DMFI,
Yeah, they
Democratic
do.
Majority for Israel. At least they had.
But do they run ads as DMFI?
Yes.
Oh, do they?
They
used to.
did.
They did.
You know.
Until this cycle, I think I was the only candidate to live to tell the tale.
Wow.
Yeah, they.
Bless you.
Thank you. It was tough.
I can imagine. I will tell you though, they're about to make my sorry weak ass beard is gonna look like Hassan's by the end of this campaign cycle.
they're not unbeatable though, right? Because like we said, people do understand what's going on more than ever before. I think like this is why whenever people when I do these like college campus tours and stuff like that, people are always like, how do we deal with the nihilism that we feel? Because I think a lot of people experience tremendous apathy and I saw this with my own two eyes in the 2020 cycle as well. You know, you had these mass protests, right? You had Black Lives Matter protests everywhere, and no solution came. We taught an entire generation that if you go out and you exercise your First Amendment, we're going to stamp it out. And then you're going to plug your nose and you're going to vote for an old man that maybe you might not have been your first choice. And you're going to do that as well. You're going to exercise your civic duty, right?
Yeah, your civic duty doesn't like just end at the end of the day.
Yeah, but we taught people that basically if you do everything by the book, no change will still come. And then we did that again with Gaza, right?
Yeah.
Student protests. I went to all these campuses and colleges. They were so good.
In
at
25
messaging
years,
discipline.
the colleges will talk about how great those protests were.
Exactly, just like they did in Colombia with like the anti-apartheid protests and the anti-war,
Absolutely.
anti-Vietnam War.
That's the lesson that every generation hates when students exercise their First Amendment right.
Yeah.
But every generation also needs it at the same time.
Yeah.
So we condemned it when it was happening in real time with Gaza, and now we're like, well, we're all the protesters.
Y'all, just let's remember this. Hey, when we're all like
students.
70, let's just never forget we had this conversation. You know what I mean? Because I don't ever want to be one of those jaded folks who's like, this is just how the system works. You know what I mean?
My trajectory is I've become more, I've become more left as time has passed. So I don't think I'll be
Everybody
doing that,
doesn't avoid the
hopefully.
trap. Some people do though.
Yeah.
God help
Because
us.
you do. It's like actually when I talk to like young people, the thing that makes you most powerful is that you still have just like an expansive idea of what's possible.
What's possible? Yeah.
Like,
I will say, man, with this generation, like it's gotta be tough. Imagine you're 25 years old. You were born in the year 2000.
I think we're here.
Yeah, we are almost.
Ooh, you guys want to see the line outside? Someone sent me a photo.
I want to see it.
Hold on, I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Yeah, we got super off topic. Like we're about to go onto this college campus. We're gonna talk to young people.
No,
we're
but
gonna
that's
tell them
exactly
what they have to offer to democracy.
But that's
what
exactly
democracy have to offer them.
Well, it's actually, to be honest, man, I just like to level with
It's
folks.
super
I'm like, listen, man, at the end of the day, I can't promise you we're gonna win, but I can promise you that you're gonna hand this off to somebody you love, and you're going to tell them what you did to try and protect it.
Yeah.
And that's the best I can offer you.
And the fight and the revolution goes on. The fight goes on.
The fight goes on.
To Macy's, link me that photo again.
They deleted it.
No, it's just I lost it because it's always moving. Oh, Adam Wren posted it. All right, let's see. It's taking a while to load, but yeah, I mean, we probably could have had a bigger we could have done if we did an outdoor.
We could have done bigger.
If we did an outdoor setting, it probably would have been. How big are the rooms?
We would have stressed my security officer.
Oh yeah. How big are the rooms?
He's done a great job.
I think there's 600 plus we got spillover.
Oh yeah.
So we got 1,000 RSVPs per.
Yeah, I was about to say.
And we shut it off. We shut it off like a week ago.
Yeah,
You can't shut them off. You gotta let them keep RSVP.
I've done
They're students.
some pretty.
That's true.
I've done some pretty big rooms in other places, and usually it's there's tremendous response from the campus. Okay, it's
They're
not
done with
loading.
spring break, right?
Yeah. They're. I mean, so we end a bit early, so they're about 2 weeks away from finals. Actually, in Michigan.
So you guys like us? So for us, well, you have to be, right? I have a May primary. So Pitt, for instance, is usually out by the time our primary is.
I mean, we're
so when we
August.
talk to right. So
We're
when we talk
August.
to like young people, like where you can vote.
We're getting them signed up to volunteer, and then hopefully when they go home into their communities, they become volunteers in
A
their
lot of them
communities.
still from Michigan.
Yeah. Especially on these campuses. You at the University of Michigan, you have a bit more out of state, but even then, you're still talking about like 45% in state. At MSU, probably 55%, 60% in state.
And then they'll call their parents and their grandparents.
That part, that generational organizing. I mean, like, we actually were about to put together a script called like how to talk to your parents about.
How to talk to your parents about a tool. That's awesome. What's like the first thing on there? What is the first thing that you want the parents to know?
He really does care about my life. He really does.
That's super sweet.
And he
There's
really
a lot
wants you to have
around the
health
building, apparently.
Oh, there you go. Okay. That's how we do.
Well, those people are going the wrong way.
hey, the rally's this way. There you go.
Oh,
there we go, right here.
There you go.
Oh, look at that.
Boom.
Yo, can I make a quick request?
What is it? Is it a song?
Like when y'all get out the car or something, take a video, like step out, quick pose, and then move on.
I want you to know that everybody just heard you make the plan.
It's alright, this is our video, not them.
Oh my bad. They still heard you though.
It's also, it's just behind the scenes stuff.
Sure.
Thank you for that request.
I got you.
I appreciate it.
Some of you supposed to be my co-signer.
No, she quickly forgot who you were.
That's crazy. I'm here for you.
That was crazy.
That's wild. I'm literally here for you.
So why are the folks speaking back
He's like, who are you?
No, I was just saying like he's telling the whole. It's like no, I'm just saying like everybody's watching this on stream and they're just like, well, they're about to do this. And I'm gonna go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm the official side. It's gonna be the clean cut. This is the behind the scenes. Dirty talk.
We broke the group.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
Did
that happen 12 minutes ago?
No, this
That just happened?
Yeah, this is 17 minutes long.
It's like a New York pizza spot.
Watching the stream right now. There he is.
Yeah, they're definitely. They're in the chat. It's still going around. It's going around the building.
It's not a Kofia's, bro.
All right.
Like that.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
When are you gonna let them in? It's a little bit chilly out.
I definitely have to pee. 'Cause I've been slamming this Monster Bev.
There's a lot of
Parking spot right here.
Damn, bro, you got a real line.
That's a line.
Right.
We don't play in Michigan.
I know that's right.
We don't play. Oh, okay. This is where we're getting out. Okay.
Wait, let him here. Yeah, you can get up.
But I will. Sorry for the flashbang chat.
We didn't even pose. Abdul just immediately, he's the man of action.
So I was like, I gotta go and greet the people.
Yeah.
So have you met Katie with my team? Actually, I think you did. You guys met before, yep.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Hi.
Just so you know, I'm your you know what I'm saying?
You're my favorite, my guy. Which direction are we going here?
Touch the fans, bro. Touch the fans.
That's weird.
Come on, bro.
What's up, guys? How long you guys been waiting out here? 2 hours. God damn. Okay. All right. All right.
Thank you for coming to the better campus of the two.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's go.
All right. They're still open. Okay. All right. I have to pee. That's why I'm running inside.
I don't know where the bathroom is, so that's
It's all good. We'll figure it out.
We'll
figure it out. I have to go inside. Sorry.
Ooh, it's a little chilly.
It is chilly. You got that nice jacket though.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh damn, we got snacks and everything. Hello. All right. Well, you don't have to come with me. I'm going to the restroom.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. Oh. All right. Yeah, you just stay with them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I'm pretty sure they're walking this way too.
Good to see you. How you doing, man? You good? Good to see you. How are you? Good? How you doing, man? You good? How you doing, man? You good? It's been a minute. For sure.
Why do I listen to Hassan?
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's right. Hassan's got
All right, it's the Marchie show.
Okay. Those are like 3 except.
Can you take me to the green room or wherever? Oh, okay, great.
Crazy.
No, it's,
Beautiful hallway.
That's fine. It's fine.
Co-founder of the Sunrise Movement. Casey and a lot of people right here in this district. Very interesting race. We've got 2 carpetbaggers, frankly, from the establishment. All
right, well, yeah, with you, chat quietly.
Organizer, and we're going to split. We're going to talk to the world and elect the president.
Let me open you guys up so I can see what you're saying. And fix the lighting a bit too. It's so bright out there, but very poorly lit in here. As it goes. As is my plight. Hi, chat. Back in the cold weather. Can't lie, I low-key miss Callie a bit. Yes, please open me up, Marchie Poop. Oh, that's enough chat for today. Pants are glorious, thank you. They all went to the bathroom. What if Marchie had to go to the bathroom?
Hi, I'm Katie. What's up? Nice to meet you. Katie. Nice to meet you. I'm Casey. Nice to meet you. I'm looking forward to dinner with you guys
Are they
tomorrow.
all in the restroom?
I'll bring them all this way.
Are they all in the restroom?
People are already there. Okay. Yeah, they all went to the bathroom, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Hi.
I'm gonna move you all to that side. You guys will start and take a photo.
We're good. I'm just waiting for Hassan.
I'm Roxy.
Hi, March. Nice to meet you, Roxy.
And then you guys can gather here.
I never know if I should go by March or Mauricio in these settings because it's like March is my internet name. That is what I'm known for. That is like my username, and it's also kind of become my real name. But then it also feels weird to like meet complete total normies who barely even know what Twitch is and be like, I'm March, the gamer tag. But it's like, then if I say Mauricio too much, then it gets confusing. Oh my god, why are we glorping? Mauricio Miranda. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going with March. It's easier.
Chad's done after Chad's turn. Okay.
Then I end up on like email lists and identification things. Oh.
No one's moving that fast. Yeah, there we go.
Gonna scoot over here.
All right, first person here. This way, you want to start us off, and then we'll go around. They're going straight. Okay, and then you'll hand me your cell phone if you want a cell phone.
Bro's taking his sweet ass time. What's going on in there, you know?
could tell we're like, no idea what we're doing. We were all learning. This is the green room. Make them time here. Welcome to you don't still look a lot different. No, that's a class. So, you can go all the way to that door. And stay in
The green room is just a curtain popped up in a hallway. So I'm trying to make myself small. I know there's a class going on. I always find it so interesting coming to these college campuses as somebody who is a college dropout. We made it. I ended up going to college eventually, just not the way my parents probably thought I would have.
Yeah, I told him that too.
Most of the internet here is not great. I'm trying to read chat, but I can't. Oh, hi.
All right.
Excuse me?
These are some of our VIPs.
Hi.
Hi. The other two went to the restroom. So we'll start photos after that. And go from there.
Oh, we're snapping pics together? Is that what we're going to be doing?
We're going to do a photo line real quick,
Okay.
and then maybe a little
Do you want me to just wait here? Where do you want me to go?
Just wait here.
Okay.
Or you can wait right out there.
Where do you want to be photographed?
I don't care. I have no idea what my hair looks like right now because I've been wearing this hat the entire time, and I feel like it's probably not great. Actually, you know what? It doesn't look too bad, right? Hat hair, but in like... Can you tell? Can you tell his hat hair, chat?
I think you like it.
Hopefully it's fine. I think it's fine. Oh, Jake Paul did blackface. Nice.
Wow.
Classic.
Like today?
Yeah, he did blackface to portray himself as Drewski. Because why not?
Wow. That is not the same thing.
Well, yeah, still is. I think.
No, I'm saying like when Drewski does blackface versus.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he's that's his. That was his counter.
Let me introduce you. Will Lawrence, running for Congress. This
Nice to meet
district.
you.
Son Piker. I feel extraordinarily short in this conversation.
Progressive organizer, co-founder of the Sunrise Movement, running against two carpetbagging war hawks in this race, and pro-Palestine, anti-war, yes to housing, healthcare, no to bombs and billionaires. And you're the man, so thanks for being here. Nice to meet you. I don't know if I can give this to you or your guy here, but I'd love to get on the stream sometime. This just lays out why I think this race is worth fighting, worth winning.
All right, absolutely.
But than's for standing strong, brother. It's been a hell of a couple weeks.
Too. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. What are we? So do we take photos?
Let me grab some.
Is that?
And this is Isaac and Ben, who are campaign volunteers. They're big fans of
Nice
this.
to meet you. Nice to meet you. That's good. All right.
So, Representative, let me introduce you to Will Lawrence, running for Congress.
I met him already.
I
haven't met him.
Back when I let you.
You when you left me? Yeah, exactly.
I'm so sorry.
That's why when I saw y'all having a conversation, I was like, I already had it.
Good. I've got it.
All right, we're gonna get started with our first photo, and then people can rotate to the sandwich section. Sound good? Lupe, you want to grab him, and
Okay.
you want to go together?
Are we doing singles with everyone, or are we all three of us in the photos with everybody? How do you guys want to do it?
Triples.
I think we should do triples.
Yeah. All right.
I think we got room.
Lupe's my campaign mom. She's like the Mexican mother I've always wanted.
I have one of those.
Get it now. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna take sample and amazing. Thank you. Look this way once. And done.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks, Lupe. Do you have a cell phone?
Yeah, here we go.
It'll be faster.
Appropriate height.
There you go.
Yeah, that's all. That was like, wow, man.
Alrighty, big smile.
Man, summer, you look
Great.
I know. Honestly, I'm used to it.
Amazing, thank you.
I am what I am.
Thank you, brother.
Sorry, we got 6 minutes.
Hi.
Yeah, that's what I say all the time.
Thanks for
You
coming
want
out.
me to hold it?
Nice to meet you, brother. Here we are.
This is more appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, when I do peace signs and all my pictures, everybody talks about
I always.
it. I do too. It's like, that's my go-to.
Okay, awesome.
Well, we're back. I get to do it now.
And we take the return.
Sure, yeah.
Amazing. Thank
There's
you.
gonna be a story. How come Abdul was pushing everybody?
Sorry.
By the way,
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, Will kind of brought me along to like sort of like try to gas him up to you to try to get him.
It worked.
I'll hold those.
Yeah, it's nice meeting you, man. It's good to
I'll hold
see you. Good to
those.
see you, brother.
Hey, very good to meet you.
Hasanabi has always got this in on deck. What's going on? Nice to meet you.
Hey, appreciate you being here, man. Thank you.
Thank you for coming all the way. Beautiful Michigan State.
Of course.
You know.
Good to see you. How are you?
Okay, awesome. And keep looking here. Amazing. Lots of millennial peace signs in the house.
Why are they from millennials?
Because it's
I feel good to say it.
Can somebody explain this to me?
Clock it.
Come on, and I want y'all to know that this don't got nothing to use the right thing. Also, this don't have anything to do with Gen Z.
Yeah. Well, most of like the Gen Z stuff is just stolen AAVE, right? I mean,
That was it?
Yeah, that was it.
All right.
You're up for Roxy now.
Did I see that you're running for chair?
Roximus, where are we now? Roxy,
Well,
can
we
you
have,
guys direct, by the way?
She has the uniform on.
We were almost matching each other. Okay, yeah.
what are we doing now?
Sorry, one more. I missed the college.
Come.
Our host.
Good to see you. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Good to see you.
I'm such a
We met a bunch of times.
Yes.
I'm somewhere very interested. Please vote for this man. Like, consider it.
How do you want to do it?
Okay.
Okay, you want to go to the set?
Every other. There
We're doing by height here.
It is perfectly
Yes, we figured this out.
Okay, perfect. Okay, right. And one more. Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Nice to meet you guys. Thank
Thank you guys.
All right, so
I'm so happy I'm not running state live. My goodness.
I don't know what the schedule is, but like when does the whole thing start?
So we're starting at 4:30. If you guys are down for it, we've got Adam Wright from Politico here. We'd love to talk to you all.
You guys know each other.
And then if you guys are okay with it, we'd love to bring CNN in for a quick interview.
You good? You good?
Yeah.
Are you good to talk to CNN too? Yeah?
Manu Raju.
Awesome.
Oh, Manu's
Yeah,
here.
yeah, it's
Manu's here.
Manu.
He was the guy who was calling you. That was Manu.
All right. Well, Adam's good to go.
You want to do it here or you want to...
Yeah, right here's my
You don't use it right here. I'm cool with whatever.
Yeah, we go out there and we get mobbed.
No, you said that they were here.
Just gonna quietly scream it. Just for forgiveness.
Yeah. When I said here, I mean like literally here.
It's our footage too, Chad.
Politico is making you do the vertical video too.
This way?
Adam
You want to move them there? Is that better?
pivoting to video.
He's made his transition.
Yeah.
We're all creators now.
Yeah. Whenever I see like Jake Tapper in his car doing like a vertical video format, I'm like, that's
sign of the times.
Yeah.
Hassan, what do you think of Abdul's opponent, Mallory McMorrow, saying that you're like Nick Fuentes?
I think it's a heinous smear. I don't really think McMorrow knows anything about me. Some of the senators, like Elise Slotkin and Cory Booker, have been even more forthcoming about openly not knowing who I am, claiming that they don't know who I am, and admitting that they're just basically delivering talking points that someone else has given them. I don't fault them for it. They're trying to win a race. It is a heinous smear at the end of the day. And it's one that many of these groups actually apply because they can't have a conversation about Israel's influence over American foreign policy on moral terms. So instead of attacking the message, they attack the messenger.
Yeah, what do you think of Alyssa Slotkin joining Bill Maher and Senator that's okay, not
Yeah, I mean, this double standard is existent in American politics. Islamophobia is oftentimes not considered at all. Bill Maher is not only an Islamophobe, but he's also demonstrated anti-blackness at every turn. But at the end of the day, he is representative of the same forces of politics in this country that are aligned with the establishment goals, and therefore there's never a question about participating on his show. I think the reason why a lot of people are very critical about what I've said and the manufactured outrage is because it's a way to possibly tie up Abdul al-Sayed with radical politics. I don't think any of the politics that we demonstrate are radical at all. I think we're speaking to a lot of people. That's why there's a lot of people out here, a lot of young people, a lot of old people as well, because they're sick and tired of business as usual politics. They want something more. They want more responsive politicians that will say no to endless wars and instead will demand that the wealthiest nation on earth take care of its citizens.
Abdul, are there any views that Hassan holds that you disavow while you're with him right now?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. I'm here to have a conversation about how to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. That's the conversation that folks are here to listen to. This whole gotcha game, platform policing, cancel culture, I thought we were over it. I thought we lived through the whole discourse of should have gone on Rogan. And there's a lot that I would look at what Rogan said that I would disavow. And I'd still go on his show. And so I just think that we need to get over this if we're serious about winning elections. At the end of the day, not everybody reads Politico, as much as I know you wish and I wish that they did. Not everybody watches CNN, not everybody watches MS Now or Fox and Friends, which I did this morning, despite the fact that I disagree with them on, almost everything when it comes to this war and the Trump administration. At the end of the day, though, I'm not policing platforms. I'm going on platforms to have conversations about the kind of politics that we want to build. I think Hassan has built painstakingly a platform for folks who feel like they've been locked out of our politics. It's critical that we share conversations with them. You see the kind of excitement that creates, and that's what we're focused on right now.
But do you concede there's a difference between campaigning with him and going on his Twitch stream?
I think that's a very old-fashioned question, frankly. I think at the end of the day, we streamed on the way here, so I was on the stream. We're going to be streaming the entire conversation, and I think the question of, again, you cannot engage with somebody's platform because you might disagree with some of the things that they said. I think that is exactly, that kind of platform policing is exactly why Democrats too often fail to get our message out to everybody. If we believe in our message, then you've got to be willing to take it everywhere. We talked earlier today, Adam, about the role of persuasion in our politics. I think too often Democrats have forgotten how to persuade. And part of that is because too often we don't think our positions are persuasive enough. I think my positions are plenty persuasive. So I'm going to take them everywhere, and I'm going to go have conversations with folks I agree with, folks I disagree with, folks that we share nothing with. I've done content with food creators and workout creators, but I want to take my message everywhere. And I think Hassan has built an audience around that, and so I'm grateful that he's here with us today to have a conversation to build a room about how we get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all.
Last question, Hassan. What does the 2028 Democrats' pushback against you say about their effort to rebuild a big Democratic tent?
I feel like there are a lot of people that are worried that this primary cycle is going to reshape the future of the Democratic Party with a vision that puts people first as opposed to corporate entities and foreign countries' interests first. And there are some people who I think are worried about what that says about their position. We saw with Zohran Mamdani's victory and the response that some in the establishment of the Democratic Party and the forces that they aligned with within the Republican Party, how many hurdles they set up in front of him. And I don't think it was because they were worried that Zohran was going to be unsuccessful. I think they were worried that he would become successful, and we've seen that already. His popularity has grown throughout time because he's demonstrating competent governance and showing the entire country as a national figure that you can really dial in and work for your constituents, the people that elected you, without compromising on your values. And that causes a little bit of tension with politicians that unfortunately don't want to do that. They want to sit around, collect paychecks, get unlimited corporate lobbying money. They want lobbyists to write their legislation for them, and they're calcified in their ways, and they're worried that this would actually cause them to maybe do their job for once. But that's precisely the enmity and anger and resentment that I've seen when I go out to places like Minneapolis, when I go out to No Kings protests. Not only are my fans there, not only are people in my demographic are there, people under the age of 35 that say we want more from the Democrats, we want them to actively fight back against the Trump administration. We want to re-examine our relationship with Israel. There are a lot of older people there as well, you know, wealthy, educated, white women that are over the age of 65 that share that exact same resentment. And these people are not there because they've watched my content. They didn't arrive at these conclusions because, you know, they're watching me on Twitch for 8 hours a day. They arrived at those conclusions because the contradictions are worsening, and it's becoming undeniable that a change, a real significant seismic change, is a necessity, so that we can combat the forces of fascism in this country and move America in a positive trajectory for once, because our downfall is imminent, really. I think a lot of people are worried. They want to continue doing business as usual politics, and that's the reason why they're reacting the way that they are.
And I just want to say, like, I'm going to be the oldest person who is on stage today at 41 years old, right? You've got a politician in Representative Lee who has been leading on these values for 8 years since she's been in public service. And I want to give you a chance to talk a little bit about what it means for us to build a vanguard of a politics that doesn't back down, that fights on its values, that takes on corporate power, that takes on AIPAC, that is willing to speak about the beautiful future we actually really want to build. Because when I think about the kind of senator that I'd like to be, I think about people like you. So I'm grateful that you're here.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. No, I mean, I think that right now we're in an incredibly difficult moment. And I think about my life as a representative. I represent 755,000 diverse, different human beings who have a span of values and ideologies, and some of the conversations are tougher than others, and some of the ones we have are right in our alley and right in our comfort zone. Right now, we are in the midst of fascism. We are in it. And I think that for Americans in America, sometimes it's hard to admit that. But the work that we're actually going to have to do to get us out of this moment, to build what comes next, is going to take us having difficult conversations, going to have us going through tension, demonstrating what courage looks like, demonstrating what it means to be an elected official or a candidate who stands for something, who fights for something, who brings in new people. So I'm proud to stand with Abdul today. I'm proud to be here in a swing state, not too dissimilar from my own, to say that we are creating a party in a country that we can be proud of, that we are willing to fight for. And I think that that's worth doing, right? And I think that right now when we have a president who is live tweeting, you know, the most maniacal things, that the attention of the media, that the attention of my own colleagues right now, who, mind you, have not called us back into session, right? I think we need to start talking about that. I think that we need to get very serious about our priorities right now. We have a little bit of time right now. Every single student we talk to may be the difference between whether or not this swing state has a Democrat in the Senate or another rubber stamp for Donald Trump's wars, for his stated genocides, for his unconstitutional power grabs, right? All of those things. It's important that we keep the main thing the main thing. And I want to have an Abdul in office right now who will fight against that, and not another Republican who will continue to allow this, who will continue to turn around, who will act like we don't need to be in session of invoking the 25th Amendment, impeaching him. Right now, let's talk about that.
Thanks.
Thank you. No problem.
Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Can you just do one quick question on audio, just unrelated? It's just about Schumer.
Oh, the never-ending Schumer.
Let's do it quickly. And then, are you guys? You're open to CNN?
Sure, yeah. I'm open to everybody. I don't care. I'll talk to anybody.
Honestly, it doesn't come up that often. More often, people are focused on the structure of our politics that brings corporate money and special interest.
Was it?
Well,
it exists unedited on the internet. So.
Yeah. Now we all know the sinister ways in which they edit. No, I'm just kidding. No. I'm more worried about my hair and the way it looks. I'm also worried about I didn't prepare a speech. And it's March's fault, Chad. It's March's fault because he was like, you're so much better when you're on it, when you're doing off the top dome. So I'm just going to go out there and I'm going to spit. I'm going to spit. I'm going to talk about unity. I'm going to talk about courage, boldness. I'm going to talk about maintaining revolutionary optimism at a time when there's so much instability and so much pain.
Chat is thanking me right now, I'm sure.
Have you ever prepared a speech? I did. I prepared one at Stanford. And then Mark said it wasn't good.
Snooze fest. No, I'm
Yeah. Mark said it was ass. That's what happened.
Sorry.
Do I want to, like, take it off?
Okay,
Put it
great. So
somewhere?
just bring it back. I can
keep it on.
Wait, why?
That's cool.
I'll keep it on for now.
Do you want us to put it in the van while you guys are out there?
Are you wearing Carhartt? Because you can inspire by myself.
I'm sorry.
He's in the Midwest. I mean, he's
That's
like
crazy. No, I
know
love
Carhartt's in Dearborn.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what
I love Carhartt. It's the most like reliable gear that you can wear. I've been wearing Carhartt. Also, otherwise they're like socialist but wealthy.
It's also so hot. Well, just so you guys know.
Yeah,
It's,
wealthy
like, so
socialist.
hot.
Even when we went to Cuba, that's what they were saying. They're like, look at all of his clothes, like.
I saw it. I caught that one.
That's so crazy. It's like
socialism means naked.
Yeah. You know what's really funny? No, you know what I love? You know what I loved about that?
Where are your rags?
Washington Post opinion made a video about that, and I was like, you're owned by Jeff Bezos. What are you talking about? Like, you're about to be fired by Jeff Bezos, one of the wealthiest people on the planet.
The car warm.
All right, who do I give this to now?
I'll take it to the van.
Okay. Thank you so much. I had to button it up a little bit, both with my speech and also with the optics.
What time are you speaking?
We're gonna do CBS
30
instead.
minutes.
Yeah.
CBS, okay?
Yeah. I don't care. I told you I'll do it.
My favorite was he was like,
We have no. I immediately was like, oh my god. I can like that's one.
Yeah. It's just like, it's also, I mean, you brought this up in your video too, where it's like, you talk 10 hours a day, in 10-second increments, you're gonna find something.
yes.
You're gonna find something that, is questionable.
You know, I've known ever since I ran for office, everything I use can be clipped against me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like, it's a hard way to live your life that way. You know what I mean? And
That's
like,
why he's not a politician.
yeah, it's just
I'm
like,
not.
honestly.
But also, like, the time is very different now for a new kind of politician anyway. We are unironically imposing this like restriction on ourselves because that is how normal people speak.
Also,
like, I know
Donald
we
Trump
have to be buttoned up, but
like,
Donald Trump's president.
Bro, like, I mean, like, the end of perfectly inoffensive politics.
Yeah.
Should have been the first time Donald Trump got elected president. You're like, all right, so.
And for the record, what matters most, I think, is your principles, your values.
Yes, what are
and
you
not
actually
like-
about?
I'm very offended by the things we're doing.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, really.
I'm offended by it. Like, I'm offended by the policy that comes out of Washington.
And it's all like this stupid messaging stuff.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm offended by the right.
Yeah.
I'm harmed by the policy.
Yeah. No, it's a twofer for Trump. It's both bad policy and then also horrible rhetoric
Oh, that
as
little one you
well.
have is not.
This one is the one that you always give me. I don't know what this is for.
I don't know what that one's for. CNN.
This is CNN?
Yeah. Is that good there?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
The
track.
No, I actually just said that. I love the name.
Where's your
I'm
name?
into it. She
Yeah.
never got me a name.
Yeah, pick it up.
You never got him.
It's crazy. You know, staff. I get it.
It's messed up.
Crazy.
I got you. I got you. Do your job.
Yeah, it's my bad, man. I'm sorry.
Rossy's like the people who ask you how come your clothes were too nice in Cuba.
Yeah.
He was one of the guys. He was one of the guys asking.
It was me?
Yeah, he was tweeting from a sock account like, yo, this motherfucker has a nice ass.
Can we do one more
some
picture?
nice ass glasses.
So we have our
Oh, my bad.
College Chums advisor here. So we're gonna grab a quick photo.
Please, please. Stop it. Stop. You're triggering me.
Sorry.
I'm Summer. It's very nice to meet you. Squeeze in so that we're in the thing.
The red was the center.
Oh, here, we need some more.
Very else center. Okay.
You want to have them both and say if you just come
Are you taking a picture?
I've been looking at all of them. Yeah.
There you go. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I just want her to have to.
You got options.
I was like, is that her real phone? I was like, let's move to her
We
phone
get
over.
options. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Did you hear where dinner is?
I didn't read it.
Yeah, I thought you would enjoy that. Of course. I haven't hyped it up.
There's a lot of green artifacting apparently taking place.
Because the reception in here is dog water.
Oh, okay. It's on schedule for 4:50. He speaks right after the student speaker. Summer Lee will speak after him. Okay.
Do we have some good folks coming? The Zingerman's team, I love them.
Yeah, there's like no reception. We're like in a bunker.
Okay. I mean, there's a little bit of green artifacting, but it's like overall fine, right?
I can't tell. My phone doesn't work.
Chad, is it really bad?
By the way. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Chad, is it really bad?
So we have CBS is going to do.
I'm trying to. There's very little internet in here. We could use the college internet.
I looked, there's any Wi-Fi.
Yeah, from Pittsburgh.
There's no Wi-Fi
I don't see a
available?
single network.
College campus. No, there is. Is MSU net, yes.
We're pushing start time back a little bit, and there's 2 Michigan reporters. I'd love for y'all to stay on seriously.
We know we're gonna have
Where does student reporters?
What the heliante?
Okay, I feel like
Yeah, we're gonna try to get one.
like she's a doppelganger of Aaliyah. Do you see this on the road?
I see it. I see
Definitely.
it. Yeah. I see it.
Well, it'll be difficult though with the capture.
Yes.
I'm
I'm sorry I haven't got back.
entry point, like you have to agree. That's hard on TV, right?
Yeah.
Well, we gotta.
This is actually an audition.
I know.
Anyway, anything new happening, Chad, that I need to know of? Keep me updated on the situation monitoring as we're here getting ready for speeches. You have hat hair in the back?
Say it to his face.
Actually, fun if you started your speech.
We're gonna bring Andy back. We could have you guys back.
Hi, how are you?
After you guys, I think you're not off the hook yet, man.
Thank you for
Are you having a good time?
Is it just us, or is it just
All
Abdul?
works. You're like the whole team.
There's 2 mics, but.
2
I'm gonna wait and see. It looks like
Actually, I
ass.
have this one, so I. Okay, yeah.
Or do you just want Abdul, or you?
Do you want everybody, or do you want just Abdul?
If you all would love to participate, we'll take whoever.
If they would love
She
to
said we'll take
participate.
Watch it, you're in.
Coach,
You got this one.
ready to go.
Like if it's any lower than would love, then just
Yeah. If you really like it, get out of here.
You're like, I'm okay with it. Okay, great. That would be great.
All right, you guys want
I'm in my favorite
I saw her.
recording cast.
I saw her reposition the camera when she said I'll be down to do it.
Can you check if I still have
Yeah, that camera's
charging?
too. I'm way too short for that camera.
Definitely not for me, man.
Is it connected?
I'm a tall 5'8".
Is it connected though?
Do you know how many people come up to me and be like, you know?
I thought she'd be taller.
Exactly. Like, you're a lot. I don't know how to say this.
91% is no longer charging.
Like, yeah, thanks.
Swap it? Oh shit.
I'll swap it. You do that.
It's like the fans are
I'll swap it.
I'm 6'5".
Oh, okay.
Personally.
My personality is 6'5".
Oh my gosh, she said the same thing.
I'm gonna ask someone to do.
USB-C charger.
She has a 6'5" energy. That's her. That's her phrase.
Yeah, just throw it on there.
That's not what you say. It's not.
Does anyone in any of the teams have a USB-C charger that we can put to a wall mount somewhere?
Certainly.
It's an iPhone charger.
I know. Yeah, I actually do in the car. Like
Would thank you forever.
It has to be connected to a
Oh,
wall
Brian.
mount.
Brian's got you. Brian, you got it.
okay, cool.
I like the black on black, man. Thank you. You stole my fundraising look. I like it. You do it a lot better than me. You're like very Gen Z about it. Very like millennial part of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
That goes to Brian on my team here.
Perfect. And apparently our bit rate keeps dropping. We need to. I'm gonna try to move it outside.
All right, yeah.
Anyone
Sorry,
else wanna join?
I got it passed
Okay,
through.
yeah, no, you're good.
Excuse me, sorry.
You guys get to see how the sausage is made.
All right,
Like
there you go,
this?
both of us.
Oh, this guy's taking notes. He's about to bust. He's gonna do all of it.
Let me just adjust real quick.
Not getting it?
Okay, there we go. You have you both in frame.
You're like a one-woman show. I'm just very impressive.
Thank you.
Like I was just like really like balancing the thing. You got the mic. Really just
All
inspiring.
right. Thank you very much. Well, thank you both very much for being here and for having me. I would love to know,
I'm from DC, have been monitoring Twitter for the majority of the week. There's been a lot of controversy about this event, and I'm just curious, from YouTube, what is your reaction to that controversy? Do you think it's overblown coming from Washington, or what have you been hearing from the people that you're speaking to
The
here?
President of the United States just tweeted about wanting to do a genocide in Iran. And the fact that this is the controversy to me says everything we need to know about what DC focuses on. I don't pay much attention to DC, I pay attention to Michigan, because I'm running for Senate in Michigan. And here in Michigan, people can't afford their health care. Here in Michigan, people can't afford to fill up a tank because of the war that's being fought out of DC. And meanwhile, half the stuff the president is tweeting about, when he's not tweeting about his genocidal fantasies in Iran, he's tweeting about the drapes in a building. And so at the end of the day, I just don't take my cues from there. We're focused on reaching out to people who feel locked out of our politics because they cannot afford the basic means of a dignified life. And that's what we're focused on here. That's what these events are about. And we're excited to be able to take that message out to folks across our state. So.
I think that people should probably keep their eyes on the ball and focus on things that are world-changing events that are imminent right now. We already have a global energy crisis. There's very little attention on that, and it's born out of the appetite that this administration has to do unlimited death and destruction campaigns overseas that are costly for the voters, that are deadly for the people that happen to be under those bombs. That's what people should be focusing on, and they should be creating a robust line of defense, because that's what the situation requires right now. These are endless distractions, and the reality of the matter is most people that I encounter out in the real world don't care about this stuff at all. They never come up and say, hey, I can't believe you said this controversial thing that I saw that's 10 seconds long. They are at most supportive, if they even bring it up at all.
And you went there before I could. The president put out a Truth Social this morning that I think some found alarming about, an end of a civilization. What was your gut reaction to seeing that post this morning?
I'll be honest with you, I have kids. I thought about my kids. Can you imagine talking with that kind of language about people's kids? I mean, that's where I went. So 93 million people, talking about maybe 30% of them under 18. I'm talking about 30 million people that he is perfectly okay talking about wiping off the face of the earth in my name, in your name, in all of our name. That's where my mind went. And I think we have a responsibility to stand up against that, condemn that in all possible terms, and to make sure that our government doesn't get weaponized to take us into a war we can't extract ourselves from, that is burning and torching our tax dollars to raise our gas prices to destroy other people. That is not what my vision for a beautiful America is. My vision for a beautiful America is one where people get health care, where you don't have to worry about the quality of schools you send your kids to, where you can work the same job tomorrow you worked yesterday. That's what he said he was going to do. And he's just gotten us into, 3 wars since the year started alone, talking about blowing up people's children. It's disgusting.
It's fascist. It's exterminationist. It's unfortunately where we're at in American politics right now. And unfortunately, it's unrestrained. We need to use every single pressure valve that we can, every single hurdle that we can throw in the direction of this administration. Otherwise, we will be remembered in the dustbin of history in the way that Adolf Hitler was, in the way that other tyrants, brutal tyrants, were.
What do you mean by that? What is the response that you think Democrats or the progressives need to have in this moment?
It's like everybody. I mean, my guy's tweeting about genocide.
Yeah.
They're it is not I think we sometimes think about our politics through the lens of what is the politically right thing to do. As a human, you should have a particular gut reaction to somebody talking about killing 93 million people. And I think in politics, people want to know that their representatives care on a human level. So I think everybody, and to me, if this is not a crucible for Republicans, you're going to go along with this too? He's talking about, 93 million people? People were more offended that he dropped an F-bomb on Easter than they are about the fact that he talked about genocide of 93 million people, right? I don't care what you think about Iran. I don't care what you think about Iranians. They're human beings. So you're talking about wiping a whole civilization away. Why? Because you got into a war you never should have got us into, and now you're stuck in a quagmire, and the best thing you can do is rattle your saber? It's bullshit. I mean, it is we just need to get past this question of like, what is the right political thing to say, and get to a question of like, what is the right human thing to feel? What do we want as a society to be like? And I don't want to live in a society where people are telling us that somehow this is just a political football. I want to live in a society where we embrace one another's humanity and the humanity of other people, and that guides our engagement with politics. So meanwhile, people in our own country, there are people who are going to die today because they didn't get the healthcare they needed. There are kids who are going to go to school in a school where they're going to freeze because the heater doesn't work. There are people who are going to get fired today from jobs that should have existed. Like, that's our country. And my guy wants to talk about wiping 93 million people off the face of the map.
And, you know, my last question is, you're here doing these events on college campuses. What are you hearing from young people that is not registering with Democratic Party leadership? Or what are you just hearing in general from them that you are relating to and getting on their level here?
So I'll let Hassan speak to this, because he spends 8 hours a day, famously, Twitch streaming to them. I will tell you this, though. You know, there's a weird thing about getting older. I'm not young anymore, but I'm also not old. And I'm in this position now to have reflected on what it was like to be in my 20s. And I remember being in my 20s and being so excited about the election of Barack Obama and the future that we could live in. If you're in your 20s today, all you've known is a world in which big banks got away with a financial crisis that they created that probably cost you or a neighbor your home. You know a world where big tech has, you know, used their machines to siphon off your eyeballs and eardrums. You know a world where Donald Trump has been a fixture of our politics. You know a world in which all we've done is fight wars that we didn't need to fight. Like, that's what it feels like to be young. And honestly, what I'm hearing from folks is that nihilism that is well born out of public policy that we've created in this country. And what I'm trying to do is have a conversation about what does it look like to actually show up for each other in a time where everyone tells you that it's futile. That daring, that willingness to do the thing that everybody tells you is futile, that your politics have told you is futile, that's the kind of righteous action that we need right now. That's what this campaign is built of. So I can't promise anybody any victory. What I can promise you is failure if we don't try. And so our job is to put ourselves into a future that we want to build, put everything of ourselves there. And sometimes you play righteous defense, but sometimes you can actually win. And you know, that's why I want to have these conversations. I go everywhere, talk to everybody. I started my day talking to Fox and Friends, right? Which is not known for having a young audience. But there are a lot of people on that set of channels that feel left out because MAGA tricked them into yet another forever war. And I'm really excited to be able to have this conversation here, because I know young people deserve a lot better than the politics they've been getting. You know, Hassan, I know you talk to young folks all day, every day. So what are you hearing?
I mean, it's exactly what you just pointed out. People want more responsive politics. They want to end to the forever wars. As a matter of fact, I think Donald Trump was able to dupe a lot of young people, specifically young men, with his message, with his lies, really. And a lot of people are feeling frustrated. There's definitely a lot of young men who feel like they were duped, taken advantage of. And I hope that the Democrats can be a little bit more responsive and a little bit more responsible to their needs. They have a massive affordability crisis. There's a lack of hope for a better future right now. And it's a cancerous attitude that we unfortunately have. And one of the two parties has to address it. I hope the Democrats can learn from candidates like Abdul and the message that they're presenting and be bold and not shy away because they're worried about corporate donations, or they're worried about what lobbyists might think. They're worried about the pressure campaign that they might face, and instead be more responsive to the needs of their base and actually represent their interests rather than the interests of corporations and the super wealthy. That is the overwhelming message. It's one that Bernie Sanders very clearly was able to tap into. It's this anxiety that the youth felt, and they were totally right on it. And I think I just want our representatives to represent us and represent the youth. They are poorer on average. They feel the economic forces a lot more than well-to-do voters do, and unfortunately, they get sidecast in this conversation quite a bit.
Yeah, we gotta stop pretending jadedness is seriousness. You know, and I think young people deserve a lot better than that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much. Pleasure to see you again. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
In about 10 minutes, we're gonna knock out a few more interviews if that's okay. That way we can keep this film shorter.
Ooh, okay. We'll take a drink.
Okay.
That was good.
That's great.
I have not been able to check Twitch once, so I have no idea.
No, it's working. They're watching.
Can you make sure? Can you make sure the HDMI is secure
I
here?
literally be on something one time. I lose track of lines. No worries. It's so I don't forget faces. So I mentioned
Maybe
before, but
it's
I don't-
not.
I didn't
It's not
You don't have to
charging. It's still not charging for some reason.
No, I had coffee.
Faces names are. That one wasn't charged fully either. Oh,
It's over. It's Joe.
I
got you.
Yeah, hopefully.
Sorry.
We have a.
Okay, well, that one's working on that one.
Do we have another USB-C charger?
Hi guys, how are you?
do.
She's ready. We can actually.
Wow, legend.
Thank you so much.
And in the meantime, I'll swap to the other one.
God damn it! This is why I said we need
The wall charger? Yeah. It's okay, we'll figure it out. We'll make it work.
the other one we can potentially hurry up and when we head back. All we need to do is like make it through this.
We will. We will.
Sorry, our stick might kind of hit the dust. Sorry.
We're going to do about 4 minutes.
Okay. Here you go, plug that in.
Oh, this is not a USB-C charger. It's not a USB-C charger, it's a USB charger. Do we have a USB-C one? This is lightning.
I got one in here. Maybe go get it from the car. Where's
Yeah,
the
definitely need it, yeah. We need this.
You got one? Of course.
USB
Is that the universal charger?
Yeah, but it's fine.
You know what? In my jacket. In the car.
No, we need it. We need to plug it to a wall.
Portable would work though.
I have like a laptop.
Wait, do you just have block?
No, we need a charger. The USB-C port.
Wait. Let's see if the other end is.
See what the other end is? The old one?
No, it's the old one.
Damn. Okay. All right, I'll go get it.
Thank you.
Okay, it's charging now. And the camera battery is fine for now. So what? It's charging right now.
You have extra spare batteries, right?
I do not.
You don't have a camera spare battery?
No, but it'll last a while. We'll make it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I have them in my backpack, but I didn't think we'd need it. We will make it. You're not. I don't know best word to stand for the visual or for the signal.
What?
I don't know where to stand best for the signals. I can't check my phone.
Okay. Yeah. Did you log into the regular internet? Because if you log into the regular internet, it'll help you.
It didn't show up right now.
Bit rate a bit low. It's gonna be low, chatters.
They thought they were getting somebody who was going to stand up for the system. Turns out
No,
he was the worst manifestation of the worst.
Yeah, it's true. You don't.
What is your reaction to what President Trump said earlier today? Some very aggressive statements toward Iran and some pretty big threats.
It was not just aggressive statements, it was genocidal. Talking about wiping out 93 million people. I'm a father of 2
Ooh,
daughters.
it's green.
I got one.
Galorping.
There are 30 million that didn't hear him. He's talking about killing all of them. That is unacceptable. It is wrong. It's disgusting. And the idea that we talk about this politically and don't talk about it in human terms is part of the problem. We got to talk about the humanity of this. That should never be such a
You had a USB regular lightning cable. I'm gonna give it back
I
to
want
you.
people to understand that there's a
Oh, you're
different
good.
way, right? I know that most folks who watch Fox probably don't support me, but I also know that some of them might. And my job is to go everywhere and talk to everybody about an alternative to Trump and Trumpism, an alternative to this kind of genocidal ideology that gets us into wars without thinking about what happens next. That is spiking our gas prices, that is cratering our ability to afford our lives, that is taking us further away from being able to afford a dignified life. So I'm focused on making sure we take our message everywhere and talk to everyone. That's part of what we're trying to do here.
Right. Last question then. What message do you hope you can send tonight?
We can build a beautiful future if we do it.
And then once we're in the car, just plug it in.
I appreciate it. As always, thanks for the time. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys. You have our contact.
Yes, perfect.
All right.
You got it?
We're going to do one more stab at Craig.
Thank
And
you.
Craig. Talking about Craig Moggs?
Oh, sorry.
We got Ben and Craig.
Ben and Craig. Ben! Yo! Roth reporter, how are you, man? Wait, Ben, Craig, Ben Solis. All my favorites are here. Ben, Craig, Roth the reporter. Yo, look at this. How are you feeling? How you doing, man? I'm good. I'm like, you're
The space is very tight, chat. I only have reception over here for the backpacks. That's why I'm standing over here awkwardly and not following Hassan, who is in the dead zone. He's in the sunken place. Oh, thanks. Your fan gave it to us. March. Pleasure to meet you. Shout out to the fan who gave us the Luigi. Where we got the Luigi? I don't know why I'm asking you. I can't read chat at all.
Do you know how Will, I guess, try and get in touch with us? Because Will's running for Congress here in this district.
If you go on his Twitter, there's a link for his management's email. If you just send it there, they field everything.
Politics condemnations.
I'm trying to open your chat. I'm trying. It's not working.
At the end of the day, I am keeping my opinion. It's so locked out for the stuff. Right? So, I'm talking to everybody. I know there are probably not that many people.
I can't move from the spot.
Agree with me on this, but I think there are
We'll just film from out here.
I'm going everywhere talking to everybody because I know I got a message.
A new Pew poll just came out while we were live.
Politics that is not more focused.
60% of Americans have a negative opinion of Israel. Just 37% have a favorable view of Israel. 80% of Democrats, 41% of Republicans have a negative view. Among ages 14 to 49, 84% of Democrats. And among ages 14 to 49, 57, majority of Republicans have a negative view of Israel. And there's still this conversation, this back and forth taking place. I think it's disrespectful to people's, it's unbelievable. It's disrespectful to the intelligence. It's insulting to the intelligence of people that this conversation, this like media cycle that's like played itself out in the way that it did. And I think it's outright dangerous. It's outright dangerous that people are still coming after someone like myself who actively tries to combat and push back against anti-Semitism while being an avowed anti-Zionist.
And I'll also tell you this, I started writing on Fox and Friends, right? So I'm not just talking to young people, I've been talking to young people here. But I've been to 90 different cities, 300 public events, I don't know, somebody was celebrating 17 events. I was like 17, I did that in the first 3 months. So, make no mistake, we go here in a big way. We go everywhere in a big way. We get 150 people in Clare, Michigan.
Bro, it's crazy. So many of these like do-nothing influencers on the timeline are like, man, this is all the people's fault. This is the people's fault for Kamala not being responsive to the needs of the population. Making it seem like I said Kamala Harris would be worse than Trump or just like Trump on Israel, yes. But Kamala Harris herself should have never advocated to wage war against Iran, which she did. She never should have came out and said, we want to have the most lethal military. My criticism against Kamala Harris was that she wasn't representing successfully what the party's base demanded. And yet there's still people that are fucking yelling at me. Goddamn influencer. Unbelievably unproductive people. These are the people that see the world falling apart and they think to themselves, how can I make this about a fucking Twitch streamer that I hate? Please, I urge, not you guys in here are obviously aware of the situation, but I urge people, when you see stuff like this, just, tell them, dude, lock the fuck in.
I think they're looking for folks who are serious about what they want to do and not just picking and prodding for positions because they feel like they look nice, but instead have been about it. I've been consistent since when you covered me then. I was saying the same stuff then as I'm saying now. And that consistency matters for something about politics because it's so rare.
Like 1 or 2.
And then the other part of it is that I just think that
you know, I've changed. I've grown up, had kids. It's teaching a lot about life. And, I was so
Where are you coming from? You're going to U of M, but where were you before this?
That I forgot that we need to talk about.
I came from LA.
I want you to believe that we can have healthcare. I believe we can have healthcare. The only way we
Did you think it was going to go like this when Abdul invited you out for this event?
So I'm trying to build
No, I didn't think there'd be any like friction at all. I was actually shocked. I also didn't realize that like stumping is different than just like him appearing on my stream or me fundraising for him. I've done that plenty of times.
I don't know, for me, the only
So I didn't realize that there was a big difference for stumping, I guess.
According to someone, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think most people care.
What's the program today? Are you guys doing like a Q&A or just like giving speeches?
No, I think we're just giving speeches.
What happens on election day is a function of that.
You're all sitting around and talking, or like you all go around and just talk?
I don't know. We're about to find
You know,
out.
at the end of the day, the choices that she's made in her campaign, I think.
What'd you do that PV stream last week?
Where she's
They were pushing Discord to the max.
And that's her decision to make.
Yeah, that was interesting. I had no opinions on it whatsoever.
Whatever million, man.
Do you want to Hassan down
You
to
guys
take a
have,
few
if you
want?
want, if you guys have questions.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. The Republican in this race, Mike Rogers, was doing some media earlier today, and he said that the fact that Abdul's doing this event with you is disqualifying. Do you want to respond to that?
I mean, he's a Republican, so that's automatically disqualifying, especially in a state like Michigan. I mean, if you got a rubber stamp for Donald Trump's agenda, I think the people of Michigan are already very aware that it hasn't been beneficial for them at all. So any vote in that direction is going to be devastating. Any Republican anywhere is going to be devastating. That's my principle. So,
Hassan, you know, a not insignificant portion of the Democratic Party condemned this campaign stop over a period of weeks. And these are the same people who in 2024 said, we need to get out there and we need to start listening to new voices. You're one of those new voices. And, you know, it seems that they're kind of repeating a costly mistake here. Do you agree that by shutting people like you out of the conversation, they are going to shoot themselves in the foot again, much like they did in elections past?
Yeah, I mean, it's not even a self-serving conversation for me. I don't necessarily care to stump with candidates at all. I mean, I trust Abdul. I think he's a real fighter. He's what the moment needs, and that's why I said yes to coming on board. I've done many events with him already on my stream, but the reason why I think a lot of Democrats are upset with this is because they've been told to be upset with this. I mean, people like Elise Slotkin and Cory Booker have openly admitted that they don't even know who I am, and yet they have such strong opinions, apparently. They were very forthcoming about that. And I feel like that's exactly what's wrong with politics nowadays, where politicians should not simply be mouthpieces for this eclectic group of corporate donors and corporate interests. They should make up their own minds. They're adults. They're very intelligent people. They should be critical thinkers. And they should recognize that they have to represent the interests of the population and not foreign lobbies or corporate donors. This is a major problem at the heart of the Democratic Party, and I think it's a fatal problem for American democracy. Someone has to fight back against the Republican forces here, and the expectation right now in our current duopoly is that someone is the Democratic Party. And it's unbelievable that they still are trying to lean into harm reduction narratives and business as usual politics at a time when people are very loudly demanding change. Perhaps that's the reason why, even though it's the opposition party, the Democrats are not all that popular as a national party, and that's because we have weak leadership and we haven't mounted a strong enough opposition. It's precisely the reason why I'm happy to campaign alongside Abdul, because he's a real fighter. He's not going to back down. He understands that voters aren't stupid, right? If you're honest with people, if you tell them you represent their values, you represent their interests, you're going to fight for them, they're going to vote for you.
I got another one.
We got to wrap.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
sounds good.
Thank
No worries.
you.
Thanks, Roxy.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks.
guys.
Yep.
Nice to meet you guys.
We're going to get started in just a second.
Okay.
You need anything? Water?
Nah, I'm good.
All right, Trent.
What's going on? Nice to meet you. What's going on? Nice to meet you. What?
What are you going to say?
No. I'm just going to get up there and yap, dude. That's what I'm going to do. I never stop, so it won't be that difficult, I assume.
It's only 10 minutes.
What?
Only 10 minutes.
Oh, I thought it was gonna be 5.
Here with the speakers, if you're down.
They're gonna go through what?
Logistics.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Sweet.
It's like, right?
She runs a tight ship.
My favorite. Logistics.
We'll have Nate sitting down at the front, right in front of you with the a clock. Josh, you have 5 minutes. Congresswoman, you have 10 minutes. Hassan, you have 10 minutes. I will give you a 1-minute cue when you have 1 minute left from the top. I'll be at the top. Nate will be at the very bottom. When you have 1 minute left, when I give that 1 minute cue, I'm going to come to the door and cue the next person up. And when it's about 30 seconds left, I want you to walk down to the front so our introducer can introduce you all and then walk right up. Does that sound good to everybody? Yeah. Cool. Any questions?
Are they sitting in the front?
Yes. Oh, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Once you speak, if you could sit down at the front, there's a reserved seat seat up there for you.
Okay, before you speak, you're
hanging out back here.
Just me back here.
Yeah.
Is there overflow?
Not at this point. Okay. We have about 20 more people in line. I would like to get started in about 2 minutes. I'm gonna go check on the line. I'm gonna go queue the front, and I'll come back here and we'll be good to go. Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take the seat.
Okay.
That's okay. I asked her your dad.
Yeah, you can set up.
Yeah, there's a seat reserved for me. I will say I was planning on going on stage.
I see that.
Yeah. We can do that.
I can also be down low and then like.
I think down low is fine. We can get up. What's up?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do both.
Yeah.
Sorry, she's taking a better one.
I'll get the walkout and then I'll walk down.
Thank you.
Let's do that.
Yeah, and then what I was planning on is maybe not even filming, like coming back out here, and then
I think that's better.
yeah. After I'm done with my speech, we're gonna come out here. We'll be out here. We'll wait it out instead of filming everything. We'll film all the speeches in Michigan.
What do you mean? So
We're gonna, because we're live streaming, right?
Yeah.
So, well, I was thinking we could. I guess there's going to be time between the 2 stops, right? I'm trying to figure out when I can have part about what's going on, but I guess we can film everyone's speeches.
I should come here and do it.
Yeah.
We're going to go into the green room after he's done speaking.
And just be here.
during Abdul's speech.
Yeah. And then film one of the speeches. So we'll film the University of Michigan speeches.
Okay. And then after, so.
Or if you want to tell me what time he'll speak,
Any coffee recommendations? Teams up.
I would honestly recommend.
Actually, we need like ratchet music.
I'm trying to think. Okay. How much time do you want?
What do you mean? Oh, I was just going to do the speech and then wait it out and the period of time that we have, I could just be out here.
Yeah, that's
potentially.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Whatever you. That's fine. Oh wait, like, whatever you guys
I
want.
guess, I mean, I should probably we should probably film it because I need to sit there. It's inappropriate if I walk away while they're speaking. Yeah, it's messed up.
Question is,
Yes.
where should I be?
There should be a seat for you as well.
Okay, okay.
Let me double check though before it started. And then after everyone wraps speaking, we're gonna take a bigger group of press for a shorter amount of time. It includes Fox News and the Free Beacon. So if you want to do it, then we'll do it.
Is there a middle walk-in lane?
I'm sorry.
Is there a middle lane to walk in?
So I have barely in that room, but I can check.
Yeah, because I might make that.
Okay, and then do you want to? I think Hassan might have had a question about logistics.
No, it's fine. We'll just film everything, and then after Abdul's speech is done, there's other stuff going on, right? Is there like a?
You'll have a car ride back.
Oh, okay. Then
Are we not doing the? We're not doing.
We're gonna do that quick scrum with Fox and Free Beacon and those folks. But then you'll have an hour.
Did you separate like the bogeys from everyone else?
I mean, that's kind of shit.
Here's my pleasure. You just hold on to it. Oh my goodness.
Stay there.
We won't tell them.
Let's check on those.
See the juice. You guys charge up?
Probably some progress being made.
I don't think so.
We'll make it work.
What's up, man? Sure.
Oh my God. My brother Marcus is
You're a guy.
Nice to meet you.
Salam alaikum.
Salam.
I have your right. Yeah, I actually.
Becca, I see you over there.
Sorry, chat. I'm just checking this. We'll be fine. We're chill. That's already at 2 out of 4 bars. We're chilling.
Thank you so much.
You alright? You need some food or drink?
Wow.
I'm on the job right now.
Whatever I can do for you.
Appreciate that.
What was your name again?
March.
Nice
Nice to meet you.
Alignment. I like your pants more.
Thanks. Appreciate that. What's he doing? He's still taking photos over here.
Of our heritage, where are kids from savage and embarrassed, but they want to
Thank you for coming.
Good crowd out there.
People, fans. Okay. Here I'll stand on this side so it's like the light is not blasting in your face. Or blasting in my face.
It's a good call.
Boomies.
Also, I just went to 2 bars. We're chilling.
Oh, it did? Yeah. Okay, so it is working.
Yeah,
Nice,
we're
nice,
chilling.
nice.
Nice. By the time we're out of here, it'll be up to like 4.
All right, good. Keg W, don't worry about it, Hassan. Per Barack Ravid, President has been briefed on 2-week extension request from Pakistan and will issue a response soon. See, that's the type of Barack Unit 8200 Ravid reporting I do like. Hopefully that's not a situation where they're, trying to dupe people.
I don't like not being able to read chat, man. That's so annoying.
That's cool. I can.
God damn it.
How we feeling, chat?
Alright, so I'm gonna walk up with you, get the walk-up shot, and then walk down.
Okay. Okay. It's a fake out to get the people out of the power plant? I mean, I don't think they care one way or another how many people they kill. Especially considering... Are we on?
Think so? Good luck.
Okay.
Thank you, Josh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Twitch streamer and political commentator, Hasanabi.
Wow, what a crowd. Oh, man. As is custom, I of course did not prepare a speech for this event, so I apologize ahead of time, but it is my great honor to be standing alongside incredible candidates and incredible politicians like Abdul and Summer Lee on this glorious, beautiful day in Michigan. It seems contrary to what a lot of my naysayers have been focused on for the past 3 weeks of Donald Trump's insane ramblings and bombing campaigns, this event has not been canceled at all. And I want to talk about that a little bit, because this morning, Donald Trump, the fascist tyrant himself, came out and said unbelievably violent things. He talked about genociding an entire population. And he was so callous and so careless with the words that he was using. But even worse, for the past 38 days now, he's also been unbelievably violent. And a lot of prominent Democrats spent the last 2 weeks, instead of developing the appropriate response to Donald Trump's mania, chose to repeat what corporate donors and foreign lobbyists and big donors had told themselves, including, but not limited to, Abdul Sayed's opponents, Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens. And that's exactly what's wrong with politics in this day and age, and that's precisely the reason why all of you came in and wanted to hear responsive politics and responsive politicians speak for once. Politicians that put your interests above the interests of corporate donations. Politicians that are bold. Politicians that are fighters, that will represent your interests rather than the interests of faceless, lifeless corporations that pollute our waters, that consistently extract all of the value that you put out. A lot of these college campus stops that I do, people constantly ask me, Hassan, everything is so chaotic right now. How do you pay attention to what's going on? And how do you not feel so nihilistic? Especially because in the current duopoly that we have, one party is obviously representing tyranny. We know that, right? They're the fascist Republican Party. And the other party is supposed to be a counterbalance, a force against the awful politics, the repulsive, morally repugnant politics that Republicans represent. And yet the Democrats are out of touch. So how do you not feel nihilistic? And I tell them, you have to hold on to little positive changes that you make both in your life that will have reverberating outcomes that will lead to a sea change. That positive change could potentially be playing a formative role in electing someone like Zohran Mamdani in New York. Have you guys heard of that guy? The positive change in your life could be convincing one of your parents, one of your boomer parents that might have had a lifetime of propaganda incepted into their consciousness and have a totally ridiculous view about the relationship that we have with the state of Israel. Making that change, as many of you have, going out and protesting and demanding that change take place, has actually led to a sea change in attitude. And that's precisely the reason why, when a lot of people reach out to me over the course of the last 2 weeks and they said, hey man, I'm really sorry that this is happening. I hope, you get through it. I told them, fuck them. For the last 2.5 years, they smeared people like myself and people like yourselves and said that we were radical, said that we were wrong. And yet, we persevered and we understood the violence that was taking place. It was not that big of a sacrifice, especially in comparison to the sacrifice the Palestinian people had. And the that started shortly after October 7th were obviously a lot more consequential, a lot more successful back then. But now, I can easily say fuck them because I'm no longer alone. Neither are you. That's a positive change that you should hold close to your chest. And that's exactly the attitude. That's exactly the steadfastness that you can bring to every conversation, to every step that we take in the right direction. And sometimes it's going to be electing a fighter that will stand alongside you and represent your interests rather than the interests of corporations. For the longest time, foreign policy has been consistently talked about as though it's something that doesn't have any impact on our lives. The only time we think about foreign policy and the endless wars that we engage in is if we have an immediate relative that comes back broken, in a state of disrepair, and the state actually doesn't even offer them the necessary health care, right? Health care that they promised that they would get. Foreign policy is directly related to domestic policy because every single dollar that is spent on a bomb that blows up a school overseas is a dollar that is stolen from you. All of our productive output, all of our tax revenue that is supposed to be spent on your potholes, on your bridges, are spent blowing up bridges overseas. That is a real theft. And we say enough is enough. Now, it is a real honor that I have to present to you the next speaker, Summer Lee, who best represents this fight. She's steadfast in her approach, she's uncompromising, and just like Abdul is withstanding a lot of attacks from AIPAC, she too has been attacked by AIPAC consistently, and yet she's overcome those attacks and has been an incredible representative. Thank you. Give it up for Summer Lee.
What's up, NSU? Right. We might be in the lecture hall, but I'm gonna say it right now, guys. This ain't a lecture. We're not here for a lecture, so I need y'all to get your energy up because right here, we're here to send a warning. We're gonna start with that one. I'm Summer Lee. I am proud to be here with fired up students and educators and citizens and human beings who are here to say that we're done with the status quo, we're done accepting that this is the way that our politics just has to be.
That's how you do a speech.
So I drove in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I don't like to leave my district too often. But right now, it's important that we send a message that nobody has a right to be on the sidelines anymore. If you're like me, you woke up this morning and your president tweeted out that we were about to eradicate an entire people. And let me be clear. He didn't just tweet that out. He tweeted that out in the middle of his third illegal war. He tweeted that out in the midst of another genocide. So when our president says stuff like that, we can't take it lightly. So when I say that right now, we cannot afford to be on the sidelines. Young people, students, Michiganders, wait, it's Michiganders, right? Michiganders. I know, and I don't promise you guys, I have been in Congress for 3.5 years. At no point in my life did I ever believe that anybody would send somebody to Congress who just says what we need, somebody who came from a working class, poor, black background from the Mon Valley of Western Pennsylvania, where our people built steel and we built the country, and we are the type of people who they want to send to Congress. So when I say that I know what's possible, I want to say that because we're about to go, I'm going to dive in deeper too, right? Because from the midst of Congress, I never in my life thought that we would be in a position right now to determine what is the future of the world. Guys, we're in the midst of a moment where we have to decide whether or not we're going to let some other folks who are fighting hard right now, fighting hard to keep you discouraged, hard to keep you feeling apathetic, hard to keep you feeling like your voice doesn't matter. They want that because right now they have insidious plans for you. Right now they are open about the country that they're building, or who they're building it for, and who they're trying to put out. And if we don't think that right now, it's our responsibility to say that I'm going to fight as hard as a Republican. I will fight as hard as MAGA. I will fight as hard as the people who don't love their neighbor. It's our moment to stand, put up, or shut up. So, against right now. Young people, especially you guys, I understand what we're up against right now. I understand what it feels like to feel like there is no political home for you. Feels like anytime you come into politics, there's somebody to tell you that you ain't doing it right. You don't vote right. You don't protest right. You're not coming the right way. I know what it feels like to live through financial crises and global crises in the midst of our taxpayer dollars going to genocide. I understand how nerve-wracking, how annoying, how discouraging it is to feel like nothing that we do will possibly make a change. But I need you to understand that we cannot stay there. We don't have enough time to stay in that place. Right now, we need to get skin in the game. Right now, we have to find incredible candidates, people, incredible human beings who care and to build our future with us, like Abdul, who will go to the Senate and say that no, Donald Trump don't need to come to ask us for permission for a war or for a genocide. He needs to come for his impeachment. We can have people like Abdul, who has not just said Medicare for all, but has fought for it every day in his career because he knows that in the wealthiest nation on earth, there is no reason why any American, any human being on American soil should ever die because they have to decide between their medication and their housing. Come on. Right now, right today, right now, we need people like Abdul who can say that affordability is not a hoax, but that people in Michigan and Pennsylvania and everywhere else deserve to be able to afford their grocery, especially while another billionaire buys another yacht. That's not the country that we are going to settle for. So right now, I'm here to tell you that, yeah, things have been bleaking this by design. There are people who didn't want y'all to be here today. I don't know if any of you guys know this, but I saw that even the DOJ didn't want y'all to be here today. The DOJ didn't want y'all to be here today. Establishment politicians didn't want you to be here today. People who have a vested interest, who are invested in our oppression, people who are invested in your college being too expensive, they're invested in your medications being too expensive, they're invested in another war after another war after another war, and they are begging you to stay home. And I am begging you to reject that. I'm begging you to keep coming. Right now, don't just stand here today, don't just say that we will send an Abdul to Congress, but we need you to say that we will flip this script completely. That we have a responsibility, guys, and not just a responsibility. We have in this room the power. This is the most powerful room in America right now. Guys, this is the most powerful room in America. But only if you believe that. Only if you believe that when you stand together, when you exercise your collective power, your organized labor, your organized dollars, that we can actually change the trajectory of the whole world. And I know that we can do it because we've seen it time and time again. We saw it in the civil rights movement, and we saw it with apartheid South Africa. We will see it in Palestine. We will see it again here in the United States. because you know that those folks are fighting on a ticking time bomb. This hate, the politics of hate and division, they want you to hate your Jewish neighbor or your Muslim neighbor or your black neighbor. They need you to feel like the other is your enemy and not the money. They need you to believe that the many don't have as big of a say as the money. But we know that, and I'm telling you that right now, Congress don't look like we need it to look. But the time where Congress looks like this room, where Congress looks like our movement, where Congress looks like people who have rented, not just owned houses, people who have lived through poison air and poison water, that time is coming because we are taking the time to build it. So right now I'm saying that there is a partner in this room who can come and help us to build the America that you deserve, but he cannot do it alone. He will not be able to do it alone. So guys, have a vested interest in your future. Have a vested interest in the movement that we're building. Know that right now, history will write about us and it will say, did you stay on the sidelines or did you get your hands dirty?
Why did you say that?
History is going to ask you if you looked at the options in front of you and you said, there's no reason for me to show up. If you saw a real one standing before you, somebody who has skin in this game, and you said, I will step out for them. I'll not just come to the rally, but I'm gonna go to my classmates and I'm gonna let them know that we have a fight ahead of us, but we are about that fight right now. If you guys are ready for that, then I promise you that what they have in store for us, they ain't ready for you. They're not ready for you. So I come here, and even though I started by telling you all the things that we're up against, I come here, even though I've been in Congress for 3.5 years. I'm telling you that I feel more powerful and more encouraged than I've ever felt. And I hope that right now you feel more powerful and more encouraged than you ever felt. Because the only people who can stop us right now are us. And the only thing that's standing between us having a fighter in the Senate or another status quo Dem or another do-nothing Republican is whether or not y'all get up and you fight for what you deserve. So I'm proud to be here with my brother Abdul right now. I'm proud to build not just a Congress, a Senate, a labor movement, a civil movement that meets this very moment. It will take each of us doing each of the things. So whatever it is that your move is, if you aren't registered to vote right now, then let's still do that. And let's talk to 3-4 people in our lives. When you're done with this, let's call our family and let them know that Abdul is here and he's fighting for Medicare for all. He's gonna get money out of our politics with me and get on my bill. If you are organizing and doing your activism, know that you're in a time-honored position, and that is important too. If you're working or you're protesting or you're boycotting, know that that all works. Each and every one, guys, there's room for each and every one of us. But right now is the time to say that this is our country, and nobody is going to build it if we don't do it for ourselves. So thank you all so much. Because the power of the people is always, always greater than the people's power. We have an MC because if we don't, it'd be my greatest honor to introduce the man of the moment. So somebody wink or blink to me, but if not, then it's all good. Right now, listen, we came and he's been all over the state. This man has been all over the news recently. And despite the noise, he is undistracted. He's undeterred, and he's here to fight for each and every one of you. So with that, I am so proud to be here. I'm proud to be endorsing, but more than that, I'm proud to be in this fight with you all to make sure that we send Abdul Sayed to Senate, and he is here right now to tell you what we have in store for when we build that better world.
That's how you do a speech. But a lot of people don't understand that, like, this is her job. Like, she's really good at it. Yeah. I need a speech coach. That's what I need.
Can we hear it one more time? Whether it was West LA or West PA, EPA. We just heard from some real ones. Give it up for Congresswoman Summer Lee and Hassan Biker. When I get to the U.S. Senate, I'm going to be looking for some friends. And there's a senator out of Pennsylvania I really think we probably could replace with somebody like her, no? Now listen, my name is Abdul Al-Sayed and I am running for U.S. Senate. Because we're going to get money out of? Put money in your? Pass Medicare for? Money out of? Money in your? Medicare for? Hey, my job's done. Now look, I was never supposed to run for office. My name has 11 letters in it. It's got sounds that come out of parts of people's throats they don't even know they have. I'm not supposed to run for office. It's like every other good brown boy, I decided to go to medical school. Now look, I could go 15 hours from where I grew up, and I crossed 10 years difference in life expectancy to Egypt, a place where my own grandmother lost 2 babies before the age of 1. I didn't have to go 15 hours. I could go 15 minutes from where I grew up into the city of Detroit, cross 8 Mile, and I would cross the same 10-year life expectancy gap. I became a doctor because I wanted to do something about that. Shouldn't matter the color of your skin, shouldn't matter what your parents do for work, shouldn't matter where you come from. You deserve to live a long, healthy life in these United States of America. I found myself in the clinic finally doing the work that doctors do, only to realize that the healthcare system that I was training to be a part of was itself part of the problem and not part of the solution. Why? Because we've sold it off to folks who tell us that the value of that system is how much money it can make for a CEO, rather than whether or not it actually heals our broken bodies. So I made a decision when I graduated medical school. I said, you know what? I want to be a part of building the system that actually hallows, makes holy the diseases that we ought to treat, and hallows our bodies in the process. I went into public health. I got the opportunity to rebuild Detroit's health department after it had been shut down when the state came through the city of Detroit, forced it to shut down a 185-year-old health department in a city with a higher infant mortality rate than my father's native Egypt. Across my work in public health, leading Detroit's health department, Wayne County's Department of Health, Human and Veteran Services, we did things to take on the challenges that people face. We put glasses on kids' faces, built a program that guaranteed a pair of glasses for every kid who needed one. Delivered 50,000 pairs of glasses across the state since we brought it to Michigan. Some of the biggest polluters in our whole state. When Marathon Petroleum, down in southwest Detroit, the biggest polluter and the most polluted zip code in the whole state, wanted to increase their emissions, despite the fact that the EPA had already said there was too much pollution in the air. We worked with the local community. We organized. We forced them to invest $10 million of their own money to reduce emissions when they had applied to increase them. We put air quality monitors all over Wayne County. Mike Rogers, back when he was in Congress, you know what he did? He was responsible for one of the biggest pro-opioid pieces of legislation. I happen to be in medical school. And I remember when they came up and told us, no, pain is the 5th vital sign, you've got to treat it at all costs. Opioids are a really effective drug to do that. And I remember sitting thinking, I don't see this in the science. Helped to kick off the opioid pandemic. When I was in Wayne County, we put Narcan, life-saving anti-overdose medication, for free in vending machines in 100 locations to try and do our part to save people's lives from the opioid epidemic that he and his corporate overlords told us was in our best interest. The Flint water crisis. I remember sitting in my office when I heard about Flint thinking, what if our kids were exposed to the lead we were hearing about in Flint, in the place where we systematically concentrate them most of the day, most of the year in their schools? So we had every school, daycare, and Head Start tested for lead in the water. In the first 68 schools we tested, 19 of them tested positive for lead. Got all the schools on a pathway to being lead-free, and helped to rewrite the state's lead policy after Flint.
And when we learned that our county ranked number 8 for medical debt nationwide, a staggering $700 million of medical debt, we realized that we could erase it for pennies on the dollar. So guess what we did? We set aside $7 million to erase $700 million of medical debt for 300,000 people, the biggest medical debt erasure in Michigan State history. I'm never going to forget that day, though. Sitting in my office in Wayne County the day they froze federal funds. I'm sitting here looking at all the line items in my budget they just froze. WIC, food on the table for moms and babies. Federally qualified health centers, the last line of health care for people who can't get it. Vaccines, frozen. And I get a notification on my phone that after his long career, our current U.S. Senator Gary Peters is not seeking re-election. And I had to ask myself then and there, where is the fight for the public's health? And I believe that that fight needs to go to the U.S. Senate. I'm not new to this. I ran back in 2018. And I said something at the time I don't think most folks were ready to hear. And that's that Donald Trump himself is not the disease of our politics. He's just the worst symptom of the disease of our politics. The disease in our politics is the system that tells us that corporations and special interests get to buy and sell politicians to do their bidding instead of ours. It's the reason the things we have to buy become more expensive and the things that we do for work give us less in return. It's the reason that they are taking our tax dollars and spending them to drop bombs on other people's babies rather than investing in schools and healthcare for our own. It is not enough to treat the symptom. It is time for us to treat the disease, which is why we're getting money out of politics. Getting money in your pocket. Getting Medicare for all. Now look, that work starts in rooms like this. That room starts in hearts that understand that we deserve better. Now I've been to 90 cities now. I've done 300 plus public events. And it doesn't matter where you go. You can be in a living room in Grand Rapids. You could be in a VFW hall in Escanaba. You could be in a church in Detroit. And people understand a basic thing. That we can have nice things, but we can't do it alone. That the only way to do it is to do it together. Yes. To build a righteous politics that unites us across the things that we deserve in our society. Yeah. The ability to look your kid in the eye and tell them, I know your future could be better than mine. Right. To send them off to a school and know that that is a school that dignifies their brains. To be able to walk into a doctor's office and know that the medical debt's not going to hit you in the ass on the way out. Right. Yeah. To know that when you pay your taxes, that money is actually going to benefit you rather than to devastate tens of millions of people, to subsidize a genocide on behalf of a foreign government that some special interest has told you somehow matters more than your own interests. Right. Right. And we're not going to stand for that anymore. No. Yeah. No. We're not going to stand for that anymore. Talk about a couple of issues right here and now. I had the privilege of being the guest of the people in Minneapolis in one of the worst moments of their entire history. I went to Minneapolis to understand what it looks like when our own government weaponizes itself and a paramilitary force answerable only to one man against the Constitution itself by laying siege to a city in our own country. I got to meet brave people who would never find themselves out in a protest except for they understood that this was foundational about whether or not we as a society would continue to live as a democracy. People showing up in ways and places to do things they would never have dreamed of in any other time. Now, I watched ICE. I watched what it looks like when government employees weaponize themselves against the Constitution, which is supposed to be the document that structures the government they work for in the first place. And now you have politicians who tell you, oh, well, this can be reformed. It can be retrained. Ask yourself something. What is the training document that you give to somebody who's used a child as bait?
I mean, think about the PowerPoint. I know you all in college, right? So you've seen a lot of PowerPoints. What does the slide look like? It's like a little boy, and you're like, no, don't touch the little boy. If that is not foundationally obvious to you as a human being, you do not deserve to work in government. And then you think about the fact that they have funded ICE to the tune of $185 billion. That is more than the funding of the FBI. That is more than the funding of the U.S. Marines. A force that is not about immigration. Because guess what? I mean, y'all in college, you saw a map, right? How close is Minneapolis to the southern border? They want to tell you this is about keeping the southern border safe. I'm sorry, wrong border. And now they're trying to set up to do the same in Michigan. This is not about immigration. We can have a safe, secure border. We can enforce immigration policy. But you don't have to shoot people in the face. So there is no reforming. There is no retraining. There is only abolishing ICE. I don't know if you all follow the social medias, but for the last 2 weeks, people seem to be real upset about all of us coming out here to have this conversation here. And then Donald Trump gets on the social medias and decides to tweet about genociding the whole country of Iran. And I just want to be clear about this. There is no justification. There is no legal authority for a war that Donald Trump is using to torch our tax dollars, to destroy other people's lives, rather than using them to make our lives better. This is an illegal and unjustifiable war. And honestly, my message to anybody in politics right now, Democrat or Republican, is do not give me some bullshit about how you oppose the war but would vote to fund it. Last I checked, we've had an affordability crisis here at home. So why are we fighting the third war in 4 months in this country's history alone? Why are we there? There is one country that benefits here. One. Benjamin Netanyahu, who's been talking about taking a war to Iran for the better part of 40 years, and he finally found a dumbass dumb enough to do it. Why so many politicians in America support it? Well, $100 million of MAGA billionaire money being spent to tell us that the most important function of our foreign policy is to protect the interests of foreign government in the form of AIPAC. And look, I am proud that AIPAC has called me the single most dangerous candidate for the U.S. I'm the only candidate in this race who's never asked for an AIPAC endorsement, only candidate in this race that is not supported by the Israel lobby. Now, I want to be clear about something here. I want to be absolutely clear. All of us love and revere our Jewish neighbors and the faith of Judaism. And we love and revere our Jewish neighbors and Judaism because we love and revere people. Which is exactly why we will not sit idly by while all tax dollars go to fund a genocide on behalf of a foreign government. Justify genocide. You can't do it. It's not possible. So here's the problem, though. When you stand up and you say that that's some bullshit, that you don't want your tax dollars being spent to buy a tank or a bomb for a foreign government, they come at you. Now here's the thing. My family immigrated from Egypt. You know who the second biggest recipient of foreign military aid is in the world? Egypt. So you know what? Start there first. And you go ahead and call me anti-Egyptian too. Y'all, righteous opposition to the destruction of people is about principle. It always has been, and it always will be. It doesn't matter who is being destroyed, and it doesn't matter who is doing the destroying. If you believe in people, then you stand up for the values of people. And you understand that every dollar that gets spent over there, to drop a bomb over there, on a child over there, is a dollar that is not being spent here, on your child here, on your school here, on your healthcare here. And we demand that our taxpayer dollars get spent here in Michigan. And you know what? People love to say, well, it's because he's Arab and Muslim. No, it's because I'm fucking from Michigan. Yeah! We have a choice in this election. I know I'm not supposed to run for office. I get it. I'm the wrong color, I pray the wrong way, come from the wrong part of the world. I trained in medicine. But we gotta stop playing not to lose. And we gotta start playing to win. Because it's not enough to hold the seat if you're gonna do exactly the same thing your MAGA opponent would have done. The question for us is, how do you hold a seat to operationalize it so people get the health care they need and deserve? How do you hold a seat to make sure that you are standing up against unjust illegal war? How do you hold a seat to make sure that you are not allowing ICE to weaponize itself against the very Constitution that forms the backbone of this country? How do you make sure that in these United States of America we stand up to protect what is most hallowed? And that is the thing we share together, this beautiful, incredible country with so much of its future left in front of it. Yeah. That is the question in front of us here right now. And look, we came through it last couple weeks. People try to tell us, oh, you can't possibly appear with certain people. You can't do it. That's not okay. But we don't back down. When they tell us who we can and can't talk to, we don't back down. When they tell us that we cannot have health care, we don't back down. When they tell us that there is no way for us to stand up to ICE, we don't back down. When they tell us that there is no way for us to stand up against illegal war, we don't back down. When they tell us that we can't win a seat because we got the wrong name or we're with the wrong person, we don't back down. When they tell us that our people power is not enough to take on their money power, we don't back down. And we will never back down against the likes of Donald Trump or the fascism he represents, because we the people win when we stand up. And that is what this movement is about. MSU, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sorry. Let's keep it going for our speakers, folks.
Damn, this guy's good.